Alrighty then. Hello. Whoa, the music sounded weird for a second. Hello everyone. My name's Kane and welcome to what's probably going to be the finale of Steins Linear Bounded Phenogram. I hope it's the ending, simply because if I'm wrong, then this is being very misleading, but I would assume it is, considering there's supposed to be 10 chapters of this game. We've completed all the other world lines. Okabe's, Daru's, Kurisu's, Suzuha's, Mr. Bronze, Ferris, Lukako, Mayuri, and Moeka. And all of this leads to the final chapter of Kyoma. Divergence of 4.456441. Abduction across 3 worlds. This is the only time that a divergence of 4% has been observed. And that's where we're going to be ending this series, I guess. This is going to be the end of Steins Gate, I guess. Let's begin. Abduction across the 3 worlds. I know there's no the. I just accidentally added it. Why are we starting like this? What? We're already starting going back in time. The usual discomfort. The usual unpleasantness washes over me. I groan instinctively. I return the cell phone held tightly in my right hand back to my pocket and rub my temples with my left hand. Where am I? I mutter to myself as I look around. The lab. It's the lab. Right. The usual scenery in the room with me. The usual. The usual. But what is the usual? How do I know such a thing? My memories are muddy and unclear. Everything seems so hazy. My thoughts elusive. Atop the table in the development room, it was the usual X68000 in an old-looking CRT monitor. The monitor's powered off. I slowly move in front of it and peek into the depths of the black screen. Who are you? I ask my face, reflecting off the monitor. I am Okabe Rintaro, someone said. The person who said it was me, of course. I can't shake this odd discomfort. The face that I see in the reflection doesn't feel like it's my own. I mean, it's my reflection. It's undoubtedly my own face. I understand it in my head, but for some reason... Who are you? I ask once again to be sure. I received the following response. Wrong. I am not Rintaro Okabe. The voice flowed out of my mouth naturally, as if someone is controlling me. I am. My true name is... Kyoma. Ah! My loud, maniacal laughter made the knot inside my chest swiftly melt away. The usual dignified velvet voice felt natural to my ears. Yes, as usual, nothing has changed. This is the Future Gadget Laboratory, aka the Lab, and I am Okabe Rintaro, aka Kyoma. Reality as usual, a theorem that needs no proof. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and put it to my right ear. We even have a different background. It's me. I sustained a powerful shockwave attack from the organization, but I'm okay. I managed to reflect it. Please, it's hardly worth your concern. It's nothing compared to the brainwashing weapons of the apocalypse of Galia. No need to worry. No problems here. Yes, understood. El Sai Kongru. Really? Are there really no problems? I once again look around the room. I want to see this phone real quick. No mail, no mail. I can actually check this. What? This is the first time in this entire game that I'm allowed to open the address book. Nice. It keeps my, it actually kept the one I think I had back at the beginning of the game. It actually kept the ringtone that I chose for Okabe. Like it. Whilst also, of course, giving me the rest of the options that we've gained throughout the game. The only thing it did change on the phone is the wallpaper, because I don't... Well, no, actually... No, wait, I did pick this, didn't I? I think I did, now that I think about it. I once again look around the room. It's strange. Why isn't anybody here? I pull out my cell phone again to check the date and time. Friday, August 13th. The time is 4 p.m. on the dot. I'm pretty sure Kurisu and Daru were here at the lab at this time. What about Mayuri? Where's Mayuri again? As I dug further into my memories, another strange sensation consumed me. Whoa! How did I not know that today was August 13th? Furthermore, how did I know that Kurisu and Daru were here at the lab at this time? I don't know something I should know, and I do know something I shouldn't. This contradiction, my discomfort, I'm starting to get a bad feeling. The inside of my head was still hazy, and my memories were unclear. It's fine. I'm fine. There's no problem. Reassure myself, walking in front of the refrigerator. At times like this, the best thing to do is chug a drink for intellectuals. Doing so allows me to stimulate the gray matter cells in my brain, eventually making everything clear. I open the refrigerator door and pull out an ice-cold can of Dr. P. Its fresh flavor pierces through the back of my nostrils as I let out a breath. Dr. P will never betray me. And I will never betray Dr. P. As fellow doctors, we may be rivals, but we have acknowledged each other's accomplishments and formed a true friendship. With these relatively useless thoughts filling my mind, I flop down on the couch. But when I do, something suddenly enters my vision. It is placed on the table in front of the couch. What? What's this supposed to be? I understand it's a sketchbook. I can also see that what was drawn in the sketchbook, a character that might appear in an anime like Rainet Kakaru. Perhaps I should have asked, what is this doing here? As I skim through its pages, I see dozens of other illustrations. Each one must have been drawn by a different artist, as each character had their own distinctive touches. Was something like this ever here? The corner of my brain throbs painfully. I take another swig of Dr. P to drink the pain away. Moments later, my cell phone rang. With the Dr. P in my left hand, I dig down into my pocket with my right hand. I'm sorry, what is that? I chain his... What? I chain his what? His snacks? When I took out the cell phone and opened the messages, I had received 3 messages. All 3 were sent from I chain his snake at EG Web. I chain his snake? What does that mean? An unfamiliar address. I don't have it in my contacts. I get a bad feeling. My heart begins to pound. Sweat soaked my hands. I take a few deep breaths to calm myself down, then with shaking fingertips I press the open button. For Sheena... You know what? In DB Locker. What? What is this? No. I know exactly what it is. This is clearly a ransom note. Oh no. Wait, no. Mayuri has been kidnapped. She's been abducted. Just then, the entrance door opened. At first, thinking an enemy had broken into my sanctum, I took a defensive stance, but I was mistaken. Returning home without a care in the world were... Hi. Look her back. I'm spent. Where were you? What do you mean, where? Shopping. Shopping? For the party that you were calling the development summit or something? That's why Makseishi and I went out to get some snaps. Dara suddenly screamed. Dara tossed the shopping at either side of him and ran over to the table looking pale. Oh. Grabbing the sketchbook with both hands, his shoulders tremble. Oh, Green! What is this? Dara opens the sketchbook and holds it out towards me. It was so drenched in a dark, dirty liquid that it seems the liquid start dripping out if he squeezed. Oh no, Oh, I was wondering. I thought I heard a weird sound when we got the messages. It was... when Okabe opened up the messages and started talking, there was suddenly a weird sound that I couldn't pinpoint. I was just like, is that supposed to happen? And I just assumed it was a glitch. But no, I think it was supposed to be... It was the Dr. P spilling all over Daru's sketchbook. No. The liquid had absorbed into the paper, making it shriveled and weak. It seems like I had accidentally dropped the can of Dr. Pepper on it when I looked at the message earlier. Wait. You just straight up said Dr. Pepper this time. Wait, what? Are you allowed? Wait. That's what the drink's actually called, right? Which caused the liquid inside to spill onto the sketchbook. Oh no, Dar's about to kill me. Our treasured scab. Scab? I'm obviously talking about the scab textbook, SMH. Oh, it's over. Completely over. I hereby announce the end of the future gadget. No. No, Daru. What in the world are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You shouldn't have to explain every damn... I shouldn't have to explain every damn thing to you, Green. I was about to ask again, but I refrain. No matter. Indeed, that does not matter at all. Right, now what's more important? Look, Daru, I'm sorry about the sketchup, but please listen to me. Actually, it's quicker if you see for yourself. You too, Christina. I open my inbox and hand my cell phone to the two of them. Daru and Christina stand shoulder to shoulder and look into the tiny screen. Their faces gradually grow pale. Daru speaks, his eyes wide with horror. Does this mean... that Mayuri was abducted? Yes, I believe so. By DB Locker. They're talking about the lockers in front of Daibiru. So they're saying they want us to put you-know-what there in exchange for Mayuri. But what is you-know-what? I don't know. You don't know? If you don't know what you-know-what is, then Mayuri will be... Shut up! Can't you see I'm trying to figure it out? Do you have any idea what who the perpetrator might be? I do, but only one. Rounders. And if they are responsible, I can safely assume that what you-know-what is. The IBM 5100. Okay, so far, this seems to be very similar to just the... Okay, this is weird. Okay. So far, this seems to just be a variant of the Alpha World line, honestly. Wait, hold on. How do I know this? I grimace as my headache surges once again. Okabe, do you know something? Unfortunately not. I thought I'd better not to talk about my idea just yet. I couldn't be certain, and since my memories were still foggy, I didn't think I could adequately explain my rationale. What about you two? Do either of you recognize the account name attached to the email address? I chain his snake. A name registered to an account created to access a computer or a computer network. One can typically find an account name and the email address before the @ For example, an email address like circle at triangle dot triangle. The circle would be the account name. Domadogi, shorthand for magical girl Domadogi. Despite being a magical girl anime, its protagonist faces death at every corner, making the series known for its dark twists and turns. She even has a creepy little mascot character that follows her. A romantic comedy that follows a young man after he incurs a huge amount of debt and is forced to work as a butler for a super rich lolly girl. Featuring a plethora of otaku in-jokes, it's quite popular in hardcore circles. Thank you, game. Karisu and Daru stand there with their arms crossed, their eyes wandering as they thought, but eventually they both shook their heads. The broken English roughly translates to "I'm restrained his snake," but that's not exactly helpful. Yeah, that doesn't exactly narrow things down. If we have a lead, I'd say that's in this email. Huh? Look, the 36-byte text message is split into 3 separate messages, right? I snapped my cell phone out of Karisu's hands and checked the text box message again. So does that mean someone else used D-mail? Are you telling me you didn't notice? What nonsense! Of course I noticed! How can you laugh like that during an emergency situation? Precisely because it is an emergency. I squeezed my palms tightly so as to hide the trembling of my hands. So, does that mean this ransom note was sent from the future? Apparently. Why? How? Are you saying the perpetrator used this phone wave in this lab at some point in the future? I don't know. Which raises the question, has Mayuri already been kidnapped? It's possible that the past from the future standpoint is still the future from the present standpoint, right? In Japanese, please. Listen, if the ransom note was sent as a D-mail, then Mayuri will be abducted soon. I see. Then that would mean... Have you called Mayushi? Or try to get in touch with her somehow? Can I? Nope. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help it. I received the message just moments before you guys came back. And hurry up and call her. Yeah, I'm on it. Hurry! Run! What? Wait a sec. What is this sound? I hear her phone call. Her phone. Sounds like Mayushi's cell phone. Her ringtone. Following the sound, we scour the office for its source. It doesn't take long to find it. And I removed Upa cushion from the couch. There it was. Mayuri's cell phone. Idiot! She left her cell phone! This isn't good. Then why don't you try calling Lukashi? Lukaku! Help! Hello, this is Urushibara. Lukaku, is Mayuri there with... I'm afraid I can't pick up the phone right now. What? Damn, voicemail. So please leave a message after the beep. It's me, Kyoma. I'm looking for Mayuri. When you receive this, call me ASAP. Voicemail? Yeah. Silence descends. I can hear the sounds of cicadas from somewhere. Car? Car? A motorcycle passes by outside the window. As the sound faded, Dar spoke up. Hey, why don't we try contacting the kidnapper directly? We know that their address is iChain a snake. But the iChain a snake that sent the message is the iChain a snake of the future, isn't it? What a long, boring name. We'll just call them X for now. X? It's their initials, ICHS, X. It almost sounds like X, an unknown variable. Anyway, I think we should try sending a message. I agree. At this point, we have no other leads. I think trying to observe the enemy's movements is a sound strategy. But what should the message say? Maybe just a simple, I want to talk would be enough. Don't mention a thing about Mayuri or you know what. Couldn't decide. Should I, or should I not send X a message? What if contacting them causes something to happen to Mayuri? Of course, we don't know if Mayuri has been kidnapped yet, or whether she'll even be kidnapped at all. But it's clear that something poses an imminent threat to Mayuri. I don't think this message is just a prank. For one thing, it's a D-mail. They send it across time. It seems certain to me that something terrible has happened or is about to happen. That also means that waiting around doing nothing won't guarantee Mayuri's safety either. Besides, the idea that someone other than a Milan sent this email, something we've glossed over because of the immediate threat of the ransom note, is troubling as well. This is a dangerous situation that could have major impacts on the history of the world. We've got to find out who X is, no matter what. So there's only one response I could give. Understood. X. X. Who are you? I want to talk. I wonder how long it's been since I sent the message. 5 minutes? 6? 7? Still no reply. I watched the second hand of the clock on the wall tick the time away. There's nothing to be gained by sitting around waiting. We need to take action. Karizu spoke as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere that had overtaken the room. I'll go check out Yanabayashi Shrine, so Kabi, you keep an eye out on the coin lockers. The kidnapper may show up. What about you know what? Well, if we don't know what it is, there's not much we can do, right? You want me to go empty-handed? If you don't like it, why don't you take a box of sweets with you? What about me? You stay here, Hashida. Mayuri might come back. Okie dokie. Okay, call me if anything happens. I'll do the same on my end. Roger that. Upon my response, Karizu left the lab. I thought of following her out, but I stopped right before I opened the door and turned around. There was something I had to confirm. What's going on? I'm just checking on something. I deflect his question and move into the development room. I turned to the shelves to see a big, recognizable cardboard box. There it is. Inside was the IBM 5100. It's here in its world line. I breathed a small sigh of relief. If this is really you-know-what, we're going to be in some real trouble. Anyway, there's no way I could let this fall into enemy hands. After returning the box to its proper place, I hurry out to the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. It's been about an hour since I started my surveillance. I hid in the shadows, watching closely, but there was no signs of X. I've already received a call from Karizu. Lukaku was in fact at Yanabayashi Shrine. Apparently he couldn't pick up because he was in the bathroom. That's not important. The problem is what Karizu said after that. Mayuri wasn't there. I swallowed my saliva. As loath as I am to admit it, the fact that fact made the ransom note significantly more credible. Could Mayuri have been kidnapped on her way to Yanabayashi Shrine? Karizu said that she'd check other places where Mayuri might go and hung up the phone. My heartbeat accelerates. My stomach starts throbbing in pain. Just a moment later, Lukaku called. Alexei-san told me everything. I got your voicemail too. I'll help you look for Mayuri-chan. Lukaku spoke with worry in his voice, which only made me feel more restless. After I'd finished my conversation, I heard a cell phone ring, but it wasn't mine. It was Mayuri's. I guess I unconsciously put it in my pocket after finding it at the lab. The caller ID it displayed Luka-kun. Karisu probably didn't mention that Mayuri had left her cell phone behind. That's why Lukaku was calling. I didn't pick up. I thought I'd better preserve the remaining battery. It's possible Mayuri's phone might receive a more critical party. I wanted to save the battery just in case. Afterwards, I tried calling Ferris, but she didn't know where Mayuri was either. I asked Daru to check May Queen plus Neon Squared, but his luck wasn't any better. When I called Mayuri's home, her mother picked up. She said Mayuri hadn't come home yet. I decided not to mention Mayuri's abduction to her so as to not scare her. All of this has happened in the last hour. I take a bite of the sweet red bean-filled onbon in my hand and wash it down with packaged milk to mitigate my stress. Another 5 minutes pass. Nobody who looks like they might be kidnapper arrives. I throw the rest of the bread in my mouth and down the remainder of the milk. All that remained in my hand were the wrapper from the bread and the empty pack of milk. In other words, trash. I looked around for a place to throw them away, but I couldn't find a trash bin anywhere near. Left with no other choice, I twist the bread wrapper and the milk pack together into a stick shape and stick the garbage stick into the pocket of my lab coat. But as I did, my fingers were greeted with something unexpected. Paper. A piece of paper is in my pocket. What? I slowly pull it out. Did we just get, like... Did someone put a piece of paper? It looks like an ad or something. An advertisement folded into quarters. What you'd call a flyer. On the flyer was written the following. 8th Regional Akiba Invention Contest. Grand prize a whopping $3 million. Entry period August 1st to the 31st, 2010. Let your innovation build the future. Grand prize $3 million. Just then, someone hit me in the shoulder from behind. As I jumped and turned around, standing there was... Oh, hey. Christina. I really scared you. I didn't jump out of fear. I was merely taking a counterattack stance. You may not have noticed, but I nearly struck you 3 times, stopping just a hair's distance from your nose. You're lucky to be alive. So, where's X? Are you listening to me? Doesn't look like anyone's shown up yet. You're not. I nodded, lightly biting the inside of my cheek. Indeed. I can't imagine continuing to survey this place. Ace will be any helpful. Why's that? X is likely waiting for us to contact them before they make a move. Unless they receive a message from us saying, you know what is in the locker number such and such, there's no reason for them to be here. Besides, what about the key? They can't very well open a locker without one. X will most likely instruct us on how to hand over the key. That's when we make our move. So, why don't you try it? Eh? Try contacting them. Send X another message. One that says, you know what is in the locker number such and such. You want me to lie? Kurisu nods. When suddenly the phone rang. No, not mine, but Mayuri's. I pulled it out to see one unread message. From Lukaku. I opened it. And read the following. There's a message concerning Mayuri's safety. Perhaps he decided to send her a message after calling her so many times without an answer. It's certainly admirable. But no offense to Lukaku, it's not going to help us get Mayuri back. Kurisu, looking at my screen over my shoulder, also looks disappointed. I saw and closed the message from Lukaku, and as I was about to put away Mayuri's cell phone... Wait! Kurisu stops me. Can I look at the message one more time? Not the message itself, but the inbox. I want to see the sender information. I comply and open the messages inbox. Wait, what? What the? Sidekick 257? There are 4 separate messages. At the very top was a message from Lukaku that we just received. What are the ones below it? She got a D-mail as well. These 3 messages all lined up. What? D-mail. I knew it. There were not 3 consecutive messages from there were 3 consecutive messages from senders not listed in her contact list, so I had a hunch. What do they mean? What? The 3 messages, what do they mean? How should I know? They're obviously gibberish. You mean they're misconverted? Or encrypted? Encrypted. I get an unpleasant taste on the tip of my tongue. As if the milk I drank earlier had stuck to my mouth and gotten sour. Who's the sender? Is it someone other than X? It's a different address. A different domain, even. This one is from taboo.co.jp, so... It's been sent from a PC. I think so. Do you recognize the name Psychic? I shake my head with that word. I mean, that could apply to a lot of characters, I feel. Literally any of the future lab mems could probably fit to Psychic. If she's asking me, then she probably isn't familiar with it either. Still. What the hell's going on? How could we be dealing with 2 consecutive D-mails sent by non-lab mems? Well, they may be consecutive. We discovered them in reverse order. This email was received at 3:18 p.m., right? Whereas the one from Ix was received at 4:03 p.m. Meaning that Psychic sent their email before Ix did. Hey, who? Shut up, just pipe down for a second, this is important. The fuck? You live for an ass kicking? Oh, is it him? Is it Beanie Guy? Excuse me? I put my cell phone in my pocket and turn around. It's you again. Why does it feel like you're always here? There, a man standing in front is shining in front of me as if Guy had whispered his beautiful purpose to him on the wind. Wait. I recognize this guy. I dig deep into my memories. As I stare at the man's face, squinting my eyes, a streak light descended upon me. The 4D! It was you! Huh? Where's Mayuri? Where is she? I grabbed the 4D's shoulder, roughly shaking him right and back and forth. Left and right and back and forth. Hang on, I don't think this is right. This guy's supposed to be he's supposed to be 4 degrees C or something, right? Or I guess 4 degrees works, yeah. Yo, stop! Let go! Let go, man! Wait, what's going on, Okabe? Shut up, just keep quiet. Who else, Mayuri? Don't play stupid 4D, no, Ix! Who else Ix? And my name's not the 4D! The iChain Snake account's name is yours, admit it! Someone help me! This guy's crazy! Is that true? You really don't know? I fucking told you I don't know anything! Before you violently knocked my hands away from him when at the anything part. Oh god. He creates a short distance between us. I lowered my line of sight to see that 4D was holding something unsettling. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar, get hit, die. Thank you, game. After the succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the wait, no need to be rash pose. And I seek. Wait, no need to be rash. What do you want? You really don't know anything about the message. Okabe. Yes? What Ix sent was D-mail. Whether he's Ix or not, he wouldn't know anything about a message that won't be sent until the future, right? Hey, what are you two rambling about? Okay, so let me ask you one thing. No, let me see one thing. Your cell phone. Why the hell would I do that? I thought for about 2 seconds, and I spoke. You're always at the forefront of the street scene, so I thought you might have the coolest, most badass looking phone. That's a lie, of course. But the 4D easily fell for my ruse, relaxing into a grin and handing over his cell phone. The cell phone was a model that didn't support the carrier that Ix was using. You can believe him. I gave him an honest apology. I'm sorry about that. I had the wrong person.
Wrong person will cut it, asshole.
Now, keep your cool. By the way, 4D.
It's Shido!
Oh, right. 4 degrees C. I knew it was some abbreviation of 4 degrees. I just forgot it was Celsius.
Oh, how do you even know about me?
I know because I know. I'm not sure why. By the way, 4 degrees C, what are you doing here?
That's my line. You've been looking around here for like an hour, right? You're getting in the way of my job. Get the hell out of here. Or else you'll end up swallowed by my infernal dark aura.
What is this job? Don't tell me. Ix hired you and...
Wrong. I'm not hired by anyone. I'm the Lord of the Stylish. No one can ever dare challenge my... Oh, fuck!
That was sudden. What? What just happened? 4 degrees C caught a glimpse of something over my shoulder and turned around and ran away. What? What happened? When I turned around, I saw a police car. Oh, that's why. It drove by slowly for a bit, then moved along as if nothing had happened. Who was that guy? I may have met him in another world line. What do you mean? Sorry, I don't really know. My memories are all foggy. I don't know what kinds of world lines I've experienced this far, nor do I know what kind this one is. I was about to say, that's kind of what the player is at the moment. We've gone through so many different world lines at this point, that at this point it has become so convoluted, so mixed up, that I have no idea where to even begin with where we're at anymore. I don't know where we're at. Too many things are mixing together. Is that actually what this chapter is supposed to be about? That we've gone through so many chapters through at this point that Okabe is somehow remembering each and every one of them and everything's jumbled up in his head? I could believe it. Actually, let me ask you, do you know what kind of world line this is? That's a stupid ass question. Do you know Suzuha? Amane Suzuha? Of course, the girl that worked part-time at the Bronze Tube workshop, right? Worked? Like past? Worked. Past tense, huh? Well, she did quit a few days ago. What about Raikon's satellite? I don't see how it's related, but it suddenly disappeared. Oh, of course. Heavy weight presses down my chest. So, Suzuha's gone. Got it. Suzuha's traveled back in time. Okay, so we got that. The IBM 51 wasn't 100. The IBM 5100 was in the lab's development room. That would mean that. It was just a guess, but when confronted with the reality in front of my eyes, my chest started to hurt. Is Akiba filled with moe?
Huh?
Huh? Wait, no need to answer that. I've already seen it on my way here. Town's filled with moe-centric shops. Anime, Torno, Noana, Mandarake, Gamers, Lamtara, Melon Books, Asobit City. They're all here. Okay, so that D-mail is undone. Ferris's D-mail is undone. Got it. So, what? Is Lukaku a guy? This one might get me killed. Ignore a question, ask my own. That's what I've heard, but that has to be fake. False, right? No, he's a guy. Well, it should be a guy anyway. Otherwise, Mayuri's contact list wouldn't have listed him as Luka-kun. If he were a girl, it would the name would read Luka-chan. That's right. That's right. I remember that. I still remember when I first caught that during the first playthrough. It was just suddenly they say Luka-chan. It's like, what do you mean Luka-chan? You said that would only be if he was a girl. But okay, so that D-mail's also undone. Lukaku's D-mail's undone, and it seems so that would mean Suzuha's, Ferris's, and Lukaku's D-mails have all been undone. Done. Okay. Briefly responded, looking fed up. I couldn't understand 99% of what you just told me, but I do understand the remaining 1%. You're saying your so-called Reading Steiner was activated, right? You sent an email in some different world line and found yourself in this one as a result. The question is, why is this one so different? This is a 4% divergence. We've never, in none of the other chapters, nor any of the other games, have we ever reached a divergence of 4%. This is the first time, and yet, despite that, in all the other world lines, there was quite the substantial differences. I mean, Alpha World Line was of course the one with Suzuha, the Rounder, Suzuha coming from a dystopia, which the Rounders were, you know, they took control of the world, reduced the population to 1 billion, yada yada yada. So that was Alpha World Line, which was 0% divergence. Then there's 1% divergence, which was the World War III world line, where only 1 billion people survived the aftermath of World War III. And then there was the world line that we've never seen a 2% divergence, but we have seen 3 in this game, and 3 seemed to be kind of the most peaceful one so far. I mean, sure, there were weird things happening in them, but overall they were just peaceful. And they didn't have like the world like being ruined in the far future. But the problem with 4%, the one that we're in right now, is that it seems to just be a version of the Alpha World line. It does just seem to be the exact same as the Alpha World line. There's nothing really majorly different that I can tell. No, you're wrong, Christina. It's not that simple. Though I must admit, I only realized it myself a little while ago. I lightly push up the bridge of the glasses I'm not wearing and continue. Listen carefully, assistant. I'm most likely time leaped here. A moment of silence. Creasy froze like a villager up under a petrification spell, but she eventually let out a breath and spoke. You're lying. It's no lie. Then it's a joke, right? No. It's not a joke. I traveled back from the future of this timeline to right before 4 p.m. You mean you used a time leap machine? That's right. Why? You said we wouldn't experiment. I don't know why, or I don't remember. You didn't seem to have much trouble remembering when you were talking about that guy earlier. It seems you remember everything that occurred in other world lines. Yeah, that's right, but I don't know anything about this one. I was about to say, that's the thing. I think we may have... I feel like this is the aftermath of like... What world line? This doesn't make sense. I think we've got... I think this Okabe is from like one of the other world lines of like 1%, 2%, 3%, or 0% divergence. But they've somehow managed to end up on the 4th percent. But we've never been on the 4th percent. I pulled out the flyer from earlier and held it up in front of Kurisu's eyes. Like, what is this flyer? The Yakiba Invention Convention. I don't remember putting anything like this in my pocket. Nor that. Same with the sketchbook. Something like that shouldn't exist in our sacred future gadget laboratory. And Mayuri, I don't remember any history in which Mayuri gets kidnapped. I don't know anything. Disconnected from causality, right? As I finished my frustrated rant, Kurisu lowered her eyes and looked away slowly. An advertisement truck for a net cafe passes by, blaring its annoying message for us. Even after it had passed, things never really went silent. The bustle of the city, it bounced around in between the buildings. I failed. Failed? What are you talking about? There was a mistake transferring your memory data. Copy paste error. So it may be that your hypothesis was correct. You remember saying there is a possibility that memory data we transmit to the past could be fractured by some error, right? Are you saying I have amnesia? I don't know. I don't know, but it is a possibility. At any rate, one thing is for certain, the time leap machine is defective. No, that's not possible. It was working properly in the other world lines. Then I must have made a mistake in this world line. I must have produced some critical bug. Is that possible? I don't know at this point. I look up to see a crimson sky. The night was slowly creeping toward us from the east. Hey Okabe, I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure you don't remember anything before your time leap? I nodded. That's, well, kind of bad, isn't it? What do you mean? Like I said, you declared earlier that you wouldn't run any time leap machine experience, didn't you? But in spite of that, you used the machine to come back to just before 4 p.m. Meaning that we can assume something critical happened right before you time leaped. Something that probably forced you to use the machine. My flesh crawls at her words. Yeah, I see what she's getting at. And if here's the big issue. Normally, the time leap machine would allow us to go back in time and use the memories we have to figure out a way of changing things. The problem is that if this version of the time leap machine deletes those memories, then we're stuck in a time loop, because we'll just keep making the same mistakes over and over again, never realizing that we can't keep the memories. I felt every sweat gland on my body open up. I know I'm being persistent, but try to remember one more time. What happened before you time leaped? Or should I ask, what is about to happen? If you don't know where to start, try starting with what you were doing at this time in this world line and going on from there. I look at my watch. It's 6:13. What was I doing at this time? That's right. I went out shopping with you, Christina. Shopping? For what? For the development summit. I decided to not use the time leap machine. But we still wanted to celebrate finishing it, so we decided to throw a party and call it a development summit. That's odd. Hashi and I had already gone shopping. Yeah, that's right. In this world line you have. But in the world line I'm familiar with, you and I were the ones to go shopping. So, what happened after that, in your world line? After we finished shopping and returned to the lab, there were 3 delivery pizza boxes stacked at the top of the table. 3 of them? Who's gonna eat all that? A silly question. Hashi put away most of it, didn't he? Correct. Dara was the one who ordered the pizza while we were out shopping. And what after that? After that... During the party, we left the TV on and heard an emergency news report. Oh God. Why? This is... Oh no. What? Oh no. Oh no. What is it? What happened? The memory buried deep below the others. A scar that I thought had already peeled resurrects vividly, as if counting its way out of me. Yep. No, wait, don't panic. Just calm down. That was from another world line, right? It didn't happen here. We have a sketchbook in the lab, and where I'm carrying a flyer for an invention contest. While I managed to convince my head, I couldn't calm down the trembling in my chest. My heart's beating like crazy. Viscous sweat poured from my body. What do I do? I need to do whatever it takes to keep Myri safe. And there's only one thing to do. D-mail. We could take out my cell phone and call Daru. Daru, it's me. Oh, Green, did you find Mayushi? No, not yet, but there's one way I can. That is... It's email. I'll use D-mail. Wait, Okabe! Just shut up! Daru, get the phone with names in exchange ready ASAP. Okay, who and where are we sending it to? We're sending it to my cell phone. The time, when was the last time you're sure Myra was in the lab? 3:16. I checked my cell phone call history earlier, so I'm sure of it. What do you mean? I remember that
that when I was shopping with Akaseshi earlier. I gave Mayushi a call. Akaseshi and I were arguing about which snacks to get, so I called Mayushi to pick for us.
And you're sure she was in the lab at the time?
Yep, when I asked her not at Lukashi's place yet, she told me I'm heading out in a little bit.
Alright, then send a demo to the time. I'll leave them out to you.
Roger! Good thing we magic modded it.
Magic mod? What is he talking about? I asked but received no response. Doridori let go of the cell phone. It seems like he's making preparations. Oh god, what is happening in this timeline with the phone wave? That's the thing that's being changed the most during this timeline. The phone wave is not the same. Whatever, I know what I need to do. I have to write a email. Decided to borrow Mayuri's cell phone since mine was occupied with the call off to Daru. This recipient is, of course, the phone wave name subject to change. It's my message. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. Hey, Okabe, you need to calm down and think about this. I am calm. You don't look it. The utmost priority right now is to secure Mayuri's safety. We still haven't determined that she's been kidnapped, but at this point the facts didn't matter. As long as I send this email, Mayuri will...
Okay, we're ready.
Alright, phone wave is subject to change. Activate. I hear the spattering sound of sparks from the phone.
Here comes the electrical discharge!
Roger. I take Mayuri's cell phone and press send. This is a bad idea. Uh-oh. Okay, so it did change, but not by a whole lot. Where am I? The faded world distorts into forms. Where am I? Why are we here? A piercing pain explodes deep inside my ears, and I grip my teeth. I lose balance and grasp into a nearby roadside tree. I can feel people's suspicious eyes on me from all around. My dizziness eventually subsided and the world regained its color. I let go of the tree, shook my head, and looked around in a circle. This is in front of UDX. And right behind me. Why are you here?
Yama, what's wrong, ya?
A cat girl was standing there. Ferris, why are you here?
What do you mean, why? We've been here all along, ya.
I didn't quite understand the situation. I wasn't even sure why I was here in the first place. However, I certainly knew what had happened. Reading Steiner, the world line had changed. Right, Mayuri. What happened to Mayuri? I looked to my left as I mutter. Mayuri's cell phone, which I held in my hand just a minute ago, had disappeared. Checking my pockets yielded only that flyer and my cell phone. I opened it up and called Mayuri. Mayuri? Ah!
It's Mayushi!
Yay! That was the... Mayuri! Mayuri!
Ocarine, you're so loud. Are you mad at me?
I'm not mad. Of course I wasn't mad. As I take a deep sigh of relief, I put my hand back on the nearby tree. Mayuri, where are you?
The lab. I went back. My cell phone battery died, so I couldn't contact you. Sorry.
I don't really know what she's talking about.
By the by, Christian's at the lab too. She just got back.
It's getting more confusing. But whatever. Mayuri's on the phone with me now. I know where she is. The lab. Mayuri is at the lab. That's enough for me. Mayuri, stay at the lab. Don't go anywhere, okay?
Okay.
Well, after I hung up, I give Ferris, who was standing there puzzled, a simple farewell, then rushed to the lab. Sorry, Ferris. I arrive in front of the Braun Tube workshop. I fly up the stairs beside it and throw open the door. Mayuri! I step inside to see... Yippee! Mayuri, with her hands covered in breadcrumbs.
Welcome back, Ocarine.
After she greeted me, Mayuri starts chewing on the breadcrumbs stuck to her fingertips. cold lump that was in my chest melts away. As I let out a large breath, I wipe the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. Mayuri, there is a flaw in your rhetoric. That greeting is simply tautology. The repetition of the same word slash similar meaning words. For example, an apple is an apple, or my headache hurts. The term also refers to statements that are true by virtue of its logical form. For example, I know you love me. I'm sure you spend your nights thinking about me. I'm sure if you're not thinking about me, that would mean that you don't love me. Thank you, game. Effective use of language to make an impressive effect on the listener. An English word that can refer to occupied land or land that's been ruled over. In computer language, is used to differentiate between different computers or networks that exist over a broader network. Domain name is the correct term in email addresses. Everything after the @ is the domain name. For example, in sidekick257 at taboo.co.jp, the taboo.co.jp is the domain name. Ugh.
What?
Welcome back green equals welcome back plus Ocarine, yes? Thus, welcome back green Ocarine means welcome back plus Ocarine even times 2, making it grammatically awkward.
I guess so, but it's kind of like Maze Queen plus Neon Squared, so I thought, sounds kind of cute.
Mayuri gives me a carefree smile. Her logic is beyond me, but that's a good thing. These unpredictable interactions are the true essence of this lab, and provide the serendipity necessary for gadget lab development. What's more, I was simply happy to regain our usual everyday life. So, why does your hand look like a Huddy man? A what? A hand-shaped monster that appears in a hyper-popular role-playing game. The hand comes out of the ground to attack the hero. It is capable of summoning more monsters in the battle. Is this a reference to Dragon Quest? Because I remember, and I know about a monster in Dragon Quest games that's literally just a hand that looks like it's made out of mud. Is that what this is referencing? Cool if so.
Oh, this? These are breadcrumbs.
I can see that. I'm asking why.
I was helping Daru.
Mayuri's breadcrumb-ridden fingertips point toward the kitchen. When I turn to look, I see a man resembling a barrel standing in front of the stove. Damn. It was Daru. With his back hunched, he looked even more like a barrel than usual. What are you doing, Daru?
I was inspired by Maine-chan.
Maine-chan?
Maine-chan is the cooking idol of my SMH.
What did you just tell me? Did you just cast a hex on me? A children's cooking show broadcasts on weekdays. The protagonist, Mine, Komemitsu Ine, is a doll with a soul who hopes to one day become a real human girl by learning how to cook. When a human eats her food, they drop cheek sap, visible only to Mine. She collects the sap and delivers it to a witch. It's said witch has promised to turn her into a real human if she collects enough to fill up her pot. The show contains the anime section and the live action section. The anime bits follow the above story, while the live action bits follow the actual voice actress as she makes the dishes seen in the anime in front of a studio audience. Okay. Meaning?
We're cooking for the development summit. We went and bought snacks array, but that's hardly enough, is it?
At this point in our game of conversation catch, we've thrown the ball back and forth 3 times, but I still haven't the foggiest idea what he's talking about. I ask a follow-up question. Why do you need to cook?
Am I not allowed to cook?
You can, but what about the pizza? I remember that in the other world line, Daru was supposed to have ordered 3 pizzas for delivery. I would think that they would be more I would think that those would more than suffice to feed the development summit. Then Mayuri answered. Mayuri spoke with her hands still up in the air like a surgeon.
These are as close to
Pizza Rat? Pizza delivery chain. Its mascot is a rat nibbling on some cheese. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, actually, first off, hang on. That, I feel like that's a Chuck E. Cheese reference, but disregarding that, that doesn't make sense. What? Why would that place be closed? If it was open before, then why would it be closed now? I don't imagine how much did D-mail change for it to be closed? Closed? Is today a holiday or something?
No, they didn't plan it or anything, but they had to close due to an incident apparently.
Dar nods with his back still turned to me.
I wonder what happened. Did he run out of pizza sauce or...
This is impossible. Where's Karisu?
Anyway, Pizza Hut's closed. So when Maishi said I want Kitchen Jiro Menchie's katsu instead, Darkun said, then I'll make them.
Melanie-chan was actually making menchikatsu on yesterday's show, so I had to record it onto a hard disk, so I figured I could make it along with her as I rewatched it.
That's why Maishi decided to help out.
I look at the TV to see a cute girl, supposedly Mina-chan, frozen in place with her index finger pointed up. They pause their recording. Dar returns to his position in front of the stove and checks the oil temperature inside the tempura pot. Mayuri goes back to her spot too. Standing next to Daro, she sprinkles breadcrumbs over meatballs mixed with flour and egg. I want to know where Karisu is. Is it okay for me to leave them to their own devices? Can I check something? Okay, so this isn't still there. A moment of worry enters my mind. Where's Karisu and all? Yes, thank you! I peek into the development room and... she's there. Okay, never mind, we're good. Karisu's sitting in front of a PC monitor, typing away at the keyboard. I sneak up behind her. Did you get first post? Miss Cody Gohan and Kamehameha. But how'd you know? Karisu in a rush shuts off the monitor and stands up with her arms spread open and what's behind her. With my demon eyes, seeing through such flimsy secrets is a piece of cake.
It's not like browsing at channel. Oh, I was just looking something up.
Looking something up? The time leap machine is already complete. What more do you need to look up? Karisu bites her lip, looking annoyed. Her eyes wandered as she looked for some way to change the subject. Anyway, good for you. What is? How about Mayuri? I'm clueless. Yeah, what are you talking about? She's not supposed to know anything but the ransom note, or that Mayuri has gone missing in the Nar timeline. Karisu, do you somehow remember why? And it's not just Karisu. There's no way Dara or Mayuri would know. I peek over at the kitchen. The two of them sing along joyfully as they flatten their meatballs.
First you fry, then you try menchikatsu.
Here comes the cabbage bean.
Maishi, what is a cabbage beam?
Huh? You don't know, Daru? The cabbage bean is...
Peace of return to our everyday life. These peaceful days would crumble at the slightest divergence in the world line. I understood that all too well. What if something happens after this? There's no guarantee that it won't. To make sure we're prepared, I may need to explain things to Karisu at least. With this on my mind, I turned back towards the development room and spoke. Karisu. Hey, Christina. Do you have a moment? I led Karisu down the city arcade and out to the front of the Braun Tube workshop. What's so important that you had to take me out here? Well, the truth is... I told Karisu about my experience in the previous world lines. There's no way to do so without mentioning that I time leap, but for some reason Karisu accepted that with little hesitation. Today, in a different world line, the workshop next to us is supposed to close early, but in this one, they're still open. Inside, the lights shine bright, and the 42-inch CRT in the back is turned on. The owner, Mr. Braun, is also present. He stands imposingly as he watches the news. I see. I understand. I hate to say this after such a thorough explanation, but this is actually the second time I've heard this. What do you mean? What? Second time? What? How does that make sense? What? How? Yep, second time. Anyway, I understand the gist of the situation. I also understand what's happened to you. But there's one thing I want to confirm. What happened to the D-mail? The ransom message that Ix sent? Good question. What happened to that? Is it... Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. It's gone. It's completely gone. Yeah, it should be gone. Mayuri hasn't been abducted in this timeline. Or so I think as I open my cell phone. Yeah, it's gone. As I thought, the ransom letter with that X sent via D-mail had disappeared without a trace. Looks like it's gone. But then, what doesn't make sense is why have I told you the story twice now? It doesn't make sense. What? I suddenly realized Carice was standing next to me. She looks at my cell phone screen and sees something that catches her attention. Hey, where are these messages? They also look like a D-mail. It must be the D-mail I sent from my Mayuri's phone in the previous world line. I open the messages to confirm. Kidnapping. Ins to stop kidnapping. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. It was just as we thought. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. When my past self saw this email, it must have set us on a path to this world line. That's why Mayuri is in the lab right now. That's why she's able to stand in the kitchen and sing a song about Menchikatsu. There are no problems. Absolutely none. Except for the one thing that bugged me. Odd. What is? These 3 messages are all received at 3:20 p.m. today. I sent these messages around 6:20 in the previous world line. But I let Dara decide where in time we should send them to. He told me he was sure Mayuri was in the lab at 3:16, so that's when I wanted the D-mails to be sent. And you're saying they ended up being sent to 3:20 instead? Oh dear. Wait. What? You're right. Why is it... What? Why is it different then? Is it just a slight error? Yeah. So, what's so odd about that? The phone wave name subject change is supposedly only able to adjust its time in increments of 1 hour. How far a D-mail is sent back in time is based on the timer. 1 second on the timer corresponds to 1 hour of time. By the way, assistant, how many hours back from 6:20 is 3:20? 3. Correct, which means Dara set the phone wave name subject change timer to 3 seconds. Oh, wait, you're right. I think I see the problem. Is the problem that... How the heck did he manage to send... Is the problem that we're having here the fact that somehow he's managed to get it down to minutes changed? Or something? I'm not sure. However, based on the experiment thus far, we have determined that it is impossible to send a D-mail 1 hour back. That is because if the timer on the phone wave name subject change is set for only 1 second, it doesn't stay active long enough for the electric discharge to occur. So what if it's set for 3 seconds? Does the electric discharge occur during those 3 seconds? Furthermore, during that window of time, I would have needed to press send on Mayuri's phone. What do you think? Could I have possibly press send within 3 seconds of Dara activating the phone wave name subject change? The answer is no, but it definitely took more than 3 seconds, but for some reason... So, what's going on here? Okay, I get it. That's enough, please stop talking. Do you wanna know why? Why? It's easy. The phone wave was upgraded to convert 1 second on the timer to real 1 second in real time. When was this happen? That's why the demo was successfully sent to 3 hours in the past. 3 hours is 180 minutes. Hashiya just set the timer to 180 seconds. 180 seconds. 180 seconds is enough time to generate a electrical charge. So that's how it is. Carice nods. So it was just upgraded. What? Who upgraded it? Me, of course. Then may I ask why you didn't make that upgrade in other world lines? That's a hard question to answer, but maybe I didn't have enough money? The upgrade phone wave uses a very expensive and rare component. Perhaps I wasn't able to get it in the other world lines and gave up. Then how did you manage to procure that amount of money in this world line? I used the remaining funds from the Magic Mod project. What is the Magic Mod project? Magic Mod project? Wait a minute, you're telling me you don't know about that either? The Future Gadget Magic Mod project. You don't remember proposing that? Come to think of it, Dora mentioned it when preparing for the D-mail. He said something like, good thing we magic modded it. Yeah, what is this? But he never clarified what he was talking about. I narrowed my eyes as I asked Karisu, what is this? I have no idea what you're talking about. I guess you really don't remember. I bet it's because of the reading Steiner. Seems that way. Then what about the Akiba invention contest? Remember that? Did we win that? Wait. Please don't tell me we used the... Oh no. Please don't tell me that we actually just... Don't tell me that we entered a contest and put the Foam Wave name exchange up as part of the contest. Please tell me we did not do that. Because if we did that, that just means we showed the entire world what a time machine is, how to make... Oh god. Oh, I know what that is. I take the flyer from my pocket and unfold it for Karisu. Then you just save me a lengthy explanation. It's all in the flyer. So we won it. That's not gonna cut it. Can you give me the full rundown? Basically, you showed up with this flyer one day and said, we're gonna enter this contest. I'm guessing you had yen signs in your eyes. Such rudeness. An upstanding man like me would be much more drawn to the recognition than to the fame, the money. Well, either way, we decided to enter a bunch of junk we had lying around the lab. Don't call our inventions junk. You sure seem to think they were at the time. We said, no, these are all worthless as they are now. There's no way we'll win the grand prize. We have to modify them. That's when the Future Gadget Magic Mod project began. Or so I hear. I wasn't there to witness that myself. Apparently the Magic Mod project started a month ago, before I was even part of the lab. According to Karisu, under my proposed Magic Mod project, the following improvements have been made to our gadgets. Okay, here we go. First of all, Future Gadget number 1, the Bit Particle Gun, was originally able to change channels on a TV in sequential order. But apparently, with the additional button on top of that clip, it can now turn the TV on and off too. Okay. Next, regarding Future Gadget number 2, the Bamboo Helicam. This problem-child device is made up of a bamboo toy helicopter and a CCD camera attached to its fulcrum. However, the camera spins around as the copter does, viewing the footage can make the observer nauseous. Then came the implementation of a gyro sensor. With this, we prevent the camera from spinning, making stable, non-spinning videos possible. Okay, so we just made it an actual drone. Got it. For Future Gadget number 3, could this be Aura Aura? We included an additional function to measure the pH of a test subject's saliva. Thanks. This gadget is a so-called lie detector, determining whether the test subject was lying or not based on the sweat in their thumb. But with this additional function, the credibility of this device improved, apparently succeeding in making this device look even more like a real lie detector. Future Gadget number 4, Moed Snake, received no particular upgrades. Apparently because it looked dangerous, determined that there was no way it could win the grand prize and exclude it from the project. It's because that one looks like a freaking claymore! I present to you, ladies and gentlemen of science, a claymore! It just explodes as he just drops it on the table. The list continues. Future Gadget number 5. Once again, I made something worthless by Goemon. It was a unique marriage between a hairdryer and a vacuum cleaner. We installed an air purifier into this device. By cleaning the exhausted air, the mod made it into an eco-friendly gadget. Future Gadget number 6, Silum Saber, had a fatal flaw where the fake blood inside would solidify after it had been lit up. Through the Magic Pod project, this defect has been resolved. The fake blood never solidifies and the texture is even more realistic, apparently. This would have been so nice during... This would have been so nice during the true ending, you know? Because remember when the Silum Saber failed on us and it stopped working early? And then we had to have Okabe slit his own stomach open in order to make the fake death appear. I swear. Last but perhaps most impressive is Future Gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. What was once made up of 6-inch CRT TVs was now composed of super high-resolution sheet-type OLED displays. An LED screen comprised of an organic TFT and EL device to integrate into a flexible plastic film. Potential hydrogen numeric scale used to measure the acidity or alkalinity of a substance. A person's saliva typically sits at around 6.8, almost neutral. However, when a person lies due to their being in a nervous state, the secretion of saliva is suppressed, causing a pH value to become more acidic. First, yeah. We already know how Gyrosin. It uses 12 pentagonal displays and 20 hexagonal displays, making a truncated icosahedron, much like a regular soccer ball. Thanks, game. Despite being called an icosahedron, it doesn't actually have 20 faces, but rather 12 pentagonal faces and 20 regular hexagonal faces, making for a total of 32 faces. It's still referred to as an icosahedron because of the 12 vertices, typically associated with soccer balls. At each corner of each display is installed a high-performance widescreen CCD camera. The images captured by these cameras are displayed on the screen opposite. The only drawback, apparently, is extremely long boot-up time. That would require an awful lot of funding, especially if there was enough left over to upgrade the phone wave names up each change. Who could have given us that much money? That's... Before she could answer... A slicing scream echoed through the air. Mayuri! It's Mayuri's voice, coming from above us. When I look up, I see flickering inside the window. That gleaming red light could only be... Fire! Okabe, hurry! Kurisu dashes up the staircase, and I follow close behind. Please, why? Fire! Kurisu and I throw open the door of the lab, and are immediately pushed back by an intense wave of heat. Why is there fire? What have you two done? What happened in here? I don't know! The room was filled with dark smoke. Visibility was poor, and I could hardly see even a few meters in front of me. Mayuri! Daru! Where are you? I called their names as loud as I can. A response came quickly. Over here! I crouched down and peeked below the smoke. The room is divided by a wall of fire. And beyond the blazing flames was Mayuri. She's trembling like a small animal. The flames are blocking her path over to me. Wait right there! I'll come get you! Okay. Where's Ashida? I'm right here. Dar was standing right next to me. How? How did you two set the kitchen on fire? Set the building on fire? He's flustered, completely at a loss for what to do in this situation. I'm not gonna ask him what happened just yet. Saving Mayuri comes first. Kurisu, call 119. Hurry. I'm on it. Dara, go downstairs and evacuate the owner. Okay. My lab coat was already off. Holding in one hand, I ran for the kitchen sink. I turned on the faucet and soaked my coat in water. Green. I see what he's doing. That actually might be a pretty good idea. A weak voice from beyond the fire. I can hear Mayuri calling me. But I didn't take the time to respond. I covered myself in the soaked lab coat, and without hesitation, I jumped into the fire. It hurts a lot. When I busted through the wall of flames, right in front of me was Mayuri. Mayuri, you okay? Yeah, how about you, Green? Don't worry about me. Flames of such meager a magnitude cannot burn you in Kyoma. But your cheeks are singed. Who cares? This is just suntan. As I spoke, I took off my lab coat and draped it over Mayuri's head. I wrapped it around her front to cover her entire body. You look like a ghost on Halloween. Or perhaps a criminal being taken into custody by the police. We don't have time for this ridiculous small talk. Come on, let's go, Mayuri. I picked Mayuri up and jumped through the flames once more. I run down the stairs and come in front of the Brontube workshop. The fire has already drawn a crowd. Roaring at the front of it was the owner. He was swinging his massive arms around as if he was ready to beat the hell out of me any second. Listen, I don't know what happened, man. Dora was trying desperately to calm him down. I didn't do anything! What did I do? I was just trying to save Mayuri. He held onto the owner's upper body and planted his feet.
Hey, Okabe, what the hell did you do? Look at this mess!
For some reason, he's blaming me. What did I do? Well, it's true that I am the CEO of the lab, so I guess it is my responsibility. Then, as if she could read my thoughts, Mayuri spoke.
It's all Mayushi's fault. Because Mayushi dumped water in the tempura pot that was on fire. Oh no. Mayuri, no! Mayuri. You don't put water on an oil fire. There was oil. You don't do that. No. This is Mayuri's fault. The fire went boom and the pot flipped over and I'm sorry, O'Green. I'm sorry, Christian. I'm so sorry. Wait, don't apologize yet. Before that, can you tell us why the oil in the tempura pot started to burn? Were you not watching it closely? I was watching a recording of Mighty-chan's show. Mayushi was on the phone with Shinichi.
Shinichi? I'm about to say that's a new name.
Nakase's Shinichi. Fubuki's older brother. Fubuki's brother is a cosplayer. He works at a pawn shop.
It's stupid of me to ask. All this information was trivial. But the mystery was resolved. We now knew how the fire broke out. First of all, after putting the tempura pot in the burner, Daru got swept away by Mayuri-chan's show. Meanwhile, Mayuri was busy on the phone with this Fubuki's brother person, so she too was ignoring the pot. The temperature of the oil in the ignored pot rose to its boiling point and started to vaporize. Then the flames from the gas stove reacted with the vapor, turning into a giant column of flame. And then Mayuri! Afraid Mayuri instinctively threw water at it in hopes of putting the fire out. You don't put water in oil. Oil fires don't work like that. It just spreads it. That is the only forbidden action one must never take against an oil flame. Exactly. You want to create an explosive, basically? The water instantly evaporates and the resulting explosion sprays oil in all directions. You're lucky that you're not dead right now, Mayuri. Which is surprising, considering the amount of times you've died in this series. The number of times that we've probably watched you die in this series alone is probably upwards in the dozens. And I mean on-screen deaths. I know for a fact that she's died like 100 times, like canonically, hundreds of times. But in terms of on-screen deaths, that probably rounds up into the dozens. From a distance, I can see the siren of a fire truck. I stand there, vacantly looking up at the lab. The fire shows no signs of waning. Well, there goes everything. No more time leaping, no more demail. Just pain. In fact, it keeps growing harsher and harsher. All those gadgets were magic modded down to the drain. All those gadgets we magic modded down the drain. Creasy mutters.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm not too worried about those. I'm sorry about all the treasures we've collected.
I suddenly realized that Daru was standing next to us. The owner had run to the workshop to grab what looked like important documents and ran away somewhere. What treasures? Kreese inquires. Daru, looking at the second floor window, absentmindedly responded.
I'm talking about the scab.
Not now. Scab?
The sketchbook.
Stop.
It was packed full of drawings by Oma-san, Itanoi-san, and Mutsu-san, Umichika-san, Kanjiro-san, Nananura-san, Hinoita-san, Yuki-san, Fukutomo-san, and Huke-san. And that's not all, there were other illustrations from famous artists in there. But in the fire, it's toast. I bet it's all burned away. Oh no.
You're the one that caused this. I wanted to scream, but I managed to choke back my words. Scolding Daru is pointless. Either way, what's done can't be undone. What's done can't be undone. What's done Can't be undone? Right. That's right. What am I doing waiting around? At this rate, the phone wave needs subject to change, and the complete time leap machine will be burned to ash. Since we can't guarantee that Myri won't be kidnapped, it would be really bad if I couldn't send the D-mail or time leap anymore. And furthermore, the lab houses a countless number of our precious memories. Won't let some poor oil destroy our holy sanctuary, our grand future gadget laboratory. I'm going in! My feet had started moving before I could think. Confidently ascend steps of the staircase. Wait, Akali, what are you doing? What am I doing? Foolish question. There's only one thing left to do. Extinguish the fire. With time! I open the door and enter the lab once again. I put a nearby lab coat over my head and jump into the fire. I leap through the wall of flame and tumble into the development room. Luckily, the fire hasn't reached this area. The foam wave name subject change is safe. Now to deal with the fire. I will put it out. I shall extinguish it. I had two options. Leap through time or send a D-mail. There's risk involved with the former. The time leap machine is defective, Kreese told me that in a previous world line. Come to think of it, maybe the time leap machine's malfunctions were caused by the magic mods. Maybe when the improvements to the foam wave name subject change were made, the copy and pasting of the memory data stopped working properly. At any rate, there's no room for error. I must choose an option with guaranteed success. And that's D-mail. I will send a D-mail. The recipient will be my cell phone. The time will be 3:22. Oh. It's 3:20 when the Keep Myri In message arrives, so I decided to send this one immediately after. Just because it's possible that the Keep Myri In message could be deleted if I send a new one earlier. I have to experiment with the idea of erasing demos like that, but for now I decided that I'm better safe than sorry. The message looks like this. Foam wave. Stop summit. Use no fire. Lab will burn. After I type it up, I proceed to set the timer to 240 seconds and activate. It's currently 7:22, so in order to send a D-mail to 3:22, the timer should be 240 seconds. Electricity had already begun to discharge. I selected the recipient. All I need to do now is press send. I raised my arm and shouted, "Tremble, right arm of mine. I call upon our contract to issue my command. Kindle this frenzied flame of crimson!" And I press the button. Boop. There we go. Alright. Change to 4.53. Why am I back here? Oh god. The world trembles. My vision wavers. My heart felt as though an evil dwarf was running around inside it and breaking things. It's okay. It's just the usual dizziness. It will soon subside. After waiting for things to settle down, I slowly surveyed my surroundings. A stranger stands in front of me. Who is he? I did not recognize the man at all, but he stands and stares at me. It's creepy. He doesn't seem like someone I should get involved with. Casually try to make my way out of his line of sight. Once more, I take in my surroundings. Coin lockers in front of Daibiru. One of them's broken into, you know. As usual, I didn't understand what I was doing there. There's no question that my reading Steiner is activated. The world line has changed. Suddenly, the something about the stacked coin lockers caught my eye. Yeah, the door of the locker in the bottom left corner is severely deformed. My curiosity draws me near. I squat down and take a peek inside. Empty. There's nothing inside. So what? The locker is of no concern. More importantly, the lab. I have to check on the lab. I took off running in its direction. Hey, wait! It may have been the man from earlier, but by the time his voice reached my back, I didn't care. I kept running without turning back. 7:31 p.m. I arrive in front of the Braun Tube workshop. I put my hands on my knees, gather my breath, and look up above me. It's out. Fire is extinguished. There is no crackling red light behind the window. There are no crowds, and Mr. Braun is just watching some variety TV show on his 42-inch CRT television as if nothing had happened. Phew. I take a deep breath with my hand on my chest. I wipe the sweat off my forehead and climb on the steps to the lab. What? I got stun locked so hard just seeing this. What happened? Before I could say, something strange robbed me of my speech. An unexpected sight rushed up to me to greet me as I opened the door. What? Why? What is this? Bright red blood battered around the room. The blood was not yet dry, still glossy and wet. Calm down. Calm down. Think. What the hell could have happened? I sent a D-mail in the previous world line and moved over to this world line. My D-mail likely canceled Development Summit, but that would have erased the lab fire. In its place... I look at my watch. It's 7:34. Don't tell me. The Rounders raided us. No, they can't be. That's not possible. That's not... That was a different world line. There's nothing different. Then what do I make of all this blood? Whose is it? Come to think of it, where are the lab mems? There wasn't a trace of anyone in the room. No Mayuri, no Kurisu, no Daru. I ran over to the development room, but it was empty too. They weren't here. There's no blood in the development room. There was something I didn't recognize. A single piece of paper on the table. I take a look at it. It was a memo. Promissory contract. The donation pan Oten hereinafter Party A and Rentaro Kabi hereinafter Party B hereby enter a monetary expenditure loan contract in agreement with the following terms. Section 1. Effective date. A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. Section 2. B shall repay A the 3 million yen loan mentioned in the previous section by August 11, 2011, either in person or via bank transfer. Section 3. Interest shall be 0% until September 11th, 2010. Any repayments remaining after this day shall incur interest at the rate of 10% per day, 10 days. August 12th. Further down on the debtor party B line, there was a signature and initials. The signature read, Okabe Rentaro, in what was unmistakably my own handwriting. Madness. 3 million. I don't remember borrowing such a ridiculous sum. Coughing at the absurd promissory contract, I rip it up and toss the pieces into the trash. And then I noticed. Up until now, I hadn't taken a look at myself and noticed the anomaly. Blood. It's blood. My hands are covered with blood. And it's not just my hands. Examining myself further, I found blackish red blood stains all over my clothes. What the hell? What happened? My hand trembles as I take out my phone. I need to know where the lab mems were. I forced my shaking fingers to call Mayuri. Mayuri? Silence. Not so much as a ring. And a moment later, a robotic voice gives me a message. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please leave your name and a message after the beep. It's me, Mayuri. Call me as soon as you get this. I then proceed to call Kurisu, then Daru, only to get the same result. No ring. Just a robotic message. Damn it, what's going on? In my rage, I kicked a nearby shelf. If their phones didn't ring, that means they must be off, or they have no signal, or they're already... What happened? Shaking the terrible thoughts out of my head as I catch a glimpse under the table. There's set the phone wave name subject change in the time leap machine. Time leaping. It took me no time to decide. I don't believe a mere D-mail will solve anything at this point. Even if I manage to avert one tragedy using a D-mail, there's no guarantee that I'd be able to do so a second or third time. My experiences in other world lines have been proof of that. So I'm leaping. I will perform a time leap. Solve this problem by getting to the root of what happened in this lab. I can't see any other way to make things right. Krisu said that the time leap machine was defective, but it only failed to transmit my memory data once. It might not happen this time. It's worth a shot. In order to prevent this worst case scenario, I must sleep at any cost. Activate the X68000 and adjust the settings. The magic mod improvements should have been applied to the time leap functionality as well, so... 120 minutes. I'll leap back at 2 hours. I thought 1 hour would be too recent, and 3 hours would be too far back. So I chose the time in between. I put on the headgear. The fear of losing my memory again crept into my thoughts, but I shut my eyes tightly and pushed it away. I've already decided. There's no turning back. The preparations are complete. All I need to know... Excuse me, sorry. The preparations are complete. All I need to do now is to activate the device. I raised my right hand and roared. Come forth, Zurvan. A pact compels you. Bring me through the gate of time and into the past. Here we go. Noise pierces my eardrums. I feel like a piece of shattered glass is being driven into every wrinkle of my brain. My vision undulates wildly for a moment, then gradually stabilizes. There's no blood. My dizziness thankfully taking the pain in my head with it. The lab. I didn't need to look around to figure out where I was. The usual scenery was right before my eyes. In my right hand was a cell phone. My left hand was empty. Fine. Empty is fine. Both my hands were clean, and there were no bloodstains on my clothes. I look at my watch. 5:41. Did the time leap work? What about my memory? The fact that the question surfaced at all was a sign that it succeeded. I remember everything before the time leap. I could recall everything in vivid detail, even the shape of the splatters of blood all over the room. Ugh. But why? But now that blood is nowhere to be seen. The wall, the floor, the sketchbook on the table.
Hey, Green, what are you doing?
I heard a voice behind me. I turned around to see Mayuri standing there with a puzzled look on her face. Mayuri. I'm struck by the sudden urge to embrace her. But I just barely managed to hold myself back. I thought I'd assumed her safety from the lack of blood in the room. Though I'd assume her safety from the lack of blood in the room, seeing her as confirmation. The tension in my heart slowly began to relax. I sigh lightly so Mayuri doesn't suspect a thing. I could ask you that, Mayuri. What brings you here?
What do you mean? I've been here with you all along. Oh, weird question.
I held back from mentioning anything about my reading Steiner or making a time leap. She probably wouldn't understand if I tried to explain. I had my head earlier, so I can't remember anything that happened in the past few hours. Then Mayuri said,
Huh? Are you okay? You should probably see a doctor.
Oh no, don't worry, Mayuri. It's not that bad. If you merely refresh my memory, I'm sure I'll remember. So, what's the story?
Let's see. You were looking at the costume I finished, imagining Luka-kun wearing it and laughing like hehehe.
Wait, you mean to tell me you went to Lukaku's place?
Nope, I didn't go, because you told me you were under no circumstances to leave this place, Green.
What about my assistant and Daru? They don't seem to be in the lab.
Nope, they're not. They haven't come back yet. Well, actually, they might not even come back until tomorrow. Darkun told me you are the phone that he was going to see a movie in Ginza. You know they're showing Code Geass in theaters now, right? He said he's gonna see the 6 o'clock showing. As for Christian, I'm not sure, but I don't think she's coming back.
Why?
Because she was upset.
Why was that?
Because Ocarina suddenly said the development summit is cancelled. Christian and Darkun were both out shopping for it, but you suddenly called them and said it was cancelled.
Ah, now I get it. In order to confirm this, I pulled my cell phone out and checked the mail inbox. Cancel the summit. Honestly, I'm surprised that we canceled it at all. I thought I would have figured the better option would just be to tell past us, like, check tempora. Do not let tempora burn. To stop kidnapping. Stop summit. Use no fire. Lab will burn. I sent the 3 emails at the bottom, or more actually the 1 email split into 3 parts, from Mayuri's phone in the first world line. At the top are the ones I sent in the subsequent world line in order to prevent the fire. Having received these emails around 3:20, I seem to have followed their instructions to a T. First, I stopped Mayuri from going out and confined her to the lab. Then I called Karisu and Daru to declare that the summit was cancelled. It's no surprise that that would upset them, though. Now that I think about it, is Mayuri aware for kidnapping? Did my past self tell Mayuri don't go anywhere or you'll be kidnapped? Judging by her demeanor, that doesn't seem to be the case. Her relaxed, carefree smile doesn't show even a trace of urgency. That's the way she always is. Her smile is hardly evidence.
Green, do you want some Mitarashi Dango?
In a blink, Mayuri had a pack of Mitarashi Dango. Wait a minute. Don't try and slip that past me, game. Dango? Dango? You mean, like the stuff that Mayuri was unable to make? Or something? Wasn't Mayuri unable to know how to make dango? Because of, like, not keeping her promise to her grandma? Before she died? So that's one of the 3 packs commonly sold in convenience. Oh, never mind. Never mind. You're right, game. Mayuri had already grabbed one of the 3 skewers. 2 left. To eat or not to eat? To eat. As I reached out to grab one, suddenly an image resurfaced from the back of my mind. Brought back by the sticky glossiness of the Mitarashi Dango. Blood, right? Yep, blood. Fresh blood all over the lab's floors and wall. Wait. Okay, now part of me is actually half hoping this isn't actually blood. Please tell me this is just sauce. Whose blood was that? If what Mayuri says is true, then Karisu and Daru will not come back to the lab today. And it can only be one person. Mayuri, put that Mitarashi Dango down right now.
I've already started eating it.
No, not the one you're working on. Put the other 2 down on the table.
Why?
Because we're heading out.
For what?
Just because. If we stay here, there's a risk we'll be attacked by someone. No, not a risk, a certainty.
But you said you are to under no circumstances leave this place, so Green. Twice.
Twice?
Yeah, first when we got a message on your phone, and second when Mayushi got a message. You said it when I showed you this one.
Mayuri said as she faced her cell phone screen towards me. Wait, what? No going out, lab is safe, fight... Oh no, it's getting too convoluted. Now it's Ferris from Ferris. What? Fight. I don't know. Is this supposed to be like a... I don't know. She received at 3:26. There's too many emails going around.
4 minutes after I received the Stop Summit message. This email was sent to Mayuri's cell phone at that time. There are too many freaking emails being sent! Yes, this email composed of 3 messages of 12 1-bit characters each. It's clear that it had been sent from the future of a different world line. What is BLKHD? BLKHD... Blackhead, maybe? No, that seems both unnatural and unnecessary. Isn't that just like a pimple? Why would staying in the lab help protect us against bad skin and fight? I envisioned myself putting a massive, poorly washed nose into a grapevine stretch. What? It's so surreal that it made my eye twitch. Ugh. The message alone is enough to baffle, but there was another peculiar thing about it. It was from Ferris! The sender. Ferris. Ferris-chan is how Mayuri addresses Ferris. Why? Why is the kitty girl sending the email? What is happening? Okay, this is a problem we've never had before, and it's starting to become exceedingly confusing. Too many people are sending too many D-mails at this point. We're creating a new timeline composed entirely of D-mail. Mystery, mystery, mystery. All this nonsense was enough to make my brain short out and the shower sparks. I'm the same! There's another element that confused me. 2 sentences written in the D-mail. No going out. Lab is safe. They threw me. Yeah, there's no question that we'll be attacked by some enemy if we stay here. But the D-mail that Ferris sent says that the lab is safe. And the strong wording of the no going out message only hammers it home. What do I do? What do I do? My thoughts were interrupted by high-pitched electronic sound blaring from Mayuri's phone. A red message window pops up on the screen. No remaining battery life, shutting off. A few seconds later, Mayuri's cell phone went black. The battery died. Charge your phone. By the way, Ocarina, can you nerd me Tarashi Dango? Mayuri asks, her mouth covered in tear sauce. I sighed my response. Do whatever you want. We still have time. The blood in the lab didn't look to have been there for very long. Whatever tragedy occurred likely happened only 15 minutes before I entered labs, maybe 30. Even if I thought the attack was an hour before I arrived, we still have 40 minutes or so left. With that in mind, I decided that my internal time limit is a half of that, 20 minutes. I need to decide our course of action within that time. Do we stay here, or do I run away somewhere with Mayuri? We'll stay here until our 28 minutes is up. However, given my uncertainty, I decided to check on the phone wave name exchange / time leap machine just in case. I pointed myself in the direction of the development room, and a certain piece of paper caught my eye. The promissory contract. The document that I had ripped to shreds sat torn on my desk. That's not a surprise. Of course it's been reconstructed. I did time leap after all. Once again, I pick up this obnoxious document and stare it down. Effective today, A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. It's dated August 12th of this year. In other words, yesterday. Apparently, I borrowed 3 million yen from the Kadone Shinpan company. But why? Are you looking at Ocarina? An unexpected voice met my ears. When I look up, Mayuri's innocent face was directly in front of mine. She chews away at a mouthful of Midarashi Dango. From the looks of things, she's probably not aware of the contract. I casually returned to its original place, placed my hand on Mayuri's shoulder, and laid her back to the common room. I asked her just to make sure. Mayuri, what do you think of when I say 3 million yen? For a second, Mayuri's eyes moved as if she were thinking of something over. She stopped chewing. You mean the prize Mayushi won at the lottery? Lottery? I used the lab's share funds and bought it without telling anyone. I'm like a reliable housewife, aren't I? Huh? Ocarina, didn't you say I don't remember anything that happened the past few hours? I won the lottery about a month ago. You don't remember that? She's always been pretty sharp. Fortunately, I have a go-to method for situations like this. I held my head in my hands and started screaming.
My head is about to explode!
What's going on, Green?
The organization is recollect, reject, annihilate, aka R2A, which they implemented in my brain has been activated. That's probably why I can't remember anything about the lottery.
No, are you okay?
Whether I'll be okay or not is in your hands.
What do you mean?
By regaining my lost memories, I can send a reverse brainwave pulse to the R2A, destroying it in the process. Now tell me, Myri, what happened to the 3 million that you pulled from the lottery?
Myri balls her hands in tight fist. Phenogram spoke.
I used it.
For what?
The Future Gadget Magic Mod project.
I mean, you used it to fund the gadget upgrades.
Well, like I said earlier, I spent the lab's money for the lottery. That's why we all discussed it and decided to use the money to benefit the lab. If we could win the grand prize at the invention contest, we'd be able to make the 3 million yen back, right? That's why we decided to invest in a brighter future for the Future Gadget Laboratory. Oh, but that last part was your words.
Myri responds, swinging the half-eaten stick of Mitarashi Dango around with a stern look on her face. By the way, have we entered the contest yet?
Nope, the deadline is August 31st, so you said we'd do as many upgrades as possible. Hey, Green, are you really okay?
Myri looks at my face with concern. I put my finger against my temple and shake my head lightly, then speak. Now I am. We succeed in destroying the R2A.
That's good.
Myri sighs deeply and looks at me with twinkling eyes. Then, seemingly remembering the Mitarashi Dango in her hand, she takes another bite. Nom. That's one mystery solved. Now I know where the funding for the Magic Mod project came from. That was not the answer I was looking for. The contract is still shrouded in mystery. Why would I borrow 3 million yen? I didn't even have enough evidence to base on any theories on. If this wasn't used to fund the Magic Mod project, then... could it be for the ransom? The idea blinked into my head. Maybe the kidnapper demanded 3 million yen in exchange for the hostage's life. Maybe that's why I needed to borrow the money. Price is fairly low by typical ransom standards, but if I were the target, it would make sense. There's no way a mere student like me could come up with hundreds of billions of yen. However, the kidnapping occurred only in the first world line. But my area of this world line has neither gone missing nor become anyone's hostage. Wait. Hostage? When I turned around, Myri was reaching for the third Mitarashi Dango skewer. Seemingly sensing my gaze, she slowly turned to face me. Hey. She laughed, embarrassed. She then takes a bite of Mitarashi Dango. Her mouth is dripping. She licks the tear off her lips. Nothing has changed. Myri eating Dango with a blissful smile on her face. She regained that smile the day she became my hostage. Myri was 11 years old when her beloved grandmother died. After that, she had lost both her words and her smile. She might have lost her hearing too. No matter how many times I called her name, she never responded. Oh. It was the cemetery where her deceased grandmother sleeps. For over half a year, Myri stood in front of her gravestone every single day, even on rainy days and windy days. I was in middle school back then, but because I was worried about Myri, I often went to the cemetery to check on her. Myri always stood in front of this gravestone, silently looking up at the sky. She looked so ephemeral, as if she could disappear at any moment. So I called her name over and over again, to try to keep her here. Myri? Myri? But Myri never responded. Holding her pocket watch tightly in her hand, she just stared up into the heavens. That pocket watch was a keepsake from her grandmother. Myri's most important treasure. Myri always carried it with her. That old antique pocket watch. It was quite a while later that I found out it had a name. Pockety. And one rainy day, Mary stood in front of that gravestone, umbrella in hand, as she gazed up at the falling rain. The rain eventually subsided and light broke through the clouds. A phenomenon known as Rembrandt rays, or an angel's ladder. For a moment, I lost myself in the beautiful sight before me. And a gust of wind blew by and carried Mary's umbrella away. But Mary hardly seemed to notice. Slowly, she reaches her hand towards the beckoning ray of light. It looked as if she was trying to grab onto an invisible ladder. She stands up on the very edge of her tiptoes, climbing, rising. She's going to be taken away. So without thinking, I grabbed Mary's wrists, and before I knew it, I was embracing her. I'll never let you go. I'll never let them take you. I didn't realize how embarrassing those words were until I said them. Myri is my hostage. She's the sacrifice for my human experimentation. So to hide my experiment, to hide my shame, I just started chain words together. This line came from an enemy boss character from a hero drama that Myri and I were into. He was supposed to be a mad scientist, and I was good at impersonating him.
Oh,
Said Myri in my arms. Her small shoulders shook.
oh, she is a hostage, huh?
The voice I hadn't heard for half a year was quiet and ragged, but very comfortable to my ear.
Yes, that's just how it is.
Myri said as she buried her face into my chest. A warm tear seemed to permeate my skin. From that day, Myri became my hostage. As my hostage, Myri regained her words, but she still periodically visited the cemetery. I went with her every time, offering flowers with her. Every time we visited the graveyard, we made sure to stop by a food stall to eat dango. She always ordered me tarashi dango. Myri, savoring the bites she'd taken, regained her usual smile. Uh-oh. Oh no. Suddenly, a muffled bassy sound growled into the room. I heard a car door shut. Something feels wrong. I rush over to the window and take a look down. There was a single car parked in front of the Bronze workshop. A black SUV with tinted mirror windows. It did not look friendly. But it was surrounded by something even further from friendly. Around the car. Are we in a cult? Is there just a cult now? Stood men wearing black hoods. Whoa, whoa, wait, who are these people? Within their deep hoods, the men were wearing creepy masks. No, not just the masks. Everything about their appearance just seemed to drip with suspicion. Are these rounders? I eliminated the thought the moment it entered my head. These men are not rounders. Rounders don't stand out like that during surveillance. What's more, I know from other world lines that their raid is at another time. Then, debt collectors. That possibility was also weeded out immediately. According to the contract, the repayment deadline wasn't until next year. There's no way they would come to collect the money I had just borrowed yesterday. Then, who are these people? Then hit me. I remember the email I was sent to Myri's cell phone. Oh god, it is a cult, isn't it? The Black Hoods! Fight Black Hoods! Maybe that was supposed to mean Black Hoods instead of Blackheads. No! That would mean...
Hey, what are you looking at, Green?
When I turned around and saw Myri... When I turned around, I saw Myri running toward me. Hey, get down! I reactively grabbed Myri's head and pulled her down next to me. There's some shady people in front of the Bronze workshop.
The organization?
Maybe, but probably not.
Really? Naishi wants to see?
You idiot! No!
Why not?
There's no point hiding it now. I told her without hesitation. Myri, listen carefully.
You were kidnapped in a different world line. It's possible that you will be in this world line as well. In other words, someone is targeting you. Mayuri tells her head slightly. Huh? That was her response. What I'm trying to say is that the guys outside might be the kidnappers, so if that's the case, it would be bad if they found you out you were here, so... I don't really get it, but okay. I'll go be in the development room. Mayuri lays flat on the floor, then rolls towards the development room and disappears. She has zero sense of urgency. I mutter to myself, then look out the window again. While Mary's overpowering tranquility nearly made me forget, this was a dire situation. 5 mystery men stand in front of the Bronze Tube workshop as if to block out the path. The Oyama building is very close, surrounded by similar buildings on each side, but the entrance. There's no alternative way out. I thought about jumping out from the bathroom window to the building directly across from it, but... When I took a close look, I realized the window of the other building was reinforced with steel fencing, so it would be impossible to sneak in. So in order to escape, I have to get down the stairs and past all 5 men with Mayuri in tow. I didn't believe that would be possible. It'd be hard alone, attempting to do escape while leading Mayuri along with by a hand would be a fool's errand. And what can we do? How do I get out of this? The door to our lab is securely locked. I knew from experience that the lock was brittle and could be broken with a kick. If those 5 men get in here, we're finished. Even I am master of Zacian Zanma-style swordsmanship. I'm only human without a blade. Fighting 5 people to protect Mayuri may be too much for me to handle. At that moment... That was not the time! I desperately take out my cell phone and open it. The screen read public phone, meaning that the caller isn't one of the men outside. Then who? Does it even matter at this point? Pick anyone who can save it from this nightmare. My hopes high, I press the answer button. What? My ears were assailed by a booming voice so deep it sounded as though it were emerging from underground. Who? I recognized it. Yamamura-sensei, my middle school homeroom teacher? What? Then who are you? State your name. It's Maxei! Crazy Maxei! You can't tell? Oh. Bruh, now's not the time. Oh, Adjunct Chris, perfect timing. That's not my name. Anyway, listen to me, Christine, we're in trouble. Same here, and it's all your fault. What? I dropped my cell phone. Where? In a toilet. It got soaked. I mean, it's salvage it, but it's bricked. You mean it's broken? Yes, that's why I'm calling you from a payphone. Oh dear, I send my condolences. You're making fun of me now? Well, how is it supposed to be my fault? Because you called off the development summit out of nowhere. I was in the middle of shopping for it. You just called us and canceled the conference without telling us why, so I got mad and... And? At this net cafe. You're at an internet cafe, huh? That was not the time! You just laughed, didn't you? Laugh? Me? No, never. Anyway, you're saying you dropped your cell phone in a toilet at the net cafe? Yes, that's why it's all your fault. I'm not really seeing the cause and effect at work here, but whatever. It's time to quibble. I was about to say, don't we have a much more serious concern other than you've broken your phone? Christina, have you calmed down? What? Sounds like you finally cooled off. So what if I have? And listen to me, I'll say it one more time. I'm in trouble. I told her everything that I'd gone through about the suspicious man outside. I didn't leave out a single detail. After listening to my story, Kurisu let out a small sigh and spoke. I understand. Anyway, Mayuri's safety is of the utmost priority, so... Everything falls silent. All you can hear from the cell phone is white noise. But it didn't last long. Somebody knocks on the door. No. What happened? I take a quick look out the window. No one is there. The men in the black coats that stood around the car had disappeared.
Which would mean... This is bad. We're outside the door. Is it locked? It is, but it's only a matter of time before they kick down the door. In our silence, my hands grow wet with perspiration. My cell phone will slip down my right hand, but I used my left to support it. After a moment, Kurisu spoke. Do exactly as I say. I have a plan. A plan? No questions. There are people outside the door, right? There's no time to move. So there's no time. Hurry up and move. What do you mean move? What am I supposed to do? Set up the phone wave and send a D-mail. D-mail? I just told you no questions, didn't I? You did, but I can't send a D-mail if you don't explain to me exactly. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying the D-mail. You're not saying the D-mail. I am. Now get moving. Seemed I had no choice but to follow her instructions. I jumped into the development room to set up the phone wave name subject change. Myra was there. She sat in the corner of the room holding her knees. A pair of headphones on her head. It looks like she was listening to music on a portable music player. She looks at me and cocks her head. I held my hand up to tell her not to move and mouth out the words, "Don't worry." Then I activate the X68000. Put the cell phone in my ear and again spoke. Just tell me one thing. Why a D-mail and not a time leap? In another world line, I told you the time leap machine is defective, right? I believe my own words. That's all. I just made a successful time leap. I wanted to protest, but words were wiped away by the sound of the doorknob rattling violently. It doesn't look like I have time to argue. Alright, so where and when do you want to send your D-mail? The recipient will be your cell phone. The time will be, 3 hours ago. Set the timer to 180 seconds. Why 3 hours? Shut up! You asked too many questions. Do you want to save my area or not? I click my tongue and do as she says. It's done. Recipient is my cell phone. Timer is set to 180 seconds. Then activate the phone wave exactly 3 minutes from now. I'm counting on you. Hey, wait, what? Before I could say 3 minutes, she'd hung up. Shit. 3 minutes felt like an eternity as they passed. They were punctuated by the continuous raucous noise of the doorknob being twisted and shoved. The sound of knocking didn't stop either. I almost lost my mind worrying when the door would finally break open. On the other hand, Myra was happily tapping her fingertips, humming and otherwise enjoying her music. Then the time finally arrived. I have no idea what Kreese was scheming, but I thought that for now I needed to trust her. I believe she can make something happen. With a prayer in my heart, I activate the phone wave name subject change. A moment later comes the electrical discharge. Then my phone rang. Sorry, change the email recipient immediately. What? The discharge is already happening! Just do it. Change the recipient into Mayuri's phone. Just realized it'll be way harder for the intercept it this way. Countless questions run through my brain, but I didn't have time to ask any of them. I never changed recipients while electrical discharge was occurring. Will it work? I don't know, but I had no other choice. I had to try. I changed the recipient to Mayuri's cell phone just as Kurisu instructed. Done! Thanks, we barely made it. It's all complete now. Your ring starts to activate soon. I set this email to send after a delay, so it should happen any second now. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you one last thing. The reason I sent the email 3 hours ago... It's 6:18 right now, right? I wanted to save Mayuri and at the same time save my own phone. It's all up to you now. Bruh. After she hung up, I realized I'd failed to ask her one important thing. What did the D-mail say? That question soon melted away into the distorting world in front of me. 4.45. I shut my eyes tightly and waited for the usual nausea to fade away. When my sense of balance returned to me, I slowly opened my eyes. I could see someone standing in front of me. Hey! Hi! Kurisu. What's wrong? You look pale. She examines my face to see how I'm feeling. I catch a glimpse of something over her shoulder. lockers. And the lockers in front of Daibiru. As usual, it was clear that the reading Steiner had activated, but I had no idea what I was doing here. I redirect my attention to Kurisu and ask... What am I doing here? Huh? This is the most confusing D-mail adventure we've ever gone through. This is even wilder than the first game. Also, I suddenly smelled a very strong smell of bleach. I guess family's cleaning right now. It's very powerful. What happened to Mayuri? What happened to her? That's why we're surveilling this place, right? We don't know. Though, like you said, I don't think it's very likely that Ix will show up here. Oh, we just returned back here! How did we get back here? We just returned... We've done a circle! We've just done a complete loop through time loops! Ix? I chain a snake? You know, the person who might have kidnapped Mayuri? You're the one that came up with the name. Did you forget? Wait, what? Wait, what's going on? Wait, what the hell are you saying? That's my line. Are you telling me you have amnesia? I inhaled deeply, opened my eyes wide, and... I violently tear up my hair and scream incomprehensibly. Honestly, I agree with Okabe. What is happening? There has been so much that's been changed at this point that nothing makes sense anymore. How many D-mails have we sent in this chapter alone? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? What happened? I'll tell you all about me later, but before that, I need to know what's going on. Just what happened? Kurisu, seemingly shocked by my aggressive outburst, slightly twitched before responding. I don't really understand you, but fine. I'll tell you everything that's happened in the past couple of hours. Okay. According to Kurisu, I received a ransomed email from Ix at 4:03 p.m. in this world line. After that, Kurisu headed to Yanabayashi Shrine and met with Lukako. Lukako told her Mayuri hadn't stopped by. I meanwhile had taken position here, keeping an eye on the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. But I saw no trace of Ix. Eventually, Kurisu met up with me. Then 4 Degree C showed up, crowbar in hand. It's all... What is... But that would mean we're back in the original world line. The original world line? What do you mean? Without giving an answer to her, I took out my cell phone and checked the inbox. This doesn't make sense. How many emails have been sent at this point? Just as Kreese said, there's a ransomed email. For Sheena? You know what? In DB Locker. This can't be. Distraught, I looked for any excuse to deny that this was reality. I switched back to my inbox. And my stomach drops. They're gone. The message saying keep Mayuri in to stop. And to stop summit use no fire one. They disappeared. Disappeared. Why? Stunned, I put the cell phone back in my pocket. Kurisu! Then something touched my finger. No, wait! I take it out. It's in Mayuri's phone! It was Mayuri's cell phone. I opened it, but the screen won't turn on. I hold the power button, but get no response. Oh, gosh dang it! The battery is dead. It's not like holding this thing in my hands will recharge it. I swapped cell phones and called Daru. Do an D-mail! Just like I had with Kreese, so I interrogate Daru about what had happened in the last few hours. Daru, do a D-mail so I can charge this damn phone. His answer was largely the same as Kurisu's. At 4:03, I received a ransom message from Ix. After finishing his take on things, he shakily asked me a question. Okay, what should we do? Maybe we should call the police. I told Daru to stay put at the lab for now. My brain hurts from this chapter. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Why? How? My soul's voice sneaks past my lips. My strength drifts away from my body and I collapse. Ow. Hey, Okabe, are you right? Snap out of it. Karisu wraps her arms around my sides and tries to stand me up. I cannot stiffen my legs or hips. Kneeling in place, I quietly look up at Karisu's face. Our eyes meet. Behind her is the sunset sky ready to melt at any moment. Karisu holds my head in her arms and whispers in my ear. It's okay. I'll take care of this. So tell me everything. Please. With my face still buried in her chest, I slowly, quietly start to speak. By the time I finished my story, the red had faded from the sky. Beyond the painted darkness, I could see a few stars twinkling. I suddenly recall Mayuri's Stardust handshake. I vaguely understand Mayuri's feelings when she reached towards the sky to try to grab the stars. I'll cut to the chase. You probably wound up back in the original world line after the last activation of the reading Steiner, that is. Her words went away over my head. Back to the original world line? I could do nothing but parrot her words back at her. For sake of convenience, let's just call the first world line you experienced world line number 1, the second one you experienced world line number 2, and third one world line number 3, okay? World line number 1 refers to this world line where you received the blackmail from Ix. Okay. World line number 2 refers to the world line where the lab caught fire. Okay. And world line number 3 is the world line where you found the bloodstains in the lab. Do you follow me so far? I awkwardly nod my head. First, into world line number 1, you sent the Keep Mayuri End email and moved to world line 2. Yes. From there, next in world line number 2, you sent the Stop Summit Use No Fire email and slid over to the world line 3. And now we're in the blood. There, after seeing the bloodstains in the lab and getting confused, you time it back to 540, but still stayed in world line number 3. Yes. And we saw the men in robes. There, you and Mayuri stayed at the lab, but you were surrounded by the black-hooded men. You then asked world line number 3 me for help, and she sent an email to 618, right? And that somehow has looped us all the way back to the first world line. And as a result, you came back to world line number 1. Do you understand now? Okay, thank you, thank you, Karisu, for actually straightening this out. Okay, I get where I see the problem now. Okay, it all actually makes a lot more sense when you organize it that way. So we went from world line 1 to world line 2 with the fire. We went from the fire to the blood, got scared by blood, went back, saw that the blood was most likely caused by the men in black robes. And Karisu then sends a D-mail that for some reason changes us all the way back to world line 1. The question is, what did Karisu send? We can't see what she sent until we open up Mayuri's phone. Understand my ass, it doesn't make any sense. What doesn't? If this truly is world line number 1, why do you and I exist? Not just us, it doesn't make sense that anyone in this world, the animals, the plants, the essence of anything exists. Why is that? Because I sent the Keep Mayuri In email in world line number 1. The world's history should have been rewritten to that of world line number 2 as a result. That's why. But you didn't send it. What? I said you didn't send that email. You may have said in the world line number 1 that you've already experienced, but in this world line number 1, you haven't. Why? Please speak Japanese. That was Japanese. I don't understand. I took out my cell phone and checked the outbox. Not the inbox, but the outbox, and it was gone. History in which I sent the Keep Mayuri In mail in world line number 1 has vanished. At this rate, we're going to be stuck in a loop! What was the message I sent to Ix saying that we need to talk. Wait. But that's fine, right? If the Keep Mayuri In message isn't there, then that's evidence that this is not world line number 1. Right. I immediately told Karisu. Then she unexpectedly admitted her mistake. You're right. My words earlier may not have been completely accurate.
Allow me to restate things. You have moved to a world line that's infinitely closer to world line number 1 than you have experienced. Is that better? So this is world line number 4! That makes it number 4 then! Count right! What do you mean infinitely closer? Let's just call it the near world line number 1, shall we? Just call it number 4! The only difference between world line number 1 and near world line number 1 is whether you sent the Keep Mayuri in email or not. Everything else is the exact same. You can think of it that way. But that's just my hypothesis. I'm not in a position to be able to verify this. It's theoretical. However, there is one person in this world who would be able to verify whether this is true or not. That person is, of course, you, Okabe Rintaro. Near world line number 1. A world line infinitely close to the world line number 1 I've experienced. Given everything I've seen, it was hard to disagree with Kurisu. Which must mean that Mayuri... Hey, tell me something. Why do you think I wound up back in this near world line number 1 in the first place? Hard question. There's no doubt that the D-mail I sent in world line number 3 was a trigger, but... You've got a point. What kind of D-mail could you have sent back then? How should I know? Asking near world line number 1 me isn't gonna help. Come to think of it, you made me wait for 3 minutes after activating the phone wave name sub to change, didn't you? What exactly were you doing? I just said that asking me was useless. Then why did you change the D-mail recipient from my phone to Mayuri's at the last minute? I have no idea about any of this. Then what about the time? Why did you want me to send the D-mail to 3 hours prior? The ring timer activated at 6:18, so 3 hours before that would be 3:18. However... Oh, that! I think I actually know. Kurisu spoke, she struck her hands into her pocket. Perhaps world line number 3 wanted to fix her bricked cell phone. That's why she had you send the D-mail to 3:18. That would have stopped 4 minutes before you received the Stop Summit D-mail at 3:22. In other words, you wanted to send the D-mail prior to receiving the Stop Summit D-mail. By doing so, you thought it would delete the Stop Summit D-mail. By doing so, you would erase ever going to that net cafe, recovering your phone in the process. Oh god, this is hurting my head. Holy... And the Stop Summit email I actually did get deleted. Meaning that Kurisu took out her phone and waved it at me before continuing. Succeed in recovering my phone. Great! Mayuri's probably dead because of that now. I hope you realize that you getting back your phone has probably made Mayuri die. Thanks, Kurisu. Thanks, Christina. Thanks for getting your phone back and sacrificing a human being's life because of it. I tilted my head skyward. Just scream, Okabe, please. Seemed like there were more stars out there than there were earlier. And it makes no difference. They were all out of my reach. No matter how far I try to extend my grasp, I can never grab them. Frustration boils up from within me. Time mocks me as it passes by. The noise of the city leaks through the gaps between the buildings. The cheerful laughter of young people only further enrages me. Hey, there's one thing I think I should tell you. Kurisu's sudden comment makes me furrow my brow. When Mayuri told you in World Line number 3, it's a lie. A lie? What's a lie? Everything's a lie at this point. What was a lie? She said that she won the lottery, right? But that's a lie. Why? She didn't think anyone knew, but Hashi and I figured it out. You did too, just a while ago. Figured out what? 3 million yen? Mayuri earned that money by taking one of her most treasured belongings to a pawn shop. Don't tell me she sold a pocket watch. She probably thought we wouldn't want to use the money if the truth got out. No, that's an understatement. You probably would have yelled, "There's no way we can use that money. Take it back to the pawn shop." So Mayuri made up the lottery story. It was pockety, wasn't it?
And what is this treasure belonging of hers? A pocket watch. Apparently it has a name. Pockety. Why? No. Pockety's Mayuri's keepsake of her deceased grandmother. Her irreplaceable treasure. I understood that more than anybody. You can't just get rid of something like that. Mayuri. Alright, we have a new plan. I don't care about the rest of this, I think. Christina, where is this pawn shop? Huh? I'm asking you where the pawn shop is and what it's called. I'm going to get it back. You already went. What? You already went yesterday, alone, with 3 million yen. And that's why the loan! That's why we got the loan! Of course! That would explain why Okabe would so willingly go into get a loan of 3 million yen. He would do anything for Mayuri. So that's why it exists. It's coming together. It's all coming together. It was to try and get Pockety back. That's why I borrowed money from that Kadone Shinpan financial company. Kadone? Oh, you mean Mondo Shinpan? So that's how the kanji is read. But I managed to retrieve Pockety safely, right? Well, for some reason you came back empty-handed. Why? That's what I want to know. What happened? I don't know. Oh, and about the debt, you don't need to return any of it. It violates the Interest Rate Restriction Act and the investment law, so you don't even know the capital. Really? Wait, what? I can have a lawyer friend of mine look over it, so there's no need to worry, okay? Are you telling me I just got 3 million free yen? What? I wasn't concerned anyway. I don't even care about that. I just want the pocket watch for her back. You can't just sell something like that. I didn't care. I didn't care about that. It just felt like Mayuri's feelings caught in my chest. How could she sell that? Cheap pawn what was most important to her. Probably more important than her own life. And for what? For the lab. For the bright future of the Gadget Lab. About a month ago, I must have picked up that flyer somewhere and confidently proclaimed we will enter the Occupy Invention Contest, simultaneously commencing the future Gadget Magic Mod project. And that's probably what started all of this. In that case, I think I see what our endgame here is. I think I see how we can fix all of this entire issue. We need to never enter this contest, don't we? If we never enter this contest, then Mayuri never has to has a reason to sell the pocket watch. We don't have to get the loan. And we're probably free. I don't know what the Black Hoods are in this for yet, but I imagine it has something to do with the money. But due to lack of funding, we likely couldn't make the modifications we had hoped to. Mayuri watched from the sidelines as Dara and I found ourselves at our wits' end. I can see her clearly. Exactly. That's why she lied about winning the lottery. Mayuri seemed to believe in you, you know? No, she still believes in you. She believes that you can win the Occupy Invention Contest grand prize. She told me... The gadgets that Okri and Dara made are really cool. They're really great. And if you got any Cabal Christian, they'd be unbeatable. They get the grand prize for sure. So she probably wasn't afraid of pawning Pockety. The contest grand prize was 3 million yen after all. I think she believed that she could use that money to get back. My eyes shut and tight and teeth grit. We need to send a email to prevent that from ever happening, from us even entering the contest. I clench my fist so tightly my shoulders tremble. Mayuri believed in us, putting something she valued more than her life on the line for our future. But that Mayuri is not with us now. She may be alone somewhere, crying. And if so, then there's only one option left to us. Can we send a email and destroy this future? I opened my eyes and quietly spoke. Christina, we're sending a email. I thought you'd say that. We're stopping this entire Or, we're never doing this invention thing. In that case, I have a plan. Will you let me take the lead? Not this time. I'm only in this mess because I let you take lead in World Line 3. I wouldn't do anything so careless in this world line. You're still the same Makise Kurisu. I promise, it'll be fine. I wonder. I'll even tell you the message. What do you plan on sending? Before, when you sent the email to World Line number 1, you tried to keep Mayuri from leaving the lab, right? Then in World Line 2, the fire occurred in the lab. So this time, we're going to let Mayuri loose. Let her loose. We'll follow her and catch the kidnapper. That should fix everything. As she spoke, Kurisu took out her cell phone and started to type. Eventually, her fingers stopped. On the screen faced towards me, a message was written as follows. Tell Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught. That's creative. Caught instead of caught. Spelling out normally would go over the character limit, right? Question is whether the past me will understand it or not. Don't worry, I'm sending it to my phone. Wait, tell me you have a good reason for this. I'm in this deep already. I can't just have you keep me out of the loop in the next world line, can I? Let me help. I want to help. Besides, this plan is really risky alone. What about the time? Kurisu looked at her watch and spoke. 4 hours ago. How does 2:40 minutes sound? Well, it's currently 7:21, so it would arrive when Mayuri's still at the lab. Before I noticed it, I was dancing to Kurisu's beat. I'd already muttered the words of approval. Very well. Die is cast. I called Daru and asked him to set the phone wave name subject change the way we discussed. Then a while later...
Ready to roll, Kareen.
Okay, Daru. Phone wave name subject change, activate.
We're discharging.
Send it. Christina, now! Roger. With that one more response, Kurisu pressed send. Here we go. 4:49. The usual distortion of my vision doesn't stop. The world around me seems to wave as if engulfed by extreme heat. Like the haze that rises from the asphalt under a blazing sun. It won't go away. The refractive index of the world seems out of joint. Or rather... hot. Why is it so hot? Don't tell me. Waves of heat rain down on me from above. This isn't good. It's back to the second world line! I timidly raised my head to see. How? The lab engulfed in flames. What is this? I caught a glimpse of the flames through the window. They looked stronger than last time. I thought my skin would burn just standing here. Wait, last time? Could I have returned once again? I've been in this world line once before. Which would mean this is world line number 2. That's absurd. Why? At this point, I wasn't certain whether this was a so-called near world line or not. Either way, it's certain that this world line is very similar to the world line number 2 that I experienced previously. I don't know why. How did it come to this? The email sent to Kurisu's cell phone said Tail Mayuri. How does that lead us here? Damn it! But more pressingly, I gotta do something about this fire. Having said that though, it didn't seem like there was much I could do.
Hey, where are the firefighters?
There's a fire at a big building near your station, so apparently they're dealing with that.
At this rate, it's just a matter of time until the fire spreads to another building.
I hear the voices of the crowd. But when I look towards them, I see Mayuri in my periphery. Mayuri! Even in the middle of this disaster, as soon as I saw Mayuri, my heart started to dance. I couldn't run up to her and call her name with joy. Because Mayuri was crying. She was sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, her shoulders shivering. By her side was Kurisu, trying to comfort her. Kurisu had her arms wrapped around Mayuri's shoulder and was whispering something to her. My feet instinctually carried in their direction. I stand beside the two of them. Sensing my presence, Mayuri spoke as she slowly raised her face towards me.
I'm sorry, Ocarine. I'm really sorry.
I don't know what to say to her. While searching for the words, Mayuri continued.
And also, thank you. I missed my chance to say thanks earlier. Thank you for saving me. If I was on my own in that fire, Maishi probably would have... Apparently I managed to rescue Mayuri out of the fire in this World Line 2. It's getting more and more certain that this is either World Line 2 or near World Line 2. Thank you. Thank you, Green. Mayuri said repeatedly, tears trickling down her face. Without saying a word, I lay my hand on her head and gently stroked her ash-covered hair. Then came Daru. He spoke blankly as he stared at the blazing fire.
Too bad about that scab. But don't let it get you down, Ocarine.
Why would it?
Because you treasured that scab too. We went to every Kamima, Kamiti, Kamilchi together since we were in high school. And our collection of illustrations slowly grew in that humble book.
Hold on, did you just say we went?
Do you have a problem with that?
You mean we as in you and I?
You, of course.
Madness, I have no memory of attending such events.
Could this be carbon monoxide poisoning? Are your brain cells fried? The two of us definitely collect those illustrations together.
What's going on? Now too much is changing again. I thought we had everything in order before, but now, no, it's falling apart again. We shouldn't even be in this area. This shouldn't have happened.
I guess that means we have no way for paying our debt now. Uh-oh.
Wait, part 2. What's our debt have to do with the sketchbook?
Excuse me? Are you serious?
It was too much of a hassle to explain. I just told Daru he was right about the carbon monoxide poison to get the conversation moving.
Shouldn't you go to the hospital?
I'll go as soon as you tell me what I need to know. So, what's the relationship between the debt and the sketchbook?
Simple. When we put that scab out on Taboo auctions, it sold for exactly 3 million yen.
What?
The bidder was someone working for a publisher, and their name was, I don't remember. But anyway, that person was supposed to come buy that scab tonight at 8 with cold hard cash. But after the fire, well...
What? I see. The debt's interest rate was 0% if it was paid within a month. So we sold the sketchbook and received the 3 million yen. We could have paid the debt in full. But... at 8? What? Hey Daru, why don't we try disputing the debt altogether? The assistant told me something that to the tune of the loan violated certain interest laws, so we don't have to pay it.
You really think something like that would work? Don't you remember what it said on that, Chan?
Daru took out his cell phone, turned the browser screen toward me. The page said the following. Daru, are you sure this is the post you want to show me? It says right here that Mondo Shinpan is really fair. Mondo Shinpan is really fair. Shinpan can be trusted. It's better than any credit company. Seriously, nobody can refute this. Bad credit, no problem. News can't cover it. It's so real. They have such bargain prices, no force, no pressure here. Health insurance, whatever you need money for, they've got you covered. It reminds me of my own mother. Will you give it a try? They'll crush all competition. You won't regret it.
One must be able to see a lie for what it is. You really don't remember, Ocarine? I showed you a sad channel post last night too. You read it properly then.
I thought for a while. Did I not read it properly just now?
You're freaking at me out, man. Not funny, Ocarine. It's obviously supposed to be read vertically, remember?
Vertically? Oh, so that's how you read it. What? Now you mentioned it, I finally realized what I was doing wrong. I look at Daru's phone screen once again, reading the first word of each line. Mondo Shinpan is seriously bad news. They force insurance money, it will crush you. Mondo Shinpan is seriously bad news. They force insurance money, it will crush you? Wait, then that's who the Black Hoods were!
By the way, it was Maxeishi who found this post. She googled it, Mondo Shinpan, after finding out that you'd taken out a loan from them.
So it was Kurisu. Encrypting code like that would have been a piece of cake for @Chandler Chris.
Prompted by this post, I dug a little deeper into Mondo Shinpan. Sure enough, it was a jackpot, full of suspicious rumors.
They're the Black Hoods, aren't they?
Ocarine, we're screwed, aren't we? If we don't do something, they might really crush you.
Crush. No. I don't want to be crushed. I really don't want to be crushed. So what should I do? D-mail? Time leap? As I contemplate this, I looked up at the Ohiyama building. Do I have time? Seems like the flames have gone even stronger. I mean, this is bad. Really, really bad. I finally regained my cool. Sketchbook, the debt, the possibility of ending up in the bottom of Tokyo Bay with cement shoes, all are minor concerned. Compared to the harsh reality that our precious sanctuary, filled with so many fond memories, was being incinerated right in front of us. This obviously takes precedence. Furthermore, beyond those flames lies the foam wave, name subject change / the time leap machine. A gadget, a product of mere coincidence. Once it turns into ash, we'll never be able to recapture it. What should I do? What am I supposed to... I know exactly what to do. Run! I growl as I kick the ground.
Wait, Ogreen, what are you doing?
I hear Dara's voice behind me, but I don't have time to respond. I ran up the stairs toward the second floor, looking straight up. I opened the door and burst once more into the lab. This would be my third time. No matter how many times I enter this scorching hell, I don't get used to it. Furthermore, the more I repeat it, the fire gets hotter and hotter. The flames have spread wide and now lick the ceiling. I can breathe. I can't breathe. I can barely keep my eyes open. The extreme heat penetrated deep into my core, and I felt like my internal organs were being burned. But even then, I couldn't back down. I covered myself with a nearby lab coat, and, with all the resolve I could muster, jumped through the raging flames. Clear a roaring sea into the development room at my go. Okay, it's still fine. When I tumble in, it's still undamaged. X68, the monitor, keyboard, and headgear are all there. In this extreme heat, it's possible that the sensitive internals have been damaged. Please! I pressed the power button on the X68 with a prayer on my lips. With a distinctive CRT startup sound, the monitors lit up.
This is indeed the will of Steins Gate!
I had already decided what to do. Steins Gate is telling me to leap. And leap I shall. I will leap to the past. The fire will eventually reach this place, destroying all these machines in the process. But even if the machinery could be saved, I cannot simply accept this lab burning down as a historical truth. It caused a lot of trouble for the neighbors, and the owner would probably beat me to death. Which is why I must, by any means necessary, prevent this fire from breaking out. And in order to do that, I must time leap. I do not consider D-mail to be a valid option. I'd already sent one to this world line 2, after all. It allowed me to prevent the fire, but in its place... blood. Blood everywhere. Anyway, there's no time. The fire's getting distressingly close. I type away at the keyboard and putting the settings. Time leap destination is 3 hours ago, 180 minutes. As we still haven't closed the book on Mayuri's kidnapping case. I chose that time in order to give myself enough time to investigate it. The preparations are all made. The 42-inch CRT downstairs should still be on. I already confirmed it on the way up here. The headgear's already on my head. And all I need to do is activate the time leap machine. I took several deep breaths and spoke.
Okay. Let's go. One more time. Once more. One more time. One more time. One more time.
A sound like knives in my ears. My head feels like someone stuck their claws in my brain and shook as hard as they could. I clench my teeth until it passes. Then, when the pain eventually subsided, I noticed Karisu's face right next to mine. What's wrong? Are you okay? A cell phone in my right hand. The sun in the sky to the west. Hands on my watch point to 4:40. Time leap successful. Eh? What? Don't worry about it. I'll have to tell her all about the time leaps eventually. But right now, I need to get a grasp on my surroundings. I turn to Karisu and ask, what are we doing right now? Huh? You're probably really confused, but just tell me without any questions. I'll explain everything later, so please. Karisu narrows her eyes in suspicion. Then, realization dawning in her face, she looked directly at me. This is bad. We can't be standing around here like this. Let's go. Go where? To follow Mayuri, of course. Karisu runs down the street. I look beyond her to see Mayuri's tiny back, slowly moving into the distance. I see. That's one mystery solved. Apparently, Kurisu and I were following Mayuri. I rushed to keep stride with Kurisu. You received a demo, right? The one that said, "Tail Mayuri perpetrator must be caught." I did, but why are you asking me now? We keep moving as we talk. Looking straight forward, trying not to lose sight of Mayuri. What time did the D-mail arrive? 3:24, right when I was out shopping with Daru. And where is he? I told you already. Hey, I left the rest of the shopping to him and came back to the lab myself. Hey, what's with this conversation? Are you making fun of me? I promise I'd tell you everything later, right? So what happened? Did you show me the message? Mayuri too. What did you say? I couldn't help but stop. Kurisu kept going. I merely ran after her and asked, "Why did you tell Mayuri? Now there's no point in following her." You're the one that said we should. Were you not? Was I? Mayuri's ability to hide her presence and disappear is uncanny. Thus, there's a chance that we will lose her even if we tell her closely. It's best if we inform her of our plan. Besides, how would she take precautions against her imminent kidnapping if we didn't warn her? That's what you said. Naturally, I had no recollection of ever saying this, but it certainly sounded like something I would say. So, Mayuri is aware that we're following her. Does that look like someone who's unaware? Mayuri stops walking with an exaggerated stretch, turning around to look at us. After confirming that we were still here, she placed her hand to her side, sneakily waved at us, and turned back to start walking again. Sheesh. I did tell her to just act normal, but... Well, in a way, this is normal for her. So, can you tell me now, why are you pretending to have amnesia? How many times have I explained the same thing? If I include all the other world lines, it would be impossible to count. I have the hang of it now that I've done it so many times. I know just how to make Kurisu understand as quickly as possible. That said, as quickly as possible still takes quite a while if I start from the beginning. By the time I explained everything, the world around me had already died a deep crimson. Walk. 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 It doesn't seem that our perpetrator is going to show up. We've been keeping an eye out for over an hour now, but the only person we've seen was a young man handing out tissues. It's pretty bad when she doesn't even get stopped. She gets stopped by a maid cafe scout. Kurisu had apparently asked Mayuri to wander around Akiba without any particular destination in mind. Mayuri did as she was told, wandering all over town. Running in circles! Kurisu and I maintained our distance, but continued to follow after her. Hey, just for clarity, X equals black-hooded men is an accurate assessment, correct? I would say so? Kurisu asks as we move. Yeah, they showed up at the lab in world line number 3. I continued. But if they're watching for the right moment to capture Mayuri, they probably won't be dressed like that. They look too conspicuous. Besides, would they even have the audacity to kidnap her in a crowded place like this? The very moment Kurisu expressed her doubts, a dark shadow crossed the road in the distance. By the time we realized that Mayuri had disappeared. Huh? I was dumbfounded. Let's go, Okabe! Kurisu's sharp voice strikes my eardrums. Damn it! I break out running, my feet pounding the asphalt. We turn into an alley to see a black shadow running along, pulling Mayuri's hand. A black hood. You got some nerve, you son of a bitch. Think you can get Mayuri away in public while it's still light out, all the while wearing such a conspicuous outfit? Don't screw with me! I sped up and ran as fast as I could toward the black hood. Little by little, I closed the distance. I've already passed Kurisu. Now she's behind me. She yells. Stop! That's hard enough to stop the black hood. He won't even turn around. He continues to run towards the distance, pulling Mayuri along. And suddenly, both of them disappear. They reach the end of the road and turn right in the corner. They take the same turn. Damn it! Onto Shurodori. The sidewalk is packed with people. When I look down at the street, I can see the Black Hood and Myri weaving through the crowd. I maneuver through the crowd and follow. I bump shoulders with some people, but I didn't care. At this rate, Myri will be taken away. The plan will fail. The worst will happen. I chase after the Black Hood with all my might, pushing those unsettling thoughts aside. And the Black Hood suddenly changed course, running across Chuadori to the other side of the street. There were no crosswalks or traffic signals, so he took Myri and darted through the passing cars. I merely followed suit. Fortunately, there was a break in the traffic. I run across the opposite sidewalk. As I stepped into the guardrail, I heard a roar behind me. The snarling of a car's engines. I can't help but turn around, where I saw Kreese in the middle of Chuadori. She's running this way, but a car's coming at her from the side. A white van, violently accelerating straight towards Kurisu. Please! Ow. When I came to, I was on top of Kurisu's body. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? You saved my life. I guess I did. Right before the car was about to crash into Kurisu, I managed to tackle her and prevent the accident. Because my body had moved unconsciously, I didn't feel like I did anything to save her. You idiot. Wrong one. One wrong move and you would have been run over too. Whatever. Thank you. With tears in her eyes, Kurisu murmured, "Thank you so much." She repeated her words of gratitude, trembling with fear. Kurisu bites down on her lip and wipes her tears from the corners of her eyes. I look away uncomfortably and pull myself to my feet to escape from the emotional situation. What about Myri? I quickly scan for the Black Hood. He's nowhere to be seen. This is bad, really bad. We'll try heading in the direction the Black Hood was going. Or as I started to move, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, something I couldn't overlook. The white van from earlier had smashed into a shop alongside the road. Perhaps the driver was swerved to avoid us, losing control of the vehicle and crashed into the side of the building. We need to chase the Black Hood ASAP. I know that, 100%. But I can't just ignore the situation where someone could have been hurt. Damn it! I shouted with frustration and ran toward the scene with Kurisu. Are you okay? Is anybody hurt? Oh my goodness, Pizza Rat. What? This is why it was closed. What? What? Kurisu calls into the building. A voice, likely that of an employee, responds. We're all okay. Everyone was in the kitchen. What about the car? That's right, the car. Is the driver safe? Are there any passengers? When I tried to peek inside the car, a man came crawling out of the broken glass. I recognized this eccentric fashion. This man, who seems to be invoked to shine by Gaia herself. Do not tell me it's freaking 4 degrees. 4D. What are you doing here?
It's Shido! Wait, how do you know me?
What is going on? Why is it coming back to you? Were you the one driving?
What the fuck do you think?
Honestly, it was hard to believe that he'd even be allowed to drive. Any passengers?
None.
So you're the only one in this vehicle, right?
That's what I just said.
Relief, no one was hurt. Given the clarity and vigor with which Force he's speaking, he must be okay. When I look over 4 degrees' shoulder at the car, I can see that the airbag is deployed on the driver's side. 4 degrees, I don't like you, but I'd like to make sure. Are you unharmed?
You asshole, what? Are you the door-to-door fight salesman?
I'll sell you one for 3 million.
Good deal, you bastard.
He roared in anger and swung his right hand into the air. In it, he held something like a crowbar. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar, get hit, die. After a succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the wait. No need to be rash, but why are we doing this again? Then I speak. Wait, no need to be rash. We're going... This chapter's hurting my brain. This series knows that it's about to end. The Steins Gate series knows that it's about to end, and it's doing its best to do as much mental damage to me as realistically possible, and it's working. My brain. 4 degree C wasn't rash. You didn't even have the time to be rash. Before he could get rash, someone blew in like a hurricane. Get him! Shit! Bap! Tackled to the ground. The top of him was a police officer in uniform. Huh?
Stop! Let me go! Let me go! I told you let me go, damn it!
4 degree C persisted still. Despite the cop pulling him down, he still squirms around like a little cockroach. Before I knew it, 2, 3, 4, 5 officers were holding him down. Under their combined strength, 4 degree C's movement had been completely contained.
Damn you! I won't forget your back!
Several officers pick up 4 degree C and carrying him away. I completely forgot about Mayuri. Okay. This chapter's hurting me.
Too much brain usage!
They then shoved him into the cop car that was parked just outside. I don't know. I don't know. Curtis and I just look at each other.
Brain. It feels sour.
Fortunately, an officer approached us and snapped us out of our befuddlement.
Thank you for your cooperation.
It was the officer who first tackled 4 degree C. What'd that guy do to get arrested?
He's an infamous coin locker robber, a habitual thief.
Wait, so in the timeline where we started, I remember in one of the timelines, I think it was the 3rd timeline when we transferred to that one. For the first time, when we went to the 3rd timeline for the first time, we started at a coin locker that was like busted open. Was that what that was? Was it 4 degree C? What a surprise! Not. Seems like something he would do.
You know the coin locker in front of Daibiru? Just earlier he was carrying it out on the fence there. We found him there while we were patrolling the area. That's to say, we caught him in the act.
That's why we found him at the coin locker to begin with at the very beginning of the chapter.
We obviously tried to arrest him there and then, but he ran into a nearby car and fled.
So that's why he was speeding.
Yeah, and what caused this mess?
Said the policeman as he pointed to the white van behind him with his thumb. Then I suddenly realized that the officer was holding something in his hand. Something wrapped in a white handkerchief. I casually asked about it. The officer was more than happy to save my curiosity.
This is what he stole from the coin locker he busted open with a crowbar.
May I see it?
Go right ahead.
With that, the officer opened his palm. It looks like an item. I take a look at the item on the white handkerchief in his hand.
My brain! Fuckity! What do you mean?
No, this is no ordinary pocket watch. It's pockety. Yeah, there was no question about it. This was pockety. Mary's treasure. There's no way I can mistake it.
Oh, do you recognize it?
Yeah, it belongs to a friend.
That's fortunate. I'd love to return it as thanks for your cooperation, but this is technically evidence, so we need to keep it at the police department. You understand, don't you?
By the way, this is broken, isn't it? The glass is cracked.
Was it like this before you guys stole it? The guy stole it.
No way. Mayuri treasured pocketing more than anything. She constantly polished it to a mere shame.
I see. Then I assume this was due to the crash.
A burning heat boils up from the core of my body. My head began to swim and my indignation began to white out my vision. I raised my hand and looked for the police car the 4 degree C was thrown into. But the car had already driven off. Damn it, that 4 degree C bastard! Cursing in annoyance, I kicked the nearby white van. Okabe, calm down! Risa grabs my shoulder to calm me. It didn't stop my anger. He just destroyed Mayuri's most important treasure. The pocket watch that she selflessly pawned for the future of the laboratory. Huh? Wait. Why was that pocket watch inside a coin locker? Anyway, there's nothing we can do about that 4-degree C guy. More importantly... I know. Let's find Myri in that black hood. Respond before taking one more look at the crashed van. It crashed into a delivery pizza place. The cracked plastic sign said pizza out in large letters. That black hood took Myri towards the station. We ran to the front into the front of the station to look for them, but I don't see them. No surprise there. We lost sight of them 10 minutes ago. We should split up and search. I'm sorry. What for? I blankly followed the movement of the crowd with my eyes and spoke. Because I got you mixed up in this, Christina. Then Karisu placed her hands on her hip. You didn't get me mixed up. I chose to get involved. Based on what you said earlier, I offered to help in Worldline 1. So, I sent you a email to my own phone that said, Tell Myri, isn't that right? Don't act like everything revolves around you. That's just narcissism. Every event in this world is woven of intricate, intertwined causalities. Please speak Japanese. That was Japanese. Karisu sighs and continues her thought. Anyway, I'll do whatever it takes to help Myri. Because I'm a lab mem. And your sidekick. It's you. You're the one who sent the sidekick email, aren't you? I don't even know how I didn't even piece that one together. That one should have been the most obvious thing that happened at the beginning of this chapter. Hello, sidekick. What, 257 or whatever? Sidekick? Google it, scum. Alright, I'll call you as soon as I find Myri, so you do the same. Oh my god, you know why it probably was a different email? What if the reason she had a different email at all was because she broke her phone? I'm trapped in a spider web of logic! Said Karisu as she disappeared into the crowd of people. Sidekick. I murmured the odd English word in my head once again, then pulled out my cell phone. When I googled it, there were a number of hits for web dictionaries, so I opened one of them. There, the word was defined as follows. Sidekick. Noun. Friend, comrade, partner, assistant. I felt something connect. Or at least I thought I did. Then I started to search for Myri in the Black Hood. I scoured through the city of Akiba through and through. Walk. 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 In the end, I couldn't find them. Walk. That's when I found myself in front of UPX. Of course, I tried calling Myri's cell phone again and again. The only thing I heard was a mechanical voice saying the number you've dialed is unavailable. I'm racked with guilt. The plan failed. It backfired. Even if Karisu came up with the idea on Worldline number 1, I still couldn't cope. In retrospect, letting Myri loose and waiting for the perpetrator to show up was a reckless idea. It's not Karisu's fault. I am to blame. It's all my fault. I held my head and fell to my knees. When...
Yama, I've heard a whole story now.
A voice reaches me. When I look up, Ferris is holding her hand out toward me. I don't know what this means. Confused, I take Ferris's hand and stand back up. Oh hey, we're back!
I ran into Kunyan earlier.
Kunyan? Who's that?
Maxi Kunyan, yeah.
Please speak Japanese.
And Christina, yeah.
Oh, my assistant. Hold on, you mean you know her?
Of course. Kunyan is a regular at Meat Queen Plus on Square, yeah. Mayushi brought her in the beginning, though.
She's a regular? Oof, what a world line. Damn.
So, Kunyan told me everything.
What do you mean by everything? Ferris ignored my question and just kept going.
Kyoma, this is a conspiracy headed by the organization, yeah. We must swiftly and secretly spend a space-time email or something else terrible will occur.
Is this where your D-mail comes into existence? What is a space-time mail?
Space-time mail, yeah.
I'm going to go on a limb and assume she's referring to a D-mail here.
As such, I've already contacted Darnyan and asked him to set up the phone with Nya. Ferris has already jotted down the contact of the space-time mail, Nya. No, all Kyoma has to do is go call Daru and give him the go signal.
Wait. What are you exactly are you saying here?
Just do as Ferris says, Nya.
I don't want to, because last time... Holy, this is going so far out of hand. Ferris strikes a kitty punch stance and hisses at me. It wasn't frightening, but I faltered for a different reason.
I told Darnyan to set the destination time to space-time mail to 3:23 p.m. Yeah.
Are you ready to see the bloody room again? Because I am.
This is like the 2 other space-time mails that you sent should receive persist.
You mean the D-mails or space-time mails that say keep Myri in and stop summit use no fire?
Right, yeah. If we send the new one for you've seen them, they may disappear. The use no fire one is especially important to keep the lab from burning down, yeah.
It's hard to believe, but Ferris seemed to know exactly what was going on.
No, about the recipient, yeah. I think we should send it to Mayushi this time around.
No, her phone's dying. Why?
To instill a sense of danger in Mayushi, yeah. Kyoma and Kunyan worked hard this time, but it didn't work out, yeah. That way we can share the problem with Mayushi, yeah, to encourage her to protect herself.
We already tried that in this world and it didn't work. Fine, I'll hear her out for now.
See about the content of space-time now, yeah. I don't think Mayushi should take one step outside, yeah. So I decided to send a message that says stay in the lab, yeah.
I'm afraid that's pointless. Ultimately, the Black Hood people will show up at the lab.
I know that already, yeah.
What?
Isn't it a dream come true, yeah?
What?
Kyoma and Kunyan are searching for the Black Hoods now. Bloodshot eyes, it's null, right? But if they come to you, doesn't that give you the advantage, yeah?
I'm gonna tear out my eyes. I'm gonna tear them out!
You must fight, Kyoma. You can't give in to fear, yeah. Locking yourself and chasing him around, these old things will never save Mayushi, yeah. You were going to confront the Black Hoods in this world line anyway, weren't you, yeah? That's why you went out of your way to spy on them.
That's true. Ferris is exactly right. I feel like the world was opening up before my eyes. That's right. I should fight. No, I have no choice but to fight. If we return to Myri getting kidnapped or the lab getting burned down, no matter what I do, then I have to fight the Black Hoods. As I thought through this, I became more and more energized. I let out a noble laugh. That's right, Ferris. I would expect nothing less from the wielder of the Cheshire Break. This was merely a test I had planned for you. I wasn't being indecisive, nor were my spirits dashed. But you knew that, didn't you? Very well, once more into the breach. I don't actually know if there will be any more breaches around here, but fight we shall. Finally, the time has come to unleash this right arm. In the middle of my wonderful speech.
Oh, hello, Darnyan.
I realized Ferris had out of nowhere pulled my phone out of my pocket and started making calls. Hey, Ferris!
Just a minute, yeah.
Ferris, we're good to go over here. Ferris' giddy voice was so shrill I could hear it from the phone in Ferris' hand.
Now let's get right to it and activate the phone wave, yeah.
Okay, I'll count on the armament rights you promised me.
Hang on, yeah. I'll make you 100 plates.
My chest is burning up. All of me wept. Oh, and here comes the electric discharge. I was anything but prepared for this. But once she heard those words, Ferris looked at me and said,
Alright, yeah. Go, Kyoma.
Ferris placed her thumb on the send button of her own phone. Or as she pressed it, I caught a glimpse of the words written on her screen. They said the following. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight Black Hoods. Stop. No.
And click, yeah.
My vision trembles, as does my brain. In spite of the usual dizziness, it was easy enough for me to tell where I was. The Future Gadget Laboratory, the lab's development room, in fact. In the corner of the room sat Mayuri. Oh, great! She's on her knees with headphones in her ears, meaning they're at the door! She seems to be listening to music on some sort of portable music player. Mayuri's here. Beneath my relief, an idea began to surface. Mayuri's listening to music. But that would mean this is world line number 3. So I could discern that from the contents of the mail that triggered the reading Steiner this time. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight Black Hoods. So, as soon as my dizziness faded, I took action. First, I run into the common room and check out the window. There it is. There's a black SUV with no Black Hoods. Of course, so they're staying right outside the door. I swallow and head toward the door, just to make sure I look through the peephole. There they are, as I predicted. The fisheye lens gives everything a surreal, distorted effect, making their already strange appearance look even more bizarre and terrifying. I cautiously step away, and place my hand on my chest and compose myself.
Must fight, Kyama. We can't get interfering yet.
Fierce's voice suddenly echoed in my ears. That's right, I have to fight. What are you afraid of, Hugh and Kyoma? I already know that eventually they'll kick down this door and force their way in. So this time I shall make the first move. Yes. Okay, bring it on. Seal my resolve and lock the door. And I slowly twist the doorknob. From there, I kick the door into them. I look down at my feet. 2 men in the Black Hoods were crouched down, holding their nose and stomachs. Odd. In my mental simulation, a single blow had a domino effect, sending all 5 of the Black Hoods tumbling shamefully down the steps. But I only managed to knock down 2 of them. The other 3 are uninjured. Oh, that's terrifying. Shit. A bead of cold sweat drips down my face. Hi! That is an awful mask. For some reason, silence hangs over us. I couldn't tell through their mask, but it seemed like the 3 of them were struck dumb by my surprise attack. So, you 3 wanna just chill over some drinks? We got some Dr. Pepper in the fridge. Which means it's time for a follow-up attack. Or so I thought before I could take action. The Black Hood on the far left let out a subwoofer level roar.
What was that, you piece of shit?
Huh? Is that Kansai dialect? Hiroshima, maybe. I'm not sure, but that loud, weird voice was enough to send shivers down my spine. I guess these guys really are part of some creepy organization. Henceforth, the Black Hood that screamed will be referred to as 1, standing next to him number 2, and right 3. And the Black Hoods that were knocked down will be 4 and 5. But I was momentarily shocked. I couldn't let the likes of this noisemaker take me down without a fight. If I were a frill-necked lizard, I would expand my collar and intimidate them. Unfortunately, I'm not a frill-necked lizard, and my collar does not expand. Mantis stance! And I roared. What? Imagine these guys aren't even here to fight. They're just confused. Like, we just wanted to get something, man. This is working! It's working!
Fuck, it is.
In response, I switched to a flying crane stance. Graceful, towering stance with widespread rings resembling the red crown crane found in Kushiro Nature Park. What the fuck are you doing? I don't know either, guys. I'm on the Black Hood side at this point. You're just fucking with us now, right? That number 1 reached size go. Please tell me he just has a gun. There's a single long sword. Never mind. Hey, that's cheating.
Shut up!
Swings at me with a roar. Swiftly dodges a strike by leaping back. Then I try to strike. Wait, no need to be rash pose, but it didn't seem to work on him. Pressures his way inside and into the center of the room. Then 2 and 3 fall behind him.
Where's Sheena?
Number 1 asks with a deep voice. I respond. Sheena? Who are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. She and Mayuri.
I have no idea. Who is this Mayuri?
What did I say?
It was at that moment. Number 2's last sight was pointing in the direction of the development room. No. As though he sensed my worry, Number 1 narrowed his eyes behind his mask and spoke.
There, huh?
Number 1 takes a step forward. What do I do? What can I do? This ring, my ear will be taken away.
You must fight, Kyoma. You can't give in to fear, nya.
Paris' voice re-emerges in my ear. How do I fight? How do I approach this? My opponent is carrying a long sword. There's no way I can win against sword unless I have one myself. I'm in the lab. What am I supposed to find?
Asylum Sabers!
Sword. Number 1 has already moved right in front of the development room. He's but a moment away from passing through the curtain. I have no time. There's no time to think. Stick! Take a stance and shout.
Fight me, coward! How careless of you to allow me to arm myself, Number 1. Huh? Who else, Number 1?
Witness and tremble for the massifications of my swordmanship.
Here I come! Yeah!
Ow. I'm dead. Nice. Incredible. My attempt was so pathetic I was at a loss for words. I charged and swung at Number 1 with my sword, but his long sword easily knocked my blade away, shattering it to pieces. Which I suppose was to be expected, after all, in my hands was future gadget Number 6, Asylum Saber. I couldn't believe that I thought I stood a chance with this thing, even for a moment. Call it temporary insanity. I was running mainly on instinct when I grabbed the gadget. What is happening? Welp, it's all over. Higher annihilation is ensured. I have no means to retaliate. My entire body is soaked with this unpleasant amount of sweat. In the area hand, Number 1 is staring at the red liquid that spilled all over his hands.
Hey, what is it? Did I get cut or something? I don't think so. You look okay to me. So this is fake blood. Look, man, it's all over my cloak and everything. And the longsword too. You gotta be fucking kidding me! This stuff's cost me 98,000 yen at Blade Works!
Blade Works? That means, just like the sword I bestowed upon Lukaku, the demon sword Samidari, the longsword is artificial. Wait! That means... Looking at it closely, the sharp edges of the blade were rounded off slightly. These are fake swords! There was another thing I realized. The attack with the Asylum Saber wasn't meaningless. It's clear from the way these guys are freaking out. They really don't like their hoods getting dirty. I have a plan! This is my chance. I have more sabers! I again ran to the cardboard box and grabbed a bundle of Asylum Sabers. It's time! On the end of each saber is a cap. I took off the caps and started to throw them one by one. Grenade!
Jesus, guy! Good!
Oh my gosh, that's why the room is covered in red. That's why it looks like it's blood, because it's the fake, it's the upgraded Asylum Sabers. Get sucked!
Stop it!
You suck! Needless to say, I didn't stop. More blood! I didn't let up in my retaliation, continued relentlessly to carpet bomb them.
Ah, shit, at this rate we're gonna get all bloodstained! Yeah, are we supposed to wear these to Kalima the day after tomorrow?
Wait, don't tell me. Oh no. Has this been all a grave misunderstanding? Are these guys also Chunibyo idiots that just want to hang out with Mayuri because they're cosplayers? Kamima? I thought I heard something like that, but I continued unabated. I continued to throw unkept Asylum Sabers one after another.
Come on, we gotta fall back! Roger! But... Come on, get the lid on, go!
Is this chapter just a giant misunderstanding over these Black Hoods? Are they just not actually here to kill Mayuri and they're just here to get cosplay help? Please tell me that's actually the case, because that's hilarious. But I still haven't discovered their identities. I chased after them, refusing to let them get away with this. I run down the stairs and come out in front of the CRT workshop. The black SUV had already driven off. I didn't see the car get further into the distance. There were 4 or 5 at the entrance, so they must have started the engine while we waited. Damn. I wanted to chase after them, but there's no way to catch up to the car. There's nowhere to vent my anger. I could only stand there fuming. Then... someone spoke behind me. I turned around to see... a Black Hood!
You bastard!
I look up to Black Hood with fear as I roared. Whoa, hold on, please! Jeff, don't say another word! Charge. He tumbled to the ground in a tangle of limbs. By the time we stopped, I was on top of him. Merely take to a mounting position and raise my right arm. Give it up, Black Hood! I give up! I've given up already! No, you haven't given up, and even if you have, it's too late. The seal of my arm has been broken already. Even I am powerless to hold back its rage. Somebody help! Here it comes. Tremble, right arm of mine. Engulf thyself in pitch black hellfire. No. Mayuri was leaning out of the window and shot at me. This has just been a big misunderstanding, hasn't it?
Ocarine, stop. That's Mayushi's friend, I think.
This has been a big misunderstanding of a chapter? You think? I roughly tear off the man's mask. Underneath was... Your... Oh my gosh, it is him. Oh my gosh. You're kidding me.
I thought so. His name is Nakusei Shinichi. He's Fubuki-chan's older brother.
Okay, you know what? Actually, no. I was gonna feel bad about it, but no. Oh. I'm actually still pissed. You guys acted the way you did. You, of course, deserve to have your shit ruined. You acted like you were going to kill Mayuri. I don't care if you have the same disease as... Chunibyo disease is freaking... in Okabe. At least Okabe never threatened to kill people. I think. Well, actually. Whatever, the point is! Through her connection with Fubuki and their mutual interest in cosplay, Mayuri and Shinichi have been close friends for a while. About a month ago, Mayuri came to visit Shinichi. Her purpose to raise money. In order to fund for the future Gadget Magic mod project, Mayuri asked Shinichi for 3 million yen. Needless to say, pawn shops don't lend out money for free. So as a pawn, Mayuri offered up Pockety. But despite the retro appeal of the pocket watch, there was no way it would be valued at 3 million yen. So Shinichi decided to lie. This is indeed a beautiful watch. It's definitely worth 3 million yen. But because it's valued so highly, I'm afraid you'll need to wait a little. Then Shinichi ran the bank, withdrew 3 million yen from his account and handed it to Mayuri. In other words, he paid for this with his own money. By the way, Mayuri didn't know this yet. So you're telling me this entire freaking chapter was a complete misunderstanding? Oh my gosh, it even makes sense at the beginning. The reason why she never answered. Wait, I don't... What? Wait, what was the message I got at the beginning? She still thinks she borrowed the 3 million from the pawn shop. Mayuri wasn't around when Shinichi told me this. We told her that we need to have a man-to-man conversation, emphasis on the man, and send her home. But back to the issue. A month passed, leading us to yesterday, August 12th. Mayuri didn't get the 3 million yen from the lottery, but by pawning Pockety. After obtaining this information from Daru, I visited Shinichi's pawn shop with 3 million yen I had borrowed from Mondo Shinpan, apparently. I handed the money to Shinichi and asked him to return the pocket watch. The pocket watch was not at the pawn shop. Shinichi was holding on to it himself. Shinichi, afraid of being caught in his lie, accepted the money and told me, I'll return his pocket watch personally, so please stand down on this matter. I obviously wasn't going to back down after being asked. We argued for 2 or 3 hours after that. But prompted by a certain statement, I eventually returned home empty-handed. Then came today, August 13th. Shinichi was supposed to meet with Mayuri to return the pocket watch. Their meeting was 4:30, and he waited for Mayuri, but she never showed up. Which isn't a surprise. My past self had kept Mayuri in the lab after reading those 2 emails. He couldn't reach her by phone or mail. Her phone was dead, so there was no way to contact her. Oh my god, this entire chapter was a misunderstanding from the very beginning, wasn't it? You're kidding me. Normally one would think I'd just return it tomorrow or the day after. But what about Ix? Not after I hammered that pocket watch is very important to Mayuri into his head over and over the day before. Shinichi wanted to return the pocket watch today, no matter what. That's why he visited the lab. Mayuri had told him before that she was closely involved with the place after all. Okay, I'm beginning to understand. In a nutshell, you came to the lab to return the pocket watch, right?
Well, more accurately, I came here with the intent to return it.
Is that any different?
It's a little different.
No matter. By the way, who are those people? Your friends in the black hoods. In fact, why were you dressed like that?
They're my cosplay friends. They're part of a different cosplay circle than my sister Babuki's. And those costumes are the ones Mayuri made for us. We were going to wear them to Kamima the day after tomorrow.
I thought as much. Which means I've done wrong by Mayuri. I slightly start to regret throwing all that fake blood all over the costumes. But there's no need to dress like that in town, is there? Or do you need to wear those costumes on a daily basis?
Of course not.
So why would you... We were all looking for Sheena before we came here. I called everyone and asked them to help me search for Mayuri. So we decided to split up and search the streets for Akiba, but Akiba's a big place. That wasn't gonna be easy, was it? That's why we decided to make it easy for her to find us instead, so... That's the costumes, so that's why you dressed up so conspicuously.
The costumes were a little much, but since Sheena made them, we figured she'd spot us in a snap. But in the end, she never found us, so we decided to try lab.
What about that car?
You saw the guy with the longsword, right? It's his car. He's the kind of guy who gets a little rowdy when he's mad, but I guess you're already aware of that, huh?
Above our heads, countless stars were already twinkling. For some reason, the sky looked prettier here than any other world line. Alright, well, shall I take you-know-what back?
You know what?
The pocket watch, of course.
Oh, well, I don't actually have it.
Oh my... No! 4 degrees C! Why?
There's a wake I have to attend tonight for a friend of mine.
I offer my sincerest condolences, but what does that have to do with anything?
Sheena didn't come to our meeting spot and I couldn't get a hold of her, so I was convinced that I wouldn't be able to meet with her today. But I really want to get the pocket watch back to her by the end of the day. So I placed it in a locker.
In that, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. That's why it was in the locker. And that's why 4 degrees C has it.
A coin locker in front of Daibiru.
And that... You're ex, aren't you? You were trying to help out because we sent a email with you, didn't you? Why would you do something like that?
I told you because I didn't think I could meet her face-to-face today. But even if I couldn't, I want to be able to return to her by the end of the day. I asked myself, how can I do that? Like this. I intend to send this text message. If we looked for her till the very end, still couldn't find Sheena. Of course, I haven't sent this yet, but this is how it was saved.
I peeked into the phone screen that was faced toward me. It was written as follows. You know what, in DB locker, the key is at the bottom of the locker. A familiar sense. Your ex. There's no way I could forget. This is... Hey, tell me one thing. What is your cell phone's mail account name?
Why you ask?
Just please, tell me.
It's I-Chain Snake.
This has been a clusterfuck of a chapter. What does it mean?
Huh?
I'm asking what that account name means.
There's no particular meaning, it's just an anagram. Of course, it's of my name, Nakase Shinichi.
I give up. I give up trying to understand. I give up.
If I rearrange those letters, they become I-Chain Snake.
I hate you. 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 I feel like I was completely exsanguinated. Right up from my toes up. At the same time, I heard click, the sound of things fitting together. This entire stupid incident, this entire chapter was a misunderstanding. We thought somebody was going to get killed. We thought that the only thing that bad thing that really happened in reality is freaking the only real bad thing that actually happened was the house burning down. These numerous fragments came together and shone in a dazzling flash inside of me. So that's what it was. At that moment, everything made sense. In a snap, I could see the full picture, the entire sequence of events. Then Karisu entered the lab. Help me. She looked from me to Shinichi and back again with puzzlement. Who is this? I want to bash my head on the concrete. Shinichi and I decided to go to the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. There was one thing I wanted to confirm. I told Karisu to wait at the lab. If my prediction is correct, then I would need to send an email. Without anyone at the lab, the phone wave name subchange wouldn't be active. So I asked Karisu to take that post. Karisu pressed me for an explanation, but the moment I said, I'll tell everyone when you go to the net cafe, she swiftly fell in line. Damn. And here we are. Now, regarding the issue I wanted to confirm, the moment the moment the coin locker came to view, I believe I had my answer. Because the door of the bottom-left locker, number 5, was severely deformed. I still needed to check. Be inside the locker just in case. Empty. Nothing inside. It can't be! Shinichi was quite flustered, but the sight did not surprise me at all. Nope. So we have it. We have the full story. We know everything that's going on now, so now we just have to fix it proper now. Just don't let number 5 get... Just don't let 4 Degrees C get the pocket watch. That's all. It's an unfortunate turn of events, of course. But it's one I already had anticipated, so the shock isn't as severe for me. Would you like me to tell you what happened? Do you know? I do. An unsavory man named 4 Degrees C forced his locker open with a crowbar. Then he stole the pocket watch inside. He's an infamous coin locker breaker, apparently. Darn it! I'll never forgive him! Never! How can the police let someone like that run loose? Well, they did catch him in World Line 2. That's probably not possible in this World Line. That pocket watch has probably been sold off somewhere by now. As frustrating as it is, it's hard to deny that in this World Line number 3, the possibility that Mayuri will be reunited with Pocket D is incredibly slim. Alright, we need another new World Line. World Line number 2 is similarly frustrating. There, Pocket D is in police custody as a piece of evidence, but will eventually be returned to Mayuri. Unfortunately, that Pocket D is in a sorry state. The crash had done severe damage to it. So is there a way to get Pocket D back unscathed? There is, but only one. I need to return to World Line number 1. How? By sending a D-mail, of course. From whose phone? From Ix. From Shinichi's phone. Who is the recipient? My cell phone. Oh no, don't, no. When will you send it to? I should receive it at 4:03. What's the message? The message that Shinichi showed me earlier, just as is. The D-mail will automatically delete any characters after the 36th signal byte character, after all. For Shina, you know what in DB locker number 5, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. For Shina, you know what in DB locker number 5, key is taped to blah blah blah. For Shina, you know what in DB locker. Well, to be fair, I'm deleting a space bar in DB locker to keep the entirety of the last word in the D-mail. That's just gonna cause a time loop. I fear return to World Line 1 because of the risk that Mayuri will go missing. But that's no longer a concern, because I'm now aware that Ix is no kidnapper. The answer lies within the D-mail that my sidekick sent. That disturbing mingle of letters. I borrowed Shinichi's phone, opened the saved message from earlier, and set the recipient as the phone wave name subject to change. I've already informed Karisu of my intended time and receipt. All I need to do is call her. However, her cell phone is currently incapacitated due to her dropping it in the toilet at the net cafe. So I thought I would call the Brontube workshop. But I never saved its number into my phone, so I dialed 104 and asked to be connected directly.
Brontube workshop, what can I do for you?
I said due to complicated turn of events, I need to talk to Kreese in the lab ASAP. Would you do me a favor and go upstairs and get for her? To which the owner replied,
Oh, you think we're still using phones with cords? I'll leave this phone up there with her for a bit. Hold on a sec.
He put me on hold where I was greeted with the classic hold waiting music for release. While I waited, I turned my attention to Shinichi. Hey Shinichi, I have two things I want to ask. Is that okay?
What's on your mind?
If, and this is only hypothetical, if, while you were searching for Mayuri, let's say the guy with the longsword was the one to find her, what would he do?
Knowing him, he'd probably drag her along by force and bring her to me.
That explains what happened. And then what?
Well, as soon as I saw Mayuri, I'd give her watch back.
What if you'd already placed it in the locker?
I'd bring her to lockers and...
But what would you do if the locker looked like this?
That would be a problem. I'd probably cry and apologize, and what else? Ultimately, I think I would have to accompany her back to your research facility, your lab as you call it.
But honestly, I feel like I'm about to cry right now. I don't blame you, gamer. I feel like I am about to as well. Said Shinichi as he wiped the end of his eyes at the back with the back of his hand. Honestly, I don't blame you, gamer. I feel the exact same way. Her release is still playing. Without taking the phone away from her, I asked the next question. Secondly, yesterday, when I went to the pawn shop, you said that you managed to satisfy me by making a certain statement, yes? So what was that certain statement? When I asked, Shinichi looked up at the night sky, stretched out his arm, and formed a fist as if he was trying to grab the stars. Then he responded,
I said, I'm in love with Sheena. Which is why I insist on handing the pocket watch back myself.
Okie dokie. Oh, hello? Okabe? It's me. Hello? Hello? I hear you. Then say something, I swear. You won't believe how mad the owner was when he saw the condition of the lab. I did clean up the Xylem saber pieces, but those bloodstains, those things are gonna take a while, so I let them be for now. I have to go return this cordless phone after activating the phone wave too. It's gonna be really awkward. I inadvertently looked down my body. My clothes are covered with stains from the fake blood and my hands are all red. I must have gone covered when I jumped on Shinichi. I cannot believe this entire chapter has just been one complete misunderstanding. It is hilarious. But it hurts my head too much. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you one important thing. Everything's set up and ready to go on the phone wave. All I need you to do is activate it. This is just gonna put us in a time loop, isn't it? Hey, is everything okay? Did something happen? Nothing. I'm fine. And let's go. Phone wave name subject change activate. Roger. Shortly after, I can hear the sound of sparks through the phone. Electrical discharge confirmed. Here we go. Prompted by those words, I take Shinichi's phone and press send. The locker's not broken. When the dizziness faded, Kreese was standing in front of me. I didn't have time to explain. Without saying anything, I rushed to the locker in the bottom left corner and stuck my hand underneath. I feel something hard against my fingertips. It was affixed to the bottom of the locker with a piece of tape. I peel it off and look at what I found. Sure enough, the key to locker. Number 5 is engraved on it.
Yes.
Yes! Wait, what's going on? I'll tell you about it later. Just watch. Leaving the flummox Kreese aside, I did what I had to do. Insert the key into the locker and twist it. Locked it with a nice metallic snap. I take a few deep breaths and close my eyes. Please be there. With that wish in my heart, I take hold of the locker door, open it. Please! Yeah! There is the pocket watch. Mary's most precious treasure, Pockety. And of course, Pockety was completely unscathed. Sparkling clean too, just the way it should be. Did you see that 4-degree C? Such is the might of my all-seeing eye. Once I launched my beautiful tenor voice out toward outer space, I take Pockety out of the locker and put it in my pocket. I win! As you have likely discerned by now, the reason why Pockety was left unharmed in World Line number 1 is because Kreese and I managed our vigil in front of the lockers. As a result, 4-degree C couldn't do his job and bring him to the locker. Come, let us go, Christina!
Go where?
To our base, the lab, of course!
What about Ix?
Ix is no kidnapper. He's just a pawn shop working cosplayer. In other words, a cosplaying pawn shop worker.
Is there a difference? And what about Mayuri?
Don't worry about Mayuri. All the crimes have been resolved. Or perhaps I should say that what we thought were crimes were non-criminal from the very beginning. Huh? Let's just go at Chandler. Chris, we must report back to the lab.
Stop calling me that.
Too bad. After all the shit I had to go through, I'm absolutely saying it. And with that, all the mysteries are solved, my friends.
I still have no idea what's going on.
Deeds, please. Fine, and I shall enlighten you. It all began at 3:18 when Mayuri's cell phone retrieved a single D-mail. In other words, the answer to everything is hidden within Mayuri's cell phone here. But unfortunately, the phone battery is dead. We cannot read what's in the mailbox right now. Daru, there should be one of my charges back there. Can you get it? But I refuse. Now's not the time to refuse. There you go. Said Daru as he tossed the charger over to me. After catching it, it connects to Mayuri's phone and stuck the power plug in the wall outlet. Since Mayuri and my phones are from the same company, we can use the same chargers. That should do it.
So hurry up and show us the D-mail.
Not so fast, Christina. No need to rush. Everything has an order to it, just as Yamamura-sensei says. Who? It doesn't matter. I won't talk for much longer, so please listen. The D-mail in question had two mysteries. One is its content, the other its sender. I'll talk about the sender first. I'll cut to the chase. The one who sent this D-mail is you, Christina. But why do you have to say it like you're accusing me of a crime? Besides, I never sent any D-mail. Yes, you did, in world line number 3, that is. And the account name you used to send it was Sidekick275. Sidekick275? But that name was in Mayuri's cell phone. Yes, I told you over and over that's where you sent the D-mail. Okay, so that email was sent on 15/18. Yes, that one. Kreese and I saw the D-mail together here in world line number 1. That's why Kreese knows the content. Feeling a little left out over here, guys. Don't worry, Daru. It seems like Christina's having some trouble following the story, too. Now you're just pissing me off. Good. Anyway, back to business. I want to talk about the account name. Christina, what does psychic mean in English? Like friend, comrade, partner, assistant. So where are you in relation to me, Christina? A complete stranger. My assistant, open your eyes, world line number 1, Christina. I thought you thought so in world line number 3 at least, right? If not, you wouldn't name your account Psychic now, would you? Your logic seems totally backwards here. You mean to say that Psychic 257 isn't your account? I didn't say that. Then I ask, when is your birthday? July 25th. You are so easy. Damn. Break that down to numbers, days first. 25/7? But I don't have any accounts by that name. Of course, because this is a disposable email the world line number 3 assistant created at the Net Cafe. The Net Cafe? Masashi, you go to net cafes? I would never. Why lie? Going to a net cafe is hardly shameful. For real, I see enormous mainstream women and pretty boys there all the time. After Dara's explanation, Kreese started twirling her hair with her fingers and said, I might have gone. No might about it. You told me yourself back in world line number 3. Anyway, back to the disposable account. When exactly did my assistant create it? I imagine it happened during the 3 minutes she had me wait. In world line number 3, Kreese told me to wait for 3 minutes before saying the phone wave name sub to change its timer and activating it. She then hung up on me. Because she called me from the public phone, perhaps she immediately went back to her booth, got on the computer, and proceeded to create her disposable account. Within 3 minutes, the account was made. Kreese then wrote the email and sent the phone wave name sub change with the delayed send function. This is not a feat an ordinary person could have achieved, but considering out Chandler Kreese's skills, it may be feasible. One cannot forget that Kreese is a prodigy who at the age of 17 had her work published in a major science magazine. But why didn't you go over ways sent from PC? Worldline number 3's assistant had broken her phone, apparently by dropping it into a toilet at the net cafe. Oof. Damn. Anyway, my assistant made another peculiar move during all this. She initially instructed to set my cell phone as the email's recipient, but after the electric discharge had begun, she called me to tell me to switch to Mayuri's phone instead. This is closely tied to the reason why the email was encrypted.
It was encrypted?
Indeed, but not digitally. No, this was a very analog form of encryption. It was worded in a way that only a select few would understand. Why did she do that, you ask? Because she initially intended to send it to my phone. This email, like many others, contained a word of instruction, telling me to do something. If I had received the email as originally intended, I probably would have carried out the instructions in the email without fail. But what if I was caught by an enemy after I'd done so? My phone would be taken, and my foe would have checked my inbox, learning immediately what I'd done, which would defeat the purpose of sending a email in the first place. So my Worldline number 3 assistant decided to encrypt the message. In other words, by making the message something only you can read, she eliminated the possibility of an enemy finding out what you'd been instructed to do. That's correct.
So why change the recipient to Mayushi?
Simple. By sending it to Mayuri, she can all but ensure that her word of instructions wouldn't be leaked even if she hadn't bothered with something as time-consuming as encryption. Worldline number 3 assistant realized this after she read her message to be sent on delay. That's why she rushed to call me and have me switch the recipient to Mayuri. Well then, now that that's all the way out of the way, can you tell us what the email says? But of course. I assented, powered on Mayuri's phone, and opened the inbox. I proceeded to display the encrypted messages in order, primarily for Daru's sake, because Kurisu had seen them once before. This is the encrypted message that was sent for me. Needless to say, I must know how to decipher it. And similarly, my assistant, who wrote this message, must also know. So, with what method do we decrypt with? What cipher did my assistant and I share? It didn't dawn on me until Daru had told me something in Worldline number 2.
It did. Was it something erotic?
It definitely wasn't erotic. Oh, is it the...
Wait, it was Mike's issue who found this post. You really don't remember, Ocarine? I showed you this post us last night at 2. You read it properly then.
Oh, first letter?
What? So what's that mean?
You don't get it? I had to read it vertically. Oh, you just gotta stack the 3 messages like a sandwich. Mayuri will be kidnapped. Mayuri will be kidnapped, hiding ghosts. Okay, I was about to say I couldn't get the last.
Mayuri
will be kidnapped.
hide and
Ghost. I give him a small nod and speak. Receiving this email at 5:15:18, Mayuri must have immediately, well, maybe not immediately, but she must have informed me that she received a suspicious message. Mayuri and I were here at the lab at the time, after all. Knowing her, she'd probably say, hey, Ocarine, I got some weird email, and show me her phone. Then, after decrypting the message, I proceeded to carry out the instructions.
But that mean...
Mayuri was... Yes, she was here the entire time. I walked toward the corner of the room and pulled the charger cable from the wall.
Future gadget number 7, Ghosts in the Ball, Demonized Edition version 1.24 is upon us.
Demonized Edition?
After we magic modded, we had to give it a cooler name.
Hey, more importantly, is Mayuri really inside? Let's open it up and find out. Hey, Daru, how do you open it?
You just lift it up.
I opened the ball, and there... Gosh dang it. Hi, Mayuri. Mayuri lay on a comforter on the floor, curled up like a cat. She's sound asleep. Really? That was anticlimactic. No, it wasn't. You don't understand.
What was the point of all that worrying?
Motherfuckers, I had to watch our building get burned down.
But she seems so at ease.
Like a child that fell asleep inside a closet while playing hide and seek.
At any rate, well done, Okabe. Yeah, that one word was all I had left in me. If I tried for a second, I would have lose tears from my eyes. For a while, we just sat silently looking at Mayuri's sleeping face. And while I listened to her sleeping breath, I found myself wondering, why didn't I hide Mayuri inside Ghost in the Ball on world line number 2 or world line number 3? The encrypted likely D-mail would have reached Mayuri's phone at 1518 in both of them. So why didn't I follow through the instructions? The following is merely my hypothesis, so I may very well be mistaken. But perhaps both world line number 2 and world line number 3 play out like so. First, Mayuri receives a D-mail at 3:18 p.m. Then, Mayuri, with puzzled huh and several hmms, tried to work it out the garbled message on her own, putting all of her intelligence to the task. But during this time in both world line number 2 and 3, I received the keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping D-mail. That would be at 3:20, just 2 minutes after Mayuri receives the encrypted D-mail. Seeing this D-mail, I likely found myself so caught up in the imminent threat that I didn't give Mayuri the chance to say a word about her D-mail. And on Mayuri's part, listen, Mayuri, you are to, under no circumstances, leave this place, stay in the lab, got it. I imagine after hearing my stark warning and seeing the fire in my eyes, she found it difficult to bring up a strange, seemingly unrelated message. 4 minutes later, at 3:24, I received a phone call from Kurisu in world line number 2. Of course, the call was in regards to the D-mail that she received, which said, "Tail Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught." In world line number 3, on the other hand, at 3:22, I received the Stop Summit Use No Fire, Lab will burn D-mail, which is shortly followed by Mayuri receiving the No Going Out, Lab is Safe, Fight Black Hoods D-mail at 3:26. These consecutive D-mails must have thrown the lab into chaos, causing Mayuri the opportunity to tell me about the first message she received. But these D-mails are limited to their respective world lines. In this world line 1, there was never a situation where we received multiple D-mails consecutively, so Mayuri probably had more leeway to approach me. Hey, Ocarina, got a weird message. I also wouldn't have been in a panic, so I'd been able to focus on decrypting the message. Therefore, this is the result. That's why I didn't hide Mayuri in world line number 2 or number 3. Though, maybe it's more accurate to say that those 2 world lines were produced because I didn't hide Mayuri. And while I was thinking about all that, Mayuri began to stir and slowly opened her eyes. Hi.
What's going on? Where's everybody?
3 of us looked at each other and grinned.
Mayushi's here.
What's with that soulless tutu?
I just woke up.
Okabe, what about... Oh, that's right. I pull you-know-what out of my pocket and place it in Mayuri's palms and close her hands over it. Mayuri seems puzzled.
Huh? Huh? It's Pucky! You got Pucky back!
She jumped up to her feet.
But how could this be?
It fell from the sky.
Really? I'm kind of confused, but Mayushi is really happy. Thank you, Green.
Mayuri gently places Pockety against her ear. She looks enchanted as she listens to it tick.
Hey, by the way, Mayushi, were you really inside that ball this whole time?
Yeah, why you ask?
We were all worried you'd gone missing somewhere.
Gone missing? No way I'd go missing. Mayushi will always be here. I have to be here. Because Mayushi is... the Green's hostage.
Well, I guess that's it then. That is every chapter in Steins Gate Linear Bounded Phenogram, and I don't know if I'm supposed to mute this, but I'm going to just on the off chance that I have to. So we're gonna mute there. I liked it a lot. I thought every chapter brought something to the table that was nice and unique and fun to watch and go through. So yeah, I'm happy with it. But that finally, I think, closes the book, though, on Steins Gate. No more Steins Gate games. It's a bit sad, though. We've been through so much with these games, but... man... it does kind of make me sad now, knowing that it's done.
But I guess now I'll just start thinking about what to do next. I actually did put out a poll regarding what games to do next. Let me pull up that poll real quick. Currently, the two leading options with 1 vote each are Famicom Detective Club and the Chaos Head series. Famicom Detective Club is a series that I've heard of that I think would be pretty cool to play through. Also sounds right up my alley. And same with Chaos Head. Apparently, Chaos Head is made by the same guys that made, I think it's made by the same guys that made Steins Gate here. The Steins Gate series, so of course I'd probably want to play through those games at some point, maybe. There's also Astrobot and Nier Automata, but no one's voted for those yet, but maybe one day we'll play those as well, but it seems like it's most likely we're going to either play Famicom or Chaos Head. Again, they're both at the same amount of votes so far, with just 1 each, but if no more votes go in for them, I'll probably just choose one or the other. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was just an awesome adventure going through Steins Gate. Very glad I got to play through it for y'all. Oh. Alright, are we at the end here? Can I turn back on the music? I'm gonna turn back on the music. I might get in trouble, but oh well. Science Adventure Team. And that's it. That is all of Steins Gate complete. Every game. I mean, there is the Elite game, but I think that's just like a updated variant of the first one, so not gonna go through that. That's it, though. Every game. That's it. Steins Gate complete. Oh!
Oh, Green. Sounds like we have a visitor.
Who could it be at this hour? I headed toward the door and slowly opened it. And who would appear but... Hey! Kirimorika!
Have we met before?
I desperately checked the time. 7:53. It wasn't exact, but it was close to the time that the rounders raided our lab. No, not now. I can't breathe. I was frozen, unable to move a muscle. Dendaro came up from behind me. Oh, you're the Tabak lady.
Yes.
The one working on the publishing company.
An editorial company. It's called Art Rewrite.
Waika's using full senses. Holy crap, that's weird. I just realized. Is this not the Shining Finger I know?
I know we scheduled an 8 o'clock pickup. Am I too early?
No, that's not it, but...
Then can I have you know what?
You want the sketch?
Yeah, about that,
Daro cast a glance down the corner of the room. When I followed his line of sight, I saw it. Gosh dang it! Thing I spilled Dr. P all over. That someone bought for 3 million yen. No, what they were supposed to buy for 3 million yen. The sketchbook.
Oh, that's too bad. In this condition, well, you know.
Well,
Sorry to bother you. I'll be going now.
suddenly my petrification was lifted. Right as Moeka disappeared out the lab, I quickly turned around. I ran as fast as I could to the development room. One more time leap. Kabe, what are you trying to do? I need to get rid of the soda. She had a look of concern on her face, which probably means that it was a rhetorical question. You're joking, right? I need 3 million yen. Only one remains unsettled. My 3 million yen debt.
I told you, we don't need to pay that back.
Where it's so easy. If I don't, I'm gonna end up being in the depths of Tokyo Bay for sure. I can only think of 2 ways to earn that money. One is to win the grand prize of the Akiba Invention Contest. And the other is to return to the past and prevent myself from spilling Dr. P all over the sketchbook.
Then which will you choose?
How foolish of you to ask, Christina. Which will I choose? That's not for me to decide. I leave my fate to the will of Steins Gate. El Sai Kongru. Well, that's it. Abduction across 3 worlds. Complete. That's all of them. It should be. If there's another one... Well, we're not done with it quite yet. I thought we were. What? I got lied to. I looked up online and we... Hang on. I'm gonna look up something real quick. Steins, gate, linear, bounded, phenogram. If this is short, then I'll just do it right now. It seems like people are putting out like 40 minutes, so... Fine. Lunar Bifrost. This wasn't intended, but... Lunar Bifrost. The real final chapter. Wasn't intending to do this, but we're doing it. I was lied to, dang it.
That summer 2 years ago, I couldn't get involved. Back then I was still a child. I didn't realize what was happening to the people around me. I was the only one living a normal life back then. And by the time I realized that, nobody was left. My dad's gone. He died and left me alone. I hadn't seen the college guy, the high school girl, or anyone else from the second floor of Dad's building since that summer. Everyone close to me vanished all at once. The only thing I knew was that something had happened, but I didn't know what. I'm here again. It's like Dad's building has been frozen in time for the past 2 years. The closed showers haven't been open once the entire time. I'm sure everything in the shop is covered in dust, which wouldn't be much of a change from the way things used to be. There might be spider webs every now, though. I get shivered just imagining the spiders. I can handle cockroaches better than spiders, but hairy caterpillars are the worst. I don't really have anything to do here. I don't intend to go inside, and it's not like I'm waiting for someone. I end up heading here after school about once a month. I look around. The shops along the Akihabara's main street, Chiodori, change all the time. But over here I feel like nothing's changed since 2 years ago. There aren't many people. Most of the buildings are multi-tenant types. There. I notice and start staring. At the roof of the multi-tenant building diagonally across from here. There I see a man wearing a black suit, smoking a cigarette and looking bored. I just call them agents. After Dad died, and after all the lab mems stopped showing up, they started appearing around this building. They're not always the same people. In fact, they seem like different people every time. At first, I didn't pay much attention to them. But every time I came here, I was sure to notice a cute person in a black suit somewhere within view. He might be watching Dad's building, even though nobody goes in or out of it now.
It seems like this takes place after Tanuji takes his own life in the Moeka part of the original story.
Those agents, they're waiting for someone. I wonder if they know the reason why my dad suddenly took his own life, and the reason why the lab mems stopped coming here. I always think about asking them, but just imagining it makes my heart race, and I get too scared. Once again, I leave that place as though I'm fleeing. That reminds me, that summer 2 years ago, a girl came to Dad's shop to work part-time, and she said something strange. A time machine. A dreamlike machine that lets one travel to the past or future. Miyoshi, my class's name for a middle school math teacher, says that it's totally impossible to build one. If a machine like that really existed, I'd go back to that summer. Go back to that summer and what? Do I want to get involved? Do I just not want to be left alone? I don't know. I turn off my alarm clock and get out of my bed. It's 7 a.m. I'm pretty good at getting up on my own. Even when Dad was around, I'd get up by myself, make breakfast by myself, and take out the trash. The neighbor would always say what a responsible child I was. I'm still sleepy, but I take off my pajamas and put on my uniform. My middle school uses a pretty plain sailor-style uniform. It's not very cute.
Oh, so this is taking place a while after.
I don't have very good fashion sense, so uniforms are actually very helpful for me. I learned that after entering middle school. I wash my face in the bathroom and go to the living room.
Oh. Oh, night. Morning.
Oh, good morning. I've been making his morning preparations. Uncle Yukitaka is drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. There's a breakfast for 4 laid out on the table. Today's it's ham-fried, stir-fried bok choy and tomato salad.
Oh.
I'll make you some toast. Nai-chan. Take a seat. I hear Uncle Chikane's voice from the kitchen where she's wearing an apron and working. I sit down and pour some milk into my cup. It's been almost 2 years since the Akira family took me in. After Dad passed away, I didn't have a single relative. I was worried about what I do, but Rumiho suggested this right away. Uncle Yukitaka knew about me because my dad was familiar with the people in the Akihabara shopping district. Not only are they letting me stay with them free of charge, but they're paying for my tuition as well. They really are kind people. Where's Rumiho?
Probably still sleeping. It seems she stayed up late again yesterday.
I hardly ever see her in the morning lately.
So the president of a venture company is always busy.
Rumiho started her own company when she graduated high school this spring. It's a small company with only 3 employees, but she's still the president nonetheless. Is she doing okay?
Kuroki's looking after her, so there's no need to worry. She's very responsible, despite all appearances.
Okay. When I'm about to halfway through my salad, Aunt Chikane brings me my toast. After spreading my favorite strawberry jam onto it, I take a bite.
More importantly, Nai, how is your studying going? Your tests are coming up soon, aren't they?
Yeah, but I'm really prepared. You may not know it by looking at me, but I'm pretty smart. I was in the top 10 of my grade for the spring exams.
Are you still doing morning practice?
Nope, we're taking a break since our tests are so close. I'm a member of the badminton team. I'm just okay. Why did I choose badminton? I sort of felt like it. I had to have morning practice, so I wake up 30 minutes early. Today I actually slept in. You don't have to rush. Oops. I had gobbled down my toast through a force of happiness. And I was just talking about not having morning practice. When I laugh, Uncle Yukitaka and Aunt Chikane smile gently. I'm doing so well because of the Akiya family. I'll be off.
Aww.
In the end, I leave the house without seeing Rumiho. My school's near Okachimachi Station. It's about a 3-minute walk. I could ride a bike to school, but I choose to walk instead. In part because I don't want the Akiya family to have to buy me a bicycle. Besides that, I like walking. As I walk, I think of how things were 2 years ago. Back when I was in elementary school, I'd walk along this road to go visit Dad's building. At the time, my dad and I actually lived in Okachimachi. Now that I think about it, I wonder what happened to that house. It's pretty worn down and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. It was put up for sale, but I doubt anyone would want to live there. It's too early to be this gloomy. I felt so cheerful when I left home. When I'm alone, my thoughts have a bad habit of drifting into the past. I'm almost at the place where I meet up with my classmate, Mako-chan. We're both on the badminton team, and she's probably my closest friend at school. That's why we always walk together in the morning. Phew. I slap my cheeks with my hands. I'm okay. There are people who greet me every morning. I'm doing well in both studies and sports. I have friends at school. If I continue living like this, I'm sure I'll end up happy. I'm sure I'll forget that summer someday. Someday. With tests approaching, there are no club activities this week.
Did you go home already? I thought we could go together. Great news, I got preview tickets for the next month's Ryan Cocker movie. Yeah, you interested? So it's for the anime, not Axe Battlers. When's the next AB national tournament starting? I want to watch you. I want to watch you win the championship again. Let's go together. Yippee!
I could go home as soon as school ends, but since the only thing to do is study, I want to take a little detour. So I decided to go to my secret place for the first time in a while. First, I buy strawberry juice at the juice stand in front of Yodobashi and drink it on the spot. You'd say it's like a ritual. If I drink strawberry juice here, the day always goes well. My allowance is limited, so I can only do it about once a week. Then I go down Showa Street, heading to an arcade. It's not pretty or clean like any of the places along Chuadori. But I like this little rundown arcade. It's dimly lit, kind of stuffy, and the customers are mostly adult men. There isn't a single cream game or anything else that couples find cute. But I like that sort. Nobody notices a middle school girl like me playing games here. My secret pleasure is coming here once a week and playing one game. I want to come more often, but with practice and stuff I can barely even do that. I always play fighting games. That's a game where you select a character to control and then have a one-on-one battle. You usually fight against the computer, but other people can challenge you too. You can keep playing as long as you don't lose. That's pretty nice for me, given how limited my allowance is. All the good fighting game players gather at the big arcades along Chuadori. I sometimes go to those, but this is my home field, and I don't plan on changing that. Now then, which one should I play today? Maybe I'll go with the usual Golden Wolf Fighter 4. But there's also a new BlazBlue game out now too. I'll play this today. I insert 100 yen in and start the game. After playing with a new character for a while, someone challenges me. In a fighting game, your opponent is on the opposite machine, so you can't see your face. I like this about fighting games. The only measure of your opponent is their strength. Here I'm not just a child. They're pretty tough. I get focused when I fight strong opponents. I really like this feeling. I lose the first round. How frustrating. I drink my strawberry juice today too. It's probably because I'm using a new character. It'll take some time before I learn their quirks and tricks. There's a little downtime between rounds. I stretch out to release some of my tension. When two of the men on the edge of my vision catch my eye. Why did I notice them? They're sitting on chairs in front of the arcade cabinets, talking and not playing games. This isn't McDee's. If you sit there, people can't play games. On top of that, the fat one is holding a fast food burger and a drink. How annoying. I'm not a very pushy person. But even if I wanted to play a game, if some bad mannered people were sitting in seats like that, I probably wouldn't be able to say anything. I'd just give up and leave. You're adults, try to act like it. I say only in my head. Round 2 begins. This is bad. If I don't focus, I'll lose again. The fat one of the pair finished eating his hamburger and stands up. Why am I more curious about them than the game? I don't know. Usually I don't care in the slightest about other customers.
Oh, is it Dara? Anyway, let me know if you have any idea about funding.
I accidentally hit the stick. It results in short, unsafe jump, so naturally I'm knocked down by an anti-air attack, which leads into a combo. I panic for a moment. I try to calm my nerves, but in my confusion I mistime my sweep and get rushed down. I'm not quite KO'd yet, but I give up on turning this around. I raise my eyes from the screen and look at the fat man. I notice a large frame leading the door. I need to follow him. It was intuition. This fat man is to stand up in the middle of a battle. I'll lose sight of him at this rate. So I'm sorry. He just make his heavy voice over the noise of the games. I recognize that voice. Unless it's just my imagination. It sounds like a voice I often heard during that summer 2 years ago. Where is he? I'd already lost sight of the fat man. I know I saw him walking towards the station, though. I look around. He's really big, so I should be able to spawn fairly easily. I found you. He's pretty far away. Wait! I start calling out to him, but it would be embarrassing to shout around so many people, so I decided to wave my hand vigorously. However, no matter how much I wave at the fat man's back, he's not going to notice. I need to run after him. Hurry under the railway and finally catch up in front of the UPX. The fat man still hasn't noticed me, and he's just strolling along. I gather up my courage and say something.
It is Daru.
The fat man turns to face me. Our eyes meet. I knew it. I recognized that face. There's a mistake. He was a college student who frequented the second floor of Dad's building 2 years ago. His name was... Duck? Was it? I'm not sure. He's more of a pig than a duck.
Ah, shit!
Fat duck!
The moment he recognized me, Duck Sun runs away at full speed. His massive body rocks back and forth as he walls into the distance. Huh? I'm shocked that he bolted like that. I didn't think he'd try to run away. Wait, Duck! I didn't have time to be concerned with people around me now, so I shout to him. But Duck wouldn't stop. I rush after him. I'd never normally do something like this. I think Duck would run to the main street. Please wait, you don't remember me? Pedestrians on the sidewalk stare at me, wondering what's going on as I chase after the fleeing Duck. Fortunately, Duck isn't a very fast runner. He's gasping for breath, bumping into basically everyone as he passes by. I'll catch him easily at this rate. Seemingly out of stamina, Duck finally comes to a complete halt. He slumps over and puts his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Upon catching up to him, I notice everyone looking at us. We're in the middle of Akihabara. I'm a middle school girl chasing after a panting fat adult. I wonder what everyone around us thinks about the situation. Gonna stop somewhere with fewer people? That kind of annoys me, but I can't just stand here and saying nothing forever. I'm Duck. Why did you run?
Huh? Who are you? Oh shit, here they come. They're gonna catch me.
Taking a closer look, Duck's gazing on me. It's directly behind me. Turn around and look. The agents.
Ah, I see.
It's summertime, and yet 3 men in hot-looking black suits are wedging their way through the crowd toward us. I have no idea if they work with the ones I always see around Dad's building. But... Are you being chased?
I can't run anymore.
Doug is covered in sweat, looking like he collapses to the ground at any moment. The agents are getting really close now. This feels like it came straight out of a manga. This way. I move without thinking. I grab Duck's hand and pull him into the nearby parts shop. We weave through the narrow aisles and climb to the second floor. The store employee who knew Duck recognized him and let us take shelter there for a while. After hiding for about 10 minutes, we try getting back to the first floor. I looked down the narrow aisles, checking to make sure there were no agents.
Are they gone?
Looks like it.
That was close. I'm relieved, but man, I could use a drink.
Upon saying this, Duck starts walking off on his own. Wait! He's leaving. He's going to disappear. I feel like if we separate here, I'll never see him again. Someone please give me courage. Wait, please, Duck! I make up my mind to stop him.
I mean to ask, who's Duck? Do you mean me? Nobody's ever called me that before. And who are you? Middle school girl hitting on me? This is definitely some sort of trap. Oh wait, don't tell me. I bet you're trying to sell me some art or a face or something.
I glare sharply at Duck. I'm a Tanuchi. Tanuchi Nai.
Oh, Nai-Chanshi!
Seems like he finally remembered. Duck rapidly blinks his fleshy eyes.
Here, this is for helping me.
Without even asking, Duck buys me a drink from the vending machine and hands it to me. 0-calorie cola.
Or sometime, then we'll have a movie day on that day. Yeah, looking forward to it. Excited. I have a bad feeling about this chapter, I'm gonna be real with you. Because I'm scared this is gonna be the one where she goes psychotic. Are we gonna actually, like, watch Naya go psychotic?
It's a 0-calorie cola. But I don't even like soda. You could have asked me what I wanted before buying it. But it would be rude to refuse now, so I have no choice but to accept it. Thank you, Duck.
Another duck, call me Itaro Nichan. That or Daru the Super Hacker.
It's this. Duck buys another 0-calorie soda.
There's no better drink than cola after an intense workout. Some people drink water, SMDH. But man, to think I'd be saved by a middle school girl after 2 years away from Akiba. And that girl's a grown-up Nai-chan-chi. That'd be a major flag in her oge.
Daru.
I legit feel like this is fate. Our days of love and adventure start here. Guaranteed to be a box office hit. Oh, actually, you don't have to call me Itaru-chan. Itaru sounds just fine. Nai-chan-chi? Your eyes are scary right now. Of course, I'm kind of into gold gazes from middle school girls, but this is freaking me out.
Now I remember. I was thinking about it the whole time. This guy's name. His nickname is Daru. The lab mems called him that. His family name is Ashida. That's what my dad called him. Seeing how he just asked me to call him Itaru and Nichan, his full name must be Itaru Ashida. Yeah, that's a relief.
Don't you want cola? It's 0 calories, so you can drink it even if you're on a diet.
Uncle Daru, could you tell me something?
Huh? Tell you what.
What happened that summer 2 years ago? When I spotted Daru in the arcade, I had to chase him down. I didn't even think of asking him that. But now I've calmed down, I see that his appearance and his speech haven't really changed since 2 years ago. It's as though time suddenly rerounds that summer. I can't help but ask. Why did everyone suddenly disappear? Are the lab mems not meeting up anymore?
My iPad actually just... Hang on a second.
Daru's carefree expression suddenly changes. He seems sad somehow.
No, not anymore.
Huh?
The Future Gadget Laboratory broke up in midair, so to speak. We're all scattered around. By the way, I was in Switzerland for the past year. I'm a super hacker that travels around the world now.
Switzerland? Is it a vacation?
Well, basically, I was with Ocarina and Makiseshi.
Uncle Ocarina and Kurisu? Only the 3 of you.
Yep.
Only 3 of them. Hearing his answer gives me a tight feeling deep in my chest. It's painful. He didn't mention her name. Mayuri. She was the one I liked most out of all the lab mems. She would always hug me with a kind smile on her face. Like a mother. She spent all of her time with Uncle Ocarina.
But she's dead in this timeline.
But they didn't go to Switzerland together. I think I already vaguely knew. Mary had passed away. And it happened at Dad's building. Back then I was so upset over my dad's death that I had no idea what happened to Mayuri. There was no way I could have attended her funeral like that. But talking to Rumio and Luca at the Yanabayashi shrine, I somehow knew. Mayuri isn't around anymore. Her story just now only confirms it. Why did you go overseas?
We were taken captive.
Huh? Captive?
We were captured by some bad people and locked away for about a year and a half. Okri and I barely escaped with our lives and managed to make our way back to Japan.
I see. Wait, is that supposed to be a joke? Tara's expression hasn't changed at all. Is this real or a lie? I don't know. It's a real pain. If only I could use Rumio's Cheshire or whatever right now.
This is just sad. This is just... seeing how everything's just falling apart for Nae. For everyone here. This is what would happen if time leaping and the D-mails never could succeed after Mayuri was killed for the first time, it seems.
No matter how much I grow, I'm still a child. I can't even tell if an adult is telling the truth or not. It's frustrating. So I got a little mad. You know why my dad died?
What?
Dara got startled just now. Even I could see that. You know something? Please, tell me. I look him straight in the eyes and ask.
That's, even I don't really know the details. Besides, hasn't it been 2 years? It doesn't feel right to dredge up old memories after all this time.
That line again. Rumiho is the same. No matter who I ask, nobody will tell me. It's because I'm a kid? Because I was involved in what happened 2 years ago?
My bad. But I don't think you should get any more involved with us tonight, Janji. Later.
Dara throws his empty coal can into his trash and walks off alone. Naturally, I follow him. Are you back in Akihabara for good?
Nah, I'll probably be gone by next week.
Next week? Sounds like they didn't intend to stay here like they did 2 years ago. Why did you return to Akihabara now after all this time?
I had some business to take care of.
What about Okrin?
He didn't come.
Where are you going?
The lab.
The lab. The place that the lab mems called home. There's no question. Are you going to the building?
It would really help if you kept this a secret from everyone else.
It's locked, you know.
Hey, Naya-chan, you said you wanted to make cookies last time, and we met, right? Let's find some time when summer break starts to make them together. It'd be a big help if you could ask Rumiko what day works for her. Let's just do this one. This one just feels soul-crushing.
Do you have a key, Janji?
I do, but...
Seriously?
It seems Dara asked that question as a joke. He's surprised by my answer. Ever since my dad died, I'm the owner. In name only, though. Dara turns to face me.
By the way, is that 42-inch CRT TV still there?
42-inch... That's the biggest CRT at the store. It's probably still there. I haven't taken anything out ever since Dad died. Couldn't bear get rid of the TVs in the store without Dad's approval.
Oh, hell yeah!
Dara comes to some sort of agreement with himself and nods.
Daichichi, would you let me the key to the store for a while? Is that a no?
What are you planning to do there?
That's kinda...
You want to borrow the key without telling me anything? That's a little much, don't you think? Gather my courage and express my concerns to his face.
But Okrin said not to tell anyone. Can you keep a secret? Are you tight-lipped?
He didn't trust me. He won't mention that Stuart once told me I have a bad habit of carelessly spilling secrets. That was 2 years ago. I'm a middle schooler now, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
Don't tell us anyone, seriously? The truth is, I'm sending a message to the past.
Please don't joke around, I'm being serious here.
This is legit.
If you want to make me believe you, don't tell me you're saying messages to... As I'm saying this, I remember. 2 years ago, I went to that store to play. I could hear Ocarina's voice coming out of the second-story window. I know I clearly heard the words. Time machine.
Exactly. That's right. 2 years ago, we found one.
For some reason, I feel like he isn't lying. After all, if that's true, the reason why Mayuri died, why the lab members disappeared, why Dara and the others were captured and taken abroad, that explains it all. Are you really sending a message to the past?
We call them emails. They have to be sent from the lab.
Is that where your time machine's hidden?
Was. The rounders have probably recovered it already, so we need to make a new one.
Our rounders.
Either way, I have to go to the lab. If not, there will be a lot of inconveniences in the future. So there you have it. Please lend it to me, please.
He bows his head. His voice is loud. People around us are looking again. On top of that,
You there.
police officers passing by took note of us. Be fair, it looks really suspicious when Dara and I are talking to each other.
Are you okay?
The police officer asked, ignoring Dara and looking me in the eye.
Wait, I'm not suspicious or anything. I'm not doing anything bad. I might be like when it comes to duty girls, but I never take a 3D woman.
Uncle Daru, you're digging your own grave.
What sort of relationship do you two have? Oh, well, we,
Dara looks my way begging for help. I breathe a small sigh. We're cousins.
What?
We're cousins.
But you just call him uncle.
I just call him that.
Oh, that's right, we're cousins. And you don't think don't you think it makes me sound like call me uncle when I'm only 21? Seriously? I see. Sorry to bother you.
The police officer is still tilting his head a little in doubt, but leaves. Dara lets out a big sigh.
That was close, too close. You can tell me to murder me if I got arrested for something like that. Oh, hey, Yuki.
I never heard the name Yuki-tan before, but I didn't think to ask about her. We have more important things to do. Looks like I saved you twice today, Uncle Daru.
Well, that's true, kinda.
Not kind of, I did save you. I couldn't get involved 2 years ago. Because I know nothing. So in exchange, this might be my only chance to jump in. Let me send an email too.
Wait, hold.
For just a moment, I wonder what I could do. What kind of message do I want to send, and who do I want to send it to? The answer was immediate. I want to ask Dad, why did you leave me all alone 2 years ago? More than that, I want to get involved. To jump into what I couldn't get involved in 2 years ago. Uncle Daru thought it over for about 3 minutes before finally accepting my request. I'm going to send the email to the past. According to Daru, the results can be unpredictable. It could go well, causing a big change that affects everything from the past to the future, but it could also change nothing at all. Also, even if we change the past, Daru and I wouldn't even be able to sense the change, even though we sent the message. Apparently only one person can perceive the changes in the world, and that's Uncle Ocarine. I thought to myself, what's the point if you don't know who made a change? I worried any complaints might make Uncle Daru change his mind, so I kept quiet.
Are there seriously security guards here?
If you poke your head out too much, you'll see you. Daru and I are near my dad's building. Peek at it from covered spot. It's only early evening, but there's barely anyone on the street. As far as I can tell, there's been no change to the building.
How much free time do they have?
They were chasing you earlier. He might have come here after losing sight of you. I quickly grabbed Daru's hand and pulled him back to cover. I saw him.
Where?
In the multi-tenant building diagonally across from Dad's building. The third floor should be empty, but I see shadows in the window once in a while. I saw them there now. Not just one, 3 of them. Agents.
Let's see.
Howard peeks out to check, looking where I told him. He immediately pulls back.
Shit, they're really there.
And I say to you yet again. If you went to the building alone, you'd be captured by those agents already.
Night, Anchi. Do you have a crush on me? I feel like a middle schooler wouldn't have saved me 3 times. She did.
Why does he always say such weird stuff? Does he ever take things seriously? I guess Uncle Green was the same way. Could there be another way in, like jumping over from the building next door? Similar multi-tenant buildings stand on either side of Dad's building. There's so little space between them that people could even walk through it.
Now that you mention it, when I opened the last bathroom window, I could see the building behind us. Is that behind or in front? It's the building on Suebashi Street, about 2 doors down from the ramen shop.
He might be able to sneak in from there. Once we're inside, we'll be fine. As long as we don't turn on lights or make loud noises, nobody outside would be able to tell me where we were. I feel nervous, like I've become a spy. I also feel excited at the same time. Or I did, but... There goes that idea. In front of my eyes is the butt of a very fat man. Sorry to look at his plump legs, kicking and struggling and not think of a pig. The gap of the hall of the rear building to the lab window was only about 20 centimeters. By sheer luck, the bathroom window wasn't locked either. I immediately tried to squeeze from one window to another, but... You're too fat, Uncle Daru. His big belly and butt are stuck in the small window frame.
I'm not asking for lifestyle opinions right now. Help me out, Night, Janchi.
You say that, but... What am I supposed to do? I don't want to touch him. That's right, the agents will find us. Guess I have no choice. Okay, I'll push you. Push his large butt with both hands. Feels like my hands are sinking to spat. Gives me chills. Arms are covered in goosebumps.
I'm not doing this.
He won't budge. Think about giving up. If I did, I wouldn't learn anything. That's the last thing I want. Need gets my all.
Stop.
Hey, oh, God!
Took a lot of effort, but I finally managed to shove Dara through the window and sneak into the lab.
Oh god, there's blood here. And that's my Aries blood.
I don't even want to think about it getting back out.
Being careful not to get near the windows facing the street, I look around the room. Unsurprisingly, everything is covered by 2 years' worth of dust. An Oopa stuffed toy. Lots of junk I don't recognize. Complicated explanations and equations ran on a whiteboard. This place hasn't changed at all. 2 years ago, during that wild summer, I came to visit this room several times. This place is always filled with voices. So many that was kind of annoying, to be honest.
Assistant, prepare the experiment. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not your assistant.
Does anyone want some juicy chicken? Voices. I felt so I could still hear them. The voices of the lab members back then. But... the moment I noticed the reddish-black stain on the floor, my feeling of nostalgia is blown far away. I know what that stain is, so I avert my eyes.
I hoped everything would still be here, but I guess I underestimated them.
Doris softly walks further into the room.
Looks like they took the PC I used, the phone wave, and almost everything else important.
So you can't build a new time machine?
Depends on if the 42-inch TV is there.
42-inch TV. Uncle Dar seems really fixated on that. It sounds like the big 42-inch Braun tube TV from Dad's shop is absolutely necessary for the time machine. Maybe it has to be turned on for it to work properly?
This all might be useful.
Uncle Dara crouches on the spot. The floor is broken up in that place, and there's an open hole. When did that hole open up?
During an experiment. It wasn't on purpose, we just made a little mistake.
Did you tell Dad about it?
Hell no, if we told him we broke the hole in the floor, he'd have kicked us out on the spot.
Sheesh. He's looking inside the hole. So you're spying on Dad from here.
That's right. Nope. You passed through this hole to get down to the store, right?
I see. With the angels around, we can't enter the shop from outside. We can't turn the 42-inch without entering the store. To turn it on, you have to flip the electrical switchboard in the back of the store to on, then push the power switch on the 42-inch.
This is good. With a little finesse, you can slip through.
I have a comment, but you're plenty good at cooking right now. Night-chan certainly wasn't that good at your age.
Dara stands up and brushes the dust from his hands. His clothes are covered in dust too, but he doesn't seem to care.
I figured it wouldn't work if there were steel frames or pipes going through, but it doesn't look like we have to worry about that. This is insane lucky. You have to be Ocarine to say that this is a choice of Weathergate and laugh like a maniac.
Dara tiredly sits down on the sofa and dust flies everywhere. It almost makes me cough, so I rush to cover my mouth. The agents are outside. We can't make any noise.
Even if you get through, I've got to build the phone wave again from scratch, so there's some heavy work ahead.
Can you really do that?
I know what I have to do at least. Even if it all goes well, there's no guarantee that email will be sent, so it's still a gamble.
I see. But I've already jumped into this. Uncle Dara probably doesn't intend to give up here either. He went through a lot to get to this lab. Let me know what I can help with, if I can help with anything. I'll do whatever I can. This won't be like 2 years ago. I'm not just going to wait at home again. I'm back. I got home pretty late. It's been a busy day. This might actually be the first time I've gone home this late since I started living at the Akia household. Dara said he'd be sleeping over in the lab for a while. I'm worried that the agents will find him, but after he mentioned how hard it would be to fit through that tiny window again, I agreed to leave him there. Nai-chan, you're home late. Aunt Chikane greets me. Uncle Yukitaka's still at work, though. Yeah, I'm sorry. Our uniform's really dirty. It's fine. Oh, well, let me know if you want it clean. Dinner's ready, so go change your clothes. Okay. Normally we have already finished eating dinner by now. Aunt Chikane must have waited for me to come home. Feeling bad, I hurried to change my clothes. My uniform is dirtier than I thought. Nay, can I come in, yeah? Sure. It's Rumiho.
Yo!
Welcome home, yeah. It's pretty late. Yeah. Rumiho's different. She always wears a cat ear hairband and sticks nyans and nyans at the end of things. She told me before that she's been in character ever since becoming the right Axis Balor's champion. But I feel like this isn't a good reason to say nyan nyan all the time. I wonder if she talks like this because she's working at her company. Your hair. Huh? There's something in it, yeah. I hardly try to brush whatever it is out.
I need water, what I need.
Oh, it's not spiderweb. That'd be so gross. Wanna hurry up and take a bath? Do you take a detour, yeah? Or do you have a date with a boy? No way. What if people thought Dara and I were on a date when we were walking around town? That'd be awful. And do you have tea with your friends, yeah? That's not either. I quickly turn away from Rumiko, pretending like I'm really focused on changing my clothes. I had to clean a classroom that wasn't used in a while after school. How? I lied. I wonder why. I see. And I was thinking about buying a cake to celebrate your dang detour, yeah. Celebrate? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? You should play and have fun more often, yeah. Rumiho. I'm always tired after practice. I guess so, yeah. Anyway, wash your hands, yeah. Mama's waiting, yeah. Okay. After watching Rumiho leave the room, I let out a small sigh. It's impossible to lie to her. She can see right through even the smallest lie. But still, it's not like Dara said I shouldn't tell anyone what I said. Besides, Rumio was a lab mem too. She must have gone along well with Daru, Crean, and the others. I guess that means I probably should have told her. Why did I decide to lie? Yeah. Ugh. I slammed my bike through the narrow bathroom window. One wrong step would have me falling face first into the toilet, so I had to be careful. If only I could set up some sort of safety foothold. Even something thrown together would help. I guess I should have realized how inconvenient it is to enter and exit through the bathroom. And even worse, what if Dara was on the toilet when I opened the window? I don't know what I'd do. That'd be the absolute worst. I don't even want to think about it. Dara's large body is sprawled out on the sofa. I thought he was sleeping, but...
Night, Chanchi. Did you get the stuff?
He senses my presence and quickly sets up. Yeah, is he okay? Yesterday he had money and asked me to buy food. It seems Dara tends to work in here for a while without leaving. Which made going shopping my job.
Thank you, you're a lifesaver. I haven't eaten anything since last night. I saw you're going in search for... No. Was it enough money?
I used pretty much everything he gave me. I only have 7 yen in change. I try to hand to him.
Keep the change.
I don't want it. No, I'm thinking a mere 7 yen is enough to make us even anyway.
Kuroki actually caught a cold. He's out of action. Yeah, I can't believe it. I told him to go home and rest. And never thought this could have happened. What about Kuroki? Maybe I should visit, but I also don't want to be annoying. I hope he gets well soon.
I put the change out of the table.
By the way, Night-chan, do you cook?
I used to, but not lately.
Oh, so you're telling me there's a chance that I get to have a middle schooler cook for me?
Not really. As usual, Dara's making a big deal over something unimportant. Then he opens up a convenience store or bento and starts eating. Is it even good cold?
Oh right, I'd like you to buy some other things for me.
More food already? Bought enough snacks and meals the last 2 or 3 days.
No, I realize that water is pretty precious in here. Plumbing shut off after all. Could you talk about water next time you go out?
Sure.
Also, I need things beside provisions. Things necessary to build a foam microwave.
I see. That stuff isn't going to buy itself after all. Got it. Just tell me what I need to buy.
I think you can find most of the parts most of it at parts shop around Akiba. I'm gonna need some do-it-yourself hobby tools. Also,
wait.
Bruh.
I've been fooled. I'm at a shop for books called Jujinshi in the Otaka Holy Land of Nakano. Never been to a place like this. So embarrassed. All the customers are men. On the shelf at the back there are tons of books laying up with pictures of girls in loose poses. Their shopping list can be divided into 3 basic categories. First are parts. They can be found at Akihabara, and thanks to Dara's detailed list, I was able to buy all of them without issue. Second are do-it-yourself hobby tools. Things like saws and pliers. And last one...
I need the Gunvaro Rosette book from Toranoana. It's by Circle Kenshin. Yeah, so don't get the wrong one. You have to buy 3 of them. It's rated 18 plus. It's not rated 18 plus. You should be able to buy it.
Bruh. What is wrong with you?
I thought I was pretty irresponsible making me buy Jujinshi at a time like this. I didn't want him to keep me from sending a email because I didn't do as he asked. Now that I've made it all the way to Nakano, if I was gonna be like this, I would have told him no. I shouldn't have believed him and that it would be okay just because it's not porn. It's my first time visiting a store like this, so I had no idea what to expect. Even if the book Dara wants isn't in that, there are tons of bird things being sold here. All these gross books, how am I supposed to find the one you want? I don't feel very confident. What should I do? I didn't go any further inside. I stood right at the entrance, staring at the floor. Seems like one of the employees keeps glancing over at me. I'm a kid no matter how you look at me. I may end up being scolded for visiting a place like this. That would probably make this easier. It would be a good reason for me to not buy Dara's books. Still, if I go back empty-handed, Dara might think that I'm useless. That would be bad too. I don't want people to think I'm useless just because I'm a kid. I can't handle a little shopping. Okay. I'm 100% going to buy those books and bring them back. After setting myself up, I raise my head and head straight to the counter. Look at the male employee straight in the eye, which seems to startle him. Excuse me. I feel my face growing bright red, but I can't worry about that now. Your customer staring at me in surprise too, but I can't worry about that either. I'm looking for this Gunravel Rosette book, this? You have it? I like 3 of them. The employee's smile is stiff. I'm sure my face is stiff too.
Dara, I'm going to kill you.
I feel exhausted considering I only went shopping. Uncle Dara's so underhanded. He was definitely trying to tease me. It's because I forced him to let me help. I won't back down no matter what. I bought it.
Kroger will be fine. Mama said that she'd go and check up on him. If you're really worried, just tell him you're glad he's better the next time you see him. Ugh. Seriously?
I got a Jinchi. Dara looks very surprised.
I didn't think you'd actually get it, but you did. You're amazing, Nai-chan-shi. You got way more guts than I do, and so forth. Oh, by the way, was this your first time going to Tora? Could you tell me your thoughts on the place now that you've been? These, please.
The employees were nice.
Wait, you actually talked to the employees? That's what an introvert like me could never do. Nai-chan-shi, you're kind of scary.
Dara ignores the parts I bought up for him to read over the doujinshi. Whereas, yeah, he's saying weird stuff the whole time.
Oh, Aruchi's Gunvaro books will definitely fit premium price in the future, the non-hero stuff especially. If my predictions are correct, there'll definitely be a Gunvaro anime next year, no mistake. The staff's so legit hardcore, it's hard to believe that it's not being broadcast in Japan already.
To me, Dara looks like a strange animal.
Nai-chan, it's me, Mako. Studying for tests. It stinks. I'd rather go to morning practice anyway. Let's have study session. I have something to do tomorrow. Also, when I study with you, I end up teaching you the whole time. You gotta learn how to study on your own.
There's somebody this weird at my school. The thought never crossed my mind 2 years ago. I didn't know he was so ridiculous. Although back then I couldn't really handle Ocarina or Dara, so I avoided talking to them. That's probably why I didn't get to know them. But I knew back then that he'd be hard to deal with. You'd say it's instinctual repulsion. If Dara was a friend around my age, I'd break off the friendship instantly. But it's not that bad if I look at this like fantasy. Like the white rabbit that Alice met. Or maybe like Peter Pan who appeared in Wendy's house. That's what kind of person Uncle Dara is to me. Are you going to build a time machine?
I'll do it tomorrow.
Does he actually mean that? I feel like I wasted my Saturday, right before his test start, no less. Two years ago, after Dad's funeral ended, I was curled up all alone, surrounded by CRT TVs. I don't remember this part at all, but apparently I spent 2 days without eating or drinking, and I was on the verge of dehydration. I just thought that Dad would come home if I stayed there, so I sat in the shop, waiting the whole time. I kept calling out for him in a quiet voice, but I eventually started to lose consciousness. I closed my eyes and everything went black. I felt as though I just kept falling and falling down into a huge pit. I started to understand how Alice felt when she was falling with the White Rabbit. I didn't have the strength to scream. I got really scared, thinking I'd just keep falling and my body would be torn to pieces. Right then, I heard someone calling to me. Nyan! Night! When I opened my eyes, Rumiko was there, looking like she was about to cry. Do you want to come with me? Let's go. Together. Rumiko took me by the hand and welcomed me into the Akia family.
Aww.
I really did start working the next day. Despite spending over 2 hours poring over all 16 pages of the Sendu Jinshi the day before. This morning when I came to the lab. A microwave!
You got that fast up, Boyle.
There was a small compact microwave at the back of the room. Who? When? Was it Uncle Ocarine?
No, Ocarine didn't come here, but there are quite a number of Earth Valkyrie spores.
I know I've been ignoring most of— oh god, there's too many of these. Yeah, we're not going to be able to read all. Half human, half ghost warriors. Valkyrie doesn't refer to... We are not going to be reading anymore.
Valkyrie.
Put simply, it's a circle name. I can't tell you anymore for your own safety. There are rules telling us to keep mum.
It's always hard to tell when Dara's lying or telling the truth.
Anyway, I had these spores bring this by first thing in the morning. It was a real pain getting it through the bathroom window without making any noise.
Parts I brought yesterday were also spread about the room. How long will it take to make?
I can't make much noise, and I can't work at night because they might see the light. But keeping those constraints in mind, I could probably pull it off in a week.
A week? Exam week starts tomorrow. They'll let me leave school earlier than usual, but... what about studying for my test? No, I can study through the night if that's what it takes. I never stay up late for a whole week, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Is there anything you want me to do?
I forgot to ask you earlier, will you be home for lunch today? If so, I'll whip something up, blah blah blah. Yeah, fine eating lunch with my friends.
Is there anything you want me to do?
Glad you asked. I've already got some jobs lined up for you tonight, Chanchi.
Really? I figured you would just have me go shopping, but then I just have to sit around otherwise. So I'm kind of happy to hear that.
Why'd you wind the hole?
Wind the hole?
Can you say that again in a voice like you're about to cry?
Wind?
Not that part.
Hole?
Up together, please.
By hole, you mean this one on the floor over here, right?
Oh, cold shoulder.
I crouched down on the dim floor and looked down through the hole in the floor. I can't see a store below. Though I guess it's obvious, since it doesn't pass all the way through.
This mission won't see unless we can get down to the Brown Tube workshop. So I want you to penetrate the hole and spread wide enough for a person to fit through. Oh, and don't make any noise while you do it.
So that's why those do-it-yourself tools are necessary. I feel like it won't be possible without making noise.
Penetrate and spread. You understand? Penetrate and spread.
Why'd you say it twice?
It's something a gentleman must do. Telling someone to penetrate holes without making noise is too lewd even for me.
He's breathing heavily for some reason. Well, I was pretty good at handicrafts back in elementary school. I like crafts better than arts anyway. Also, I can't say that I can't do it.
You have to get it done while I'm building the phone wave.
Oh. That means there's a time limit. And it needs to be done by the time Dara finishes work. Can I even do that? No, I have to. I can't slow things down. I'll luckily avoid the steel frame of the building. If I can cut through the second floor's floorboards, the first floor ceiling inwards and any pipes across, I'll be able to make it downstairs. The problem is, using the saw without making noise is pretty difficult. If I saw too slowly, it won't make any progress. I wonder if there's any trick to it. In the dim room, I look down as I quietly work.
Hey, Naichichi, why are you so blank-faced all of a sudden? It's kinda scary.
True, my friends always tell me that I become expressionless when I focus. But telling a girl that she's scary, Uncle Dara's the worst. Worse still, this room's pretty hot. No, let me correct myself. It's really hot. It's good that I brought work clothes today. I doubt I could stand the heat if I work in my uniform. The sweat's still dripping off my forehead, turning into a little puddle on the floor. The windows are all kept closed to prevent the agents from seeing inside, and of course there's no air conditioning. And even if we had an air conditioner, there's no electricity to turn it on. Oh, electricity. Don't you need power to turn on the time machine? Obviously this building's power is shut off right now. I haven't paid the electricity bill in 2 years after all. Same goes for water and gas. We only got gas though, and we're using lots of bottled water for everything, including the toilet. Electricity is the one thing we can't do anything about. If we use a small generator like this, like they have at festivals, it would make a ton of noise. They'd be sure to hear it up from outside. Should I ask the power company to restart the electricity?
I'm not so sure about that. Won't the power company or workers stop by if you ask them to restart the power?
That'll give us away. What should we do?
Besides, you're a minor, so your guardian would have to be the one to apply.
Is that true?
And, I don't really want more people to know about that I'm here.
Then I guess I can't ask Rumio.
Rumio? Who's that? You have an older sister or something? Does you have huge boobs and an anime voice?
You know her really well. Do you not know her real name?
Real name? Huh? What?
2 years ago, she went by the name First Nyan Nyan.
What did you say?
Dara suddenly opens his eyes wide in shock.
There's Ton's real name.
For some reason, he starts trembling.
What? Fairstown doesn't have a real name. Fairstown is Fairstown. I'm afraid you got the wrong person.
What?
Fairstown came from the planet Nyan Nyan. She's a cat-eared rhino, eternally 17 years old.
Dara, are you okay?
No problem. Everything's fine. Nai-chan, remember one thing. When working in a company, it's sometimes fancy is a necessary factor. That summer, I go to challenge Fairstown onto Rhino AB matches once a week. At the time, she was the undefeated Rhino champ. She existed above the clouds and I was no match for skills. But I was happy. Fairstown was my one and only lover, and she'd always make the time to accept my challenges.
Wait, you and Rumio are lovers?
Lovers isn't a big enough word. Perhaps we could be called two hearts as one, torn apart by tragic fate.
I didn't know. I'm shocked. But it's true that Rumio is a strange girl. Strange people probably fall for other strange people. But this does raise a few questions about her taste in men.
Damn. So why do you know about Fairstown, Nai-chan-shi?
I live at Rumio's house.
Call it Fairstown!
What? No.
Your Swifton house is lull-worthy. Anyway, that must mean you sleep in the same bed as Fairstown every night. Do you swap rosaries with your big sister?
Is this some sort of joke? If it is, I should just drop this conversation. Plants talk won't change how hot it is in here. Water in the ball I brought has already gone lukewarm. Test starts tomorrow. I remember most of the stuff they taught us in class, but I still need to do a bit of review to get a good score. After dinner, I try ignoring my sleepiness to study for a few hours. By the time I look at the clock, it's already after midnight. I could hardly concentrate. My grades might end up lower than they were on the spring exams. If only Dara had showed up 1 week later. I'm awful guy. I should drink some hot tea. I go out to the living room. Rumio's there. No, you're still up? You remember that tomorrow's Monday, right? Yeah? Yeah, test starts tomorrow. Studying? I couldn't focus. Well then, I'll make you my special Assam tea, yeah. With plenty of milk, yeah. Sounds great. Just wait, just sit and wait, yeah. Romeo happily walks off to the kitchen. After a while, she brings me hot milk tea.
I thought this chapter was gonna be short.
Here you are, madam. Thanks. A pleasant scent wafts from the cup. I don't know much about tea, but the milk tea Rumio makes is delicious. Hey, Rumio? What is it, Nya? Do you remember Daru? Ah, Darunyan. That's a nostalgic name, yeah. Back when I was playing right under the name Ferris, he was my #1 fan, yeah. And was a lab mem. And when I say those words, Rumeo's smile takes us on a note of sadness. Yeah, a lab mem, yeah. Don't tell me you met Darnyan somewhere, yeah? No, it's not that. Did she see my eyes? I lied again. You know there's no need to hide it. Do I not trust Rumiho? It can't be true. I've talked to her about so many things over the past 2 years. Without her help, I would probably be living here at the Aki House, my heart's still closed off. So why did I lie to her just now? Is it because I want to be the only one to send the emails? Or am I afraid that I can't be involved anymore if I involve someone else? Taranyan. How nostalgic. I wonder what he's doing now. I want to challenge him again, yeah. Were you and Daru lovers? Yeah, lovers? Not at all, yeah. No? We got along well, yeah. He was a really good friend, yeah. So Daru lied to me. But why would he lie about something like that? It's pretty shocking. Also, it showed me just how sad it is to be lied to. I'm sorry, Rumiho. Now I have the right to criticize Daru for what he did. Still gloomy, I drink another cup of milk tea, then go back to studying. Come on. I pull the extension cord from the bathroom. The cord reels in, coiling onto the floor like a snake.
Oh, this is like a blessing from heaven, or maybe more of a spider without hell.
I don't like spiders.
Yeah, I don't like them either. This chapter is depressing. I feel like I've just gone locked in to try and finish it. It's good, it's just... First of all, I'm also going way over time.
This would be 40 minutes.
Daru plugs the cell phone charging cable into the end of the extension cord.
Yeah!
It starts charging. I begin to wonder if this is really okay. Hime arrived for my exams and were over for the day, and Daru immediately handed me this extension cord. Apparently this is a solution to the electricity issue. Several extension cords are connected together, passing through the bathroom window and plugged into the rear building. By sheer luck, the rear building's hallway had a power socket. I just went over to plug it in. He says just borrowing a little. But I call that stealing electricity. And I bring that up.
I'll have my supporters deal with that, okay? It's okay, Nai-Chanchi. At the very least, it won't technically be a crime.
He says this being... You know, you didn't tell me how they would deal with it. Anyway, this solves the electricity issue, probably. I slowly, carefully move the small saw up and down. But no matter what I do, I still make some sound. What's important is making that sound as quiet as possible. Starting to learn the tricks. Progress is so slow that it's almost disheartening, but the hole is definitely getting bigger. I started work on Sunday. Yesterday and today, once I finished my test in the morning, I came straight here. Because of that, I couldn't review for my Japanese and social studies tests today. So I think I managed to score above average on them. I've been devoting all my time to this. Seems like Daru's having a hard time on his end, too. Well, the power issue had been solved, the agent's outside would notice if used too openly. I keep hearing him complaining under his breath about how he can't even do tests to see if the time machine will work properly. Sounds like I'm not the only one holding things back, at least. The holes will break through to the other side soon, after all. Right now, I'm sawing away at the ceiling boards on the first floor. I'd probably break through easily if I gave it a big stomp. That would make noise, so I can't. How frustrating. Faster. Hurry up. I'm getting impatient. I grit my teeth. Wet sweat dripping from my forehead. I continue moving the saw quietly, slowly. Then... Hurry! I cut all the way through the first floor ceiling boards. I held onto the cutout to keep it from falling. Then I hold it out to Daru, who was working off the side. Hey, son.
Oh, you were fast.
You recognize how capable I am, at least a little. I feel like smiling. Daru walks over and looks down the hole. Even the hole all the way through, the lower floor is pitch black and we can't see anything. The outside showers are closed and there are no other windows, so it's only natural.
But how am I supposed to get through there?
What you wanted to get through? That's impossible. The gap is barely big enough for me to pass through.
Then are you heading down, Nai-Janshi?
What would you want me to do?
Check to make sure the 42-inch TV turns on.
And if it does?
Then your work is done.
What if it doesn't?
And the world is screwed.
Sounds like he doesn't have a backup plan if it doesn't turn on. And honestly, I start thinking that not turning it on might be for the best. I think it's just anxiety over being involved in something that's big. Or as like a person from another world. I don't know for sure he'll even be back here tomorrow. He might disappear completely, taking the time machine with him. I don't even have the courage to ask him why he lied the other day. No matter how much he lies, I have no choice but to trust him. And that makes me anxious. Or I'll be in a situation where no progress can be made without me around. I'm so selfish.
Selfish? About what?
Nothing. Never mind. Anyway, I'm the one who has to descend to the lower floor. Using a rope I bought, I slowly drop down to the store. I use a pen light to illuminate the area. CRTs are piled up, almost touching the ceiling. I could use them as footholds, but I feel like they could tumble over at the moment I touch them, so I don't. That would always get mad at me when I tried touching the stacks of TVs.
Listen, I stacked them up real carefully, so you should never touch them. It'd be dangerous if they got unbalanced. One wrong move and you'd be buried alive under a mountain of bronze tube TVs.
The floor is even dustier than the floor above. I feel like coughing, but I desperately hold it back. I look around the store again. I remember all this. It's like it's been frozen in time since 2 years ago. The store I'd always play at. Daddy's store. The chair he would always sit in is still right there. Those small tables that sits a newspaper from August of 2 years ago. Daddy. I feel like crying. It's because the dust is stinging my eyes. Because I remember Daddy's face.
Here's the cord.
I see Daru's face peering down from the hole above as he singles the extension cord. I take it and walk towards the 42-inch TV at the back of the store. How weird. When I look at it now, it doesn't seem that big. But 2 years ago, I didn't think you could find a TV this big in the entire world. Of course, it's still big compared to the LCD TVs of the same screen size. I wonder if it's because I've grown. Or because I'm used to seeing this massive TV in the Akira family's living room. Either way, it makes me kind of sad. Thinking of these things, I plugged the 42-inch TV's power cord into the extension cord socket. After I go up, I try pressing the power switch at the bottom of the TV. It's not turning on.
Is there a remote?
I know exactly where the 14-inch TV's remote control is kept. It's on a shelf near the chair where Dad will always sit. As always, that's where I found it. Swap in the brand batteries Daru tossed me and point at the TV and press the power button. But the remote doesn't make it turn on either. I tried a few more buttons, but it was no good. It's because I wished for this. I hoped that it wouldn't turn on. I shouldn't have done that. This TV is something Dad puts hard into maintaining.
Busted, huh? I had a bad feeling considering it's been left alone for 2 years.
What should we do?
There's nothing we can do. The mission is over.
Wait, it's over?
If the 42-inch TV won't turn on, it's all useless.
The panic shout loudly. I'll fix it! Hurriedly cover my mouth. Dara waves me over with his hand and lowers the rope down the hole. I climb back up to the upper floor. Back in elementary school, I was pretty good at climbing rope in the playground. Climbing up and down a rope is easy if you know how. After waiting for me to get back up, Dara opens his mouth.
I'll say it one more time. The mission's over. I need to start withdrawing.
It can be repaired. When I say this, Dara looks at me with doubt in his eyes.
Not gonna happen. A TV that big won't fit through that hole. Or the bathroom window. And if we open the shutters to take it outside, the black suit people will spot us, so that's out.
You don't have to take it outside.
Then we'll fix it.
Me.
I was cleaning around the shrine earlier and I saw the one striped cat that I know you like. I can't remember his name though. Sagat. No. I can't ask an amateur to repair CRT TV. I hear that if you make one wrong move, you'll be electrocuted, even with it unplugged.
It's time you to start it first. That 42-inch TV hasn't been turned on in 2 years.
Is this something you know a lot about?
I nod enthusiastically. My dad taught me a little.
Only a little.
Yeah, but that means there's at least a little chance of fixing it. I think that's better than giving up. I want to at least try fixing it as far as I'm able.
Won't that be dangerous?
I don't know much about the capacitors or fuses, so I won't fiddle with those.
We'll fill with them.
But I can check the power supply and circuit boards.
You think they might be the issue?
So, the solder might have deteriorated and cracked. I learned how to solder during handicrafts in elementary school, and Dad taught me a bit as well. Uncle Dara had me buy a battery-powered soldering iron during the first shopping trip, so I can use that. I'll try soldering the circuit boards. For soldering means adding more solder to already soldered connections. I remember Dad told me before that degradation over time can result in cracks forming in solder. After that, I'll test again and see if it turns on. What do you think? Uncle Dara thinks for a while.
And you won't do anything more than that?
I won't. Or more like I can't. I also tell him what I'm capable of. Please, let me do it. I look him straight in the eye and ask. Dara lets out a small sigh.
Could you say that line in a sweeter, more doting manner?
I don't really understand what he means, but I know it's some perverted. I glare at him and he stands up straight and forces a smile.
They say that if you try everything you can, one by one, you'll eventually raise a flag.
Uncle Daru.
This is an ironclad eroge strategy.
Sure.
Well, if you're not gonna try anything dangerous, I think it's worth trying.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do whatever I can. First, I have to remove the outer cover. I use the screwdriver to remove the screws, but it's pretty tough to see them with only a pen light. Heat, stuffy air, and lack of sleep combined to dull my mind. I've been here for almost 6 hours today. Staying here for too long probably isn't good. Hey, Uncle Dara, can I ask you something again? Come up to the floor above without being too loud. Why now?
What do you mean?
Dara pokes his head through the hole. It reminds me of an upside-down whack-a-mole machine. Why did you return to Akibar now of all times? Right at the start, you told me you'd been abroad. You also said you returned to Japan half a year ago. What was he doing in that time? Why did he decide to return here in July? Or he told me he had business to take care of, but he wouldn't tell me why he had me now.
Have you heard rumors about the solar storm?
Solar storm?
To put simply, it's the storm of invisible magnetic energy flying from the sun.
Right, they actually mentioned this in the very first game, I remember.
It's been a pretty big deal lately. They say the largest magnetic storm ever is coming. If something like that reached the Earth, it'd drive electronics haywire.
Does that mean they would break?
Yep, and on a global scale, the solar storm would endanger the world.
Is it really coming?
That's the question. Even specialists can't agree on that. But if it did, the damage would be unimaginable. I'm sure it would take a long time just to rebuild basic infrastructure. Which would make it a whole lot harder to successfully send email. So that's why I came to Akibar now, just in case.
Huh. While we were talking, I finished removing all the screws. I basically have to hug the big cover to remove it. There's a lot of dust on it, so my clothes might be really dirty. It's too dark to check now, though. I got the cover off.
Think you can manage?
Too dark to tell. I don't know yet. Power parts are in the way, so I can't see the circuit boards yet.
Just assemble it then.
He says it like it's easy. It's my first time taking apart a TV. I need to remember the order I assemble it in. If I don't, I'm not sure I'll be able to put it back together. It's gonna be a challenge. I have to do it. If not, I won't be able to send it the email.
Is your study session going well? What are you doing about dinner, eating at your friend's house? I'll make something to come back to eat. Please let me know.
I need to go home. You make the Akia family worry. I'll tell them I'll be late because I'm staying at a friend's house. Even telling them a little lie like that really hurts my heart. I don't want to make them worry anymore. I'm on the rooftop, gazing absent-mindedly at the sky. To avoid the agent's detection, I'm as far from the edges as I can get, and keep my head down. I want a breath of fresh air after staying in that dusty room for so long. It's getting hard to breathe. In the end, my test results were mixed. My social studies test from day 2 was especially bad, just barely meeting the average score. Romeo even tried consoling me. I didn't learn my lesson. I even skipped my team activities to be here today. I couldn't help but make a sound. I focused on my fingertips, holding the pen light in my mouth. The soldering iron is in my right hand, the solder is in my left. I pressed the two together on the spot on the circuit board I want to solder, creating a little silver ball as the faint smell of melting lead wafted into the air. Yesterday and today, from after school until evening, I've been doing this delicate work in the dark store. A 42-inch TV circuit board is really big too. There are a huge number of spots with solder on them. I spent several hours on it since yesterday, but I've only resoldered about half. It's because I work so slow. Thinking like that makes me even more tense. I said I'd do this myself, and I think of it as my last chance of sending a email. I'm so nervous that my fingers are shaking. I guess my rooftop break didn't help. I let out a big sigh. I wonder how Uncle Dar's work's coming along. If he's almost done, I might end up being cut from the team. Speaking of which, I've heard quiet chatter that I can't quite make out coming from upstairs for a while now. But Dar's the only one on the second floor. Is he on the phone? Who's he talking to? The soldering iron's batteries are about to run out, so I'll check while I replace them. Yeah. When I climb to the second floor, I see Dar reclining on the sofa, not doing his work. He's munching on snacks while talking on his phone.
Yeah, that's right. I can't keep going at this rate. What? But I refuse. If you think it's something, I'm fine with whatever. Hey, give me a break in the budget, lol. Whatever, just take care of it today. For real? Sweet. Then can you get comic a row too? Oh, okay.
You come to practice today. What happened? Yep. Yamanaka senpai was super mad. Are you feeling under the weather? Want me to come visit?
He seems to be enjoying himself. It doesn't look like he has an ounce of tension.
Night, Janji.
Huh? He suddenly calls out to me, which makes me jump.
I'm heading outside for a bit.
You're going outside? Can you even get outside? It's been about a week since Dar holed up in here. He hasn't left once since then. It's really difficult for Dar to get his fat body through the tiny bathroom window. It's difficult for me too since I have to help. Also, aren't they after you, Uncle Daru? They might find you if you walk around outside. Well, you do if they catch you.
Oh, Night-chan, you worried about me? In that case, please look at me and beg, don't go, Oni-chan. Make me stay. I'll stay for life if you do. I'll go neat forever. To work is to lose anyway.
Again with this? He always starts joking when he wants to dodge an issue. I doubt you can get out of here by yourself. To get you through that bathroom door, you need me to push you.
And the thought of you touching my butt makes my chest burn up. That's reward in my world.
Why you need to go outside?
Night-chan, there's one thing you need to remember. Sometimes a guy has to put his life on the line for his ambitions. It's just in our nature. It's something that girls can never understand.
Putting one's life on the line. His jokey attitude has all but disappeared. Daru looks straight at me with a glint in his eyes. I don't think those are lying eyes. After I push Daru's weak butt through the bathroom window, we exit into the sidewalk from the rear buildings and head to the station together. After walking for a while, I'm starting to see a man walking toward us from the front. I hurriedly grab Daru by the hand and take cover in the shadow of a staircase past the nearby ramen shop.
Wait, Night-chan, are you planning to get violent with me in the dark place like this? Like an arrow dujin? Just like an arrow dujin. It's okay, don't stop.
Shh. First, we covered Daru's mouth with my hand. An agent came walking toward us.
Really?
I nod. I saw that agent when I came here after school. He was in a car parked in front of Dad's building then. So why was he walking through here? Can't believe we end up running into each other. I watched as the agent passes by the ramen shop and stops in front of the building we've been using to enter and exit. He sits on the sidewalk railing and starts fiddling with his cell phone. He spots right away if we exit onto the sidewalk. What's worse, he might attempt to check the building. If he goes to the hallway on the second floor, he'd see the extension cord we plugged into power the lab. He would definitely figure out that Daru's been there. And he shifts his attention.
What do we do?
Uncle Daru speaks from behind me. I'll distract him. Head to the station while I do.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie? I remember someone using that strange expression before. Okie dokie. Suha, the part-timer. I knew her for a short time. I wonder what she's doing now. In the end, I never actually got to ride her bike. With that on my mind, I walk out onto the sidewalk looking nonchalant. Right then I see the agent put away his cell phone, stand up to enter the building. No. I reflexively speak to him. The agent seems startled and looks in my direction. My heart's pounding. I feel like it's going to come flying out of my mouth. I have to do something. I muster my courage and walk towards the agent.
Who are you?
What should I do if he captures me? What if he stabs me? My knees shake. You were around here before, weren't you?
What?
I saw you on the street behind you in front of the Oyama building. I think it was about a month ago.
You got the wrong guy.
I'm the owner of the Oyama building. Why are you hanging around here? The agent goes quiet. Our conversation freezes up. I need to keep it going. I need him to stay focused on me. Did you know my dad? I check on the ramen shop out of the corner of my eye. There I see Daru hurrying out of the sidewalk. Did you come to pay your respects or something? In that case, you better go to the cemetery. I don't have a household altar for him here right now. I didn't get rid of it though. There's no way I could do that. My mommy's in there. My dad wasn't very religious, so he didn't care, but I want the two of them to be in the same place. It's just, I'm staying with some other people right now, so I
don't care.
The agent suddenly brushed me aside, tries to walk away. No, if he goes that way, he'll find Daru. Wait! My mind went blank. Not realizing I was standing in the agent's way. If you knew my dad, please don't come here anymore. It's really frustrating to have people around here. Please.
Damn kid.
Yes, and the agent's cell phone rings.
Yes. Yes, understood.
The agent gives the person calling him some big responses and... He clicks his tongue at me and walks off in the opposite direction. You shouldn't bump into Dara if he goes that way. Do we manage to get off scot-free? I don't see Uncle Daru anywhere. After looking around, I literally crouch down and curl up on the spot. My heart's still racing. I take a few deep breaths. Anyway, I need to contact Daru. We had decided before that if we got split up, we would make contact by phone and find a way to meet up. I tried calling the number that Daru gave me before he left the lab. There's a long silence. Normally you hear the ringtone. I tell him I am puzzled, then...
The number you've dialed is not currently in use. Please check the number again and try again.
Huh? I almost stopped breathing. What? I try calling a few more times. Every time I get the curly non-use message. Doesn't make sense. Did I type in the wrong number when I put him in my phone? I can't believe I make a mistake like this. I hate myself. What should I do? I could borrow my phone number so he might call me eventually. But just in case, should I wait for him at the lab? I reflexively stand up with a start. I look around. There are lots of passing cars and a good number of pedestrians. They all pass me without so much as a glance. What should I do if Daru doesn't come back? Rose tried to start packing up the moment he learned the 42-inch TV didn't work. I stopped him saying that I could repair it. What if he doesn't believe me? What if he just vanishes? I have no way of contacting him. I can't do anything about it. All I can do is wait. Wait all alone for someone who will never return. I don't want that. Everything I see is dying. All the colors going black and white. Unable to stand it, I desperately hold on to my own body. I'm so anxious it's crushing me. Am I going to be left alone again? Something happening and ending without me even knowing. Only learning about it later. It's lonely and sad and painful. Of course, there's no guarantee that Daru will never come back. I need to search for him. He couldn't have gone far yet. I'm sure I'll find him right away. Evening now, so there are more people walking in the streets. Daru stands out though. I'd notice him if I saw him walking. I tried looking inside the parts shop we had him before. But I didn't see him around, and the employee said he hadn't seen him either. Besides Rumio, there's only one other lab man from 2 years ago left in this town. Luka. Her house is at Yanabayashi Shrine, across Monsebashi. I figured Daru might have gone to visit his old fellow lab men, then I dropped by. But Luka was away at college, and her family said that nobody like Daru had visited them. It's getting dark. Can't find him. Can't do anything. It's impossible to find a single person in a town this big without any clues. And given that I couldn't find him after all the searching, Daru's probably already left Akihabara. And yeah, I'm not sure where to go. I came back here. I thought Daru might have come back. There's just a tiny flicker of hope. But after sneaking through the bathroom again, and I didn't see him anywhere.
Sounds like you visited a shrine earlier. I'm sorry, I just got back. Do you need something from me? Please call me.
I opened the door to the shower room just in case, but nobody was inside. I sit down on the sofa and fatigue suddenly washes over me. I can only wait. I'm sure Daru will come back. I just have to believe and wait. I need to keep soldering. To be honest, I should have had it home by now. I wouldn't want to miss Daru by doing that. My body's completely exhausted after running around everywhere, but I managed to stand up and head downstairs. However, my crushing anxiety makes it so I can't focus on my work. Hello? Hi, where are you? You shouldn't be wandering around this late, yeah. Really, how? I know I said you should get out and play more, but this is a little much, yeah. You're in middle school, you should know not to be out this late. Really, sorry, Daru contact you at all? Yeah, Darunyan. That reminds me, you mentioned Darunyan before. Where are you asking about him, yeah? Don't tell me you're with Darunyan. No. He's not here. He won't come back. Anyway, come home, yeah. Papa and Mama are worried. I got it. I'm sorry. I can't do anything. As a child, no matter how important my business may be, staying out late at night will get me a scolding. It's not like I'm staying out late just to stay out late. It's just really frustrating that I can't even search for someone by myself. There aren't many people left in Akihabara. All the shops are closing up. Once all the shutters close, the sideway gets dark. Even as I walk back, I'm still looking for signs of Daru. I look at the face of every man who passes by, but he's not here. Not anywhere. He's gone. Then when I was below at UPX... Akihabara was all but deserted. At the table of the old cafe with no customers, I see a large frame sitting there. The silhouette alone was enough. There was no mistaking that sight. Daru! I instinctively run up to him.
Oh, Nai-chan-shi!
I was searching so desperately for him, but he greets me without the slightest hint of concern. Why didn't you contact me? I've been searching this whole time! As I said this, I realized there was someone with Daru. Someone I'd never seen. Definitely not a lab mem. He's wearing a classy suit with a big shot, like a big shot salaryman, but he doesn't seem that much older than Daru. He has sharp eyes and kind of reminds me of a snake. In his hand is a blank envelope. Who is this man? Is he the person Daru was talking to on the phone just before leaving? Just based on the atmosphere here, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Anyway, that should sell it.
Daru says to, I assume, end their conversation. The man hands Daru the envelope without saying a word. He stands up, then after taking a glance at me, bows slightly and walks off.
Next up, I need to get to Kamikaru.
Despite Daru shouting this, the snake man doesn't even look back, disappearing in the direction of the station. He didn't even try to say anything. It's a little too creepy.
Need water.
Who is that?
I guess you could say a collaborator?
Collaborator? Daru ends his explanation there and stands up in a hurry. He looks around and starts walking off swiftly as if I'm not even here. I can understand why he's in a hurry given that the agents are after him, but it's like he ignored me and it's pretty hurtful. He could have contacted me. Didn't we agree to call each other and meet back up? I looked around for 2 hours and I couldn't find you, so I was waiting at the lab. I'm sorry I couldn't call you. I must have typed in the wrong number when I was making the contact on my cell phone.
Huh? Really? Let me see.
Daru appears on my cell phone screen. I show him the number.
Oh, whoops, Dizzy, I'm the one who made a mistake.
What?
Yeah, I've been changing cell phone numbers a lot lately, so even I have a hard time remembering.
Why?
My bad. Oh, hey, if you can't forgive me, you can step all over me later. No need to hold back.
How can you take this so lightly? Words virtually slip out. Daru doesn't seem to notice my muttering and checks the inside of the envelope while walking. I almost trip when I see what's in there. It's a lot of money. Hundreds of 10,000 yen notes. I've only seen bundles of cash like that in manga and TV. Is that?
It's money for some Nakano fun.
Nakano?
People like start to rot if they don't enrich themselves with culture, and I'm not talking about the Fujoshi kind of rot. I'm getting pretty right myself. I can't build the phone wave like this. It's been 2 years since I last checked on New Eroge. I want to play one of those. I want to play one of those by a ton of Eroge Dujin and do some full season anime binge watching marathons. I don't have the money for that, so I need to find some collaborators to compensate.
And you're saying
Yep, that's why I wanted to get outside today.
all that work just for this? Why?
Night-chan, can you take this bundle of cash and slap me across the face with it? I always wanted to try.
Why?
Huh?
Why are you always messing around? Why? My vision blurs. He's always looking at me like I'm the one causing him trouble. I get even angrier at him. I was crying before I realized it. No, I get why you didn't want to tell me. I get that. You, I don't even matter.
Wait,
Not your ally. Not a lab mem. I'm just an outsider. A mere acquaintance. But I didn't choose to just be a mere acquaintance. I'm sick of waiting all alone for people who never come back. I want to be involved. But you won't even talk to me seriously.
I'm
done. I wipe my tears with the back of my hand. I won't go to Dad's building anymore. I'm just getting away. I quit. So go wherever you want on your own. That's all there was to say. I ran off in the opposite direction of Daru. I didn't even look back. Nai, you're late now. Do you know how much we work? I'm sorry. Wait, Nai. Making sure to avoid eye contact with Rumio, I rushed into my room. Once I'm inside, I curl up in the corner of my bed. I'm tired. Between Dara and my exams, I haven't gotten any decent sleep for an entire week. I'll take the day off school tomorrow, just to sleep. Then I'll get back to my regular life. I'll go back to spending every day with the wonderful people of the Akiya family. That's the life of 13-year-old Tanuji Nae. I shouldn't associate myself with such a strange animal. It's better this way. Thinking about today's events makes me start crying again. I hurry to bury my face to my knees. Nae, can I come in? I didn't tell her it was okay to enter, but Romeo comes right into the room and sits next to me in the bed. What's wrong? Did something happen? I shake my head, still hiding my face. But that's a lie. You're crying. I'm not crying. You were. I wasn't. Tim, raise your head. I can't do that. What happened to your usual nyan talk? You'll sound like you without it. Back when I found you, you were crying just like this, do you remember? Do you want to come with me? Let's go. Together. You can trust me. Just like you did back then, okay? You can tell me if you're troubled or hurting. No. Rumio gently strokes my head. She rests with my head on her shoulder. I feel warmth. I'm not gonna be able to hold back my tears. Rumio. I want to be involved. Involved? Last week I found Daru. I see. That's why you've been asking about Darnian so much lately. I know, and tell Rumio everything that happened over the last week, getting caught up in my emotions several times along the way. The whole time she just kept rubbing my back. Thanks to her warmth, I felt a lot better by the time I finished the story. Future gadget laboratory work, huh? That's what you're doing. I worked as hard as I could, but it seems like Dara didn't believe in me. I mean, we were never super close or anything, even 2 years ago. I know I'm just a middle schooler, and I'm not that reliable. I don't want to be left behind all by myself. You're not the only one who's left behind, Nai. Huh? After hearing these unexpected words, I look at Rumio's face. She's smiling, but her smile looks so sad. I was left behind too. That's right. Rumio was a lab mem too. She must have had much deeper ties to them than I ever did. But she's here now, living her life in Akihabara. She didn't go away. Also, until I told her just now, she had no idea that Dara was back in Akihabara. Seems like she didn't hear anything from Dara or Ocarine. Why do you want to be involved, Nai? Because I don't want to be left behind. Aren't you sad when everyone left you behind? I was sad. I didn't know anything. Nobody told me anything. Not even Daddy. Nobody trusted me. Started hating myself for that. If I acted a little more seriously, if I were more like an adult, even now, I sometimes think I wouldn't have been left behind. That's wrong, Nai. Huh? The reason nobody told you anything is because we didn't trust you. It's because we were protecting you. Us being protected? At the very least, your dad died to keep you safe. 2 years ago? On the day your dad took his own life, he came to visit my papa. What? I wasn't in the room, so I don't know everything they talked about. But my papa told me later that your dad asked him to look after the only thing he cared about. You. It seems like your dad was being pursued by someone. I'm sure he did what he did to keep you from getting mixed up in everything. That's too one-sided. My papa said that's how parents are. They do anything in the world to keep their child out of danger. And friends are the same. Rumio pauses there and sadly smiles. To keep the friends who you really care about out of danger, sometimes you don't tell them what's really going on or tell white lies. Having friends willing to go that far means you're truly blessed. I wonder if that's how Rumiko feels about all the lab mems who disappeared. Aww. Right now, I'm glad I wasn't fully involved in what happened 2 years ago. Because back then, I only vaguely realized that something was strange about Kyoma's behavior. Kyoma. That was a weird name that Uncle Ocarine gave himself. If I was in his position, I think my mind would have broke. I'm grateful to everyone who protected me. But you look sad about it. In my mind, gratitude and sadness aren't contradictory. How? I don't understand how she can feel both. That little stinging pain in the bottom of your chest when you're sad means that you have memories of someone etched deeply into your heart. It's like someone cutting a wound into the canvas of your heart with permanent ink, leaving a scar that never goes away. Is my heart the same way? It is. That wound will eventually turn to a scab, and a flower will bloom from it. Flowers don't grow from scabs. Really? You never seen that before? No. I have. Or I feel like I have. It might have just been a dream. But a flower will bloom in your heart too, Nai. Until then, you'll feel lonely about being left behind, and you'll carry that wound with you. But at the same time, you can live every day to the fullest, grateful that you can. If you do that, someday, you might suddenly bump into them somewhere, like you did with Darinyan. You and my daddy up there in heaven? Yep, I'm sure. Rumio looks straight into my eyes and says this decisively. So, do my eyes look like I'm lying? Yeah, you're definitely lying. But it's a gentle lie. See? I'm sure Darnyan's lying too. I could tell he was lying just from your story. Men are bad telling lies. Rumio smiles mischievously. Telling you to buy Dojinshi, telling you the wrong phone number, joking around, taking everything so casually. It's completely obvious that he doesn't want you getting mixed up in whatever he's involved with. Really? Darnyan must have been worried about you getting caught by these agents. If you had his phone number, they'd think you were an accomplice and do terrible things to you. That's why he told you the wrong number. Or at least that's my guess. I see. So he might have done it on purpose. Is it because he doesn't trust me? Or because he wants to protect me? Or is it whatever I decide it is? If you drop by the lab unannounced, you might find him working on the time machine alone. Then what should I do? If Dara's really worried about me, then maybe I shouldn't go back to Daiya's building. It sounds like I can't get involved either way. Yeah, in regards to everything you've told me, I feel the same way as Darnyan. It seems Kyouma and Darnyan have something they need to do, even if it means throwing away their normal lives. But you're different, Nai. As your dad wished, I want you to live a normal life. At least for now. For now. That's alright. You should just be an observer for now, Nai. The time will come when you'll have to be involved with something and make big decisions. That's still in the future. Yeah. Oh, but just because you're an observer doesn't mean you can't be involved at all. Huh? After saying this, Rumio stands up from the bed. She gently strokes my head again. This is the end of my story, Nya. Think it over and choose what to do next on your own. Even a middle schooler can do that, right? Yeah. Rumiho. There's suddenly a growl from inside me. That reminds me, I haven't eaten since lunch. I'll make you some dinner, so go take a bath first, Nya. Okay. Aw. When I stand up, I give Rumio a hug. Thank you. Don't mention it, Nya. What should I do? It's up to me. The next day, I leave home earlier than usual and head to Dad's building before school. I have no idea if Dara will be there or not. If that doesn't matter compared to being able to take stock of my own feelings. However...
Bruh. Nice.
Before I could do that, I encounter a very large butt.
Who's there? There's someone there. If you are, I hate to bug you, but can you push me or pull me out?
There goes that idea.
Oh, Nai-chan-shi! I thought you weren't coming back!
Dara's fat legs are flaying around. How long have you been stuck?
I think it's been almost 8 hours. Bro. They might be nearby, so I couldn't exactly call for help, SMDH. Even if I wanted to give you or Ocarina a ring, my cell phone's in my pants pockets, so I can't grab it like this.
You're a dumbass.
Nobody came by, I'm sure it'd be dried me in a couple of days. It'd be such a wretched death, all of me wept.
I wonder what would have happened if I didn't drop by first thing in the morning. I guess I had no choice. You can't do anything without me around. I wonder why. Yesterday I hated Dara so much I felt so frustrated. But after seeing him like this now, all those bad feelings vanished without a trace.
Yeah, sure, just hurry up and push me and pull me out, please. The pain around my stomach's getting to be too much to bear. Also, I need to use the bathroom though. I wouldn't mind you staying like this, you tend me like a nurse.
No way. Believe this guy would actually do what Rumiho said yesterday. Even now I can only seriously think of him as a dirty old man.
Get in.
After rescuing Dara, I'd descended down Dad's store alone. I sit in the chair that he always sat in. I close my eyes and face my own heart. Thinking back, the last time I spent full days in the store was 2 years ago, when Rumiho came to take me home with her. When I close my eyes, that summer is the only thing that comes to mind. Until then, I didn't really want to visit this dark and dusty store. I loved my dad, but the store has this weird atmosphere. I don't really like CRT TVs. It always feels like something scary will appear on them. That summer was different. This building was so lively and exciting. I had fun spending time here. So naturally, I kept coming to visit. Nai-chan!
Need water.
She was always so lighthearted and warm. Seeing her face made me happy. Whenever I have her a big joyful hug, she would gently stroke my head. Nai-chan, I just bought ice cream. You want one? Oh, thank you. Mary was always eating something and always share it with me. I think she said her favorite food was fried chicken. See you again. See you.
No.
Ah, nice. Stopping by again today, huh?
Hey, Anaya. Hey, I was always in the store. The part-time girl always seemed to have free time. I really like the part-time girl's easygoing air.
Hey, part-timer, don't teach my daughter any weird greetings.
What? Does that mean that Shimai's Tuturu is off the limits too?
Yeah, that one's the problem. What does it even mean?
Who knows? That's cute.
I see. Cute, huh? Yeah, then go ahead and use it.
Okay. Aw.
Yeah. Through.
You're really nice when it comes to your daughter, boss. If you're that laid back, why not buy a bicycle?
You kidding me? What if she fell off the bike? She might hurt herself.
You're overprotective, Daddy.
Tell you what, Nai. I'll buy you one when you start middle school. Just be patient until then.
Usually there'd be loud banging from the ceiling and it'd make Daddy really mad.
What was that? Are the punks on the second floor making noise again? Jeez, they're never gonna calm down. If they keep this up, I'm seriously gonna kick them out.
What? Kicking them out would be heartless.
What's with you? Don't tell me you're siding with Okabe and his pals.
You can ignore the little noise, right? They're on an important mission right now that will decide the fate of the world.
This is hopeless. Even my part-timer's been corrupted by Okabe.
I would always scout the noise from the floor above. He got mad and threatened to kick them out over and over again. But to me, it never looked like he was serious about it. In the end, he'd always rub his shiny head with his hand, say,
What are you gonna do? I'll let them off with a warning this time.
He said this over and over again with the same gentle smile every time. I like that place. Where Daddy was, where the part-time girl was, where the lively lab mems were on the floor above. I was too scared to ever talk to Uncle Okreen or Uncle Daru directly. The memories of that summer are fun ones, here in this building. That was way more fun than waiting for Dad back at home. I opened my eyes. I'm back in the workshop, left neglected for 2 years.
Aww. It hurts to confront all this, doesn't it?
It's bad. I'm tearing up again. Back then, behind all of these feelings of fun, I had lots of people protecting me. None of them are left now. When I close my eyes, it's like I've jumped back in time. I feel as though I can hear everyone's voices. Everyone's watching over me. I dry my tears. I try to hold my head high. When I go up to the lab, Daru's sitting on the sofa looking tired.
Night, Chunchi. Don't you have school? You have morning prize. I overslept and just got school now. Let me guess. Yamanake Senpai super mad. Could you apologize for me?
I checked the time. It's past 8 a.m. I'll definitely be late going from here. It's fine if I'm late once in a while.
Huh.
Daru, I know I said a lot of stuff yesterday, but is it okay if I still help? You don't have to tell me anything. I just want to fix my dad's TV. Daru can't repair the 42-inch Bronto TV. Something only I can do. Just because my body's small. Because I'm a child. Daddy taught me how to repair it. So please. I bow my head.
We'll worry about that later. I'm so hungry, I feel like I'm gonna die. Sorry, but could you go and do some shopping? You said being late to school is fine, right?
Oh, and stock up on water. I want about 10 2-liter water bottles. I need them washed myself, use toilet, drink, so they disappear fast. Please help me out. You can spank me for a bother if you want. In fact, that's a reward in my world, so you avoid mine. Wait, you want to wipe my bike clean too? That's great. I can die with a milk. No.
Can't say anything about that. Dara, you're a pervert.
I'm not pervert. I'm a gentleman pervert.
I see. I have no idea what he means. It looks like I didn't need to beg though. Dara still considers me a collaborator. Part of me felt relieved at that. By the way, there's no way I can carry 10 2-liter bottles of water, so I'm about to. I focus on my work in silence, pushing all unnecessary thoughts from my mind. I got pretty used to soldering. The work itself isn't exactly difficult. For the past 2 days, Dara's been working hard on the second floor too. Down on the first floor though, I can't hear his voice or even sense his presence. A few days ago, this probably would have made me uneasy, and I'd go up to the second floor to check on him. Right now, I don't feel any anxiety. I know very well that Dara can't get out of here by himself. It's like he's put himself under house arrest. It's strange. 2 years ago, Dad would repair TVs in the store every day. And I would watch. Back then, I didn't think that I would ever follow in his footsteps. But here I am now, repairing a CRT TV just like he would. Even though I don't think I'm ready to get the store up and running by myself again. I'm just happy that, without even realizing it, I had inherited something that Daddy left behind. It's done. I sorted the last spot. I can't make too much noise, so I hold back my urge to shout and pump up my fists in victory instead. My work is done. The question is, will this 42-inch TV work now that I've resoldered it? Only if we're lucky. Still, please, I'm begging you to work. I put this assembled 42-inch Bronze tube TV back together. The circuit board goes back into its original location. And don't forget to tighten the screws. Putting it back together took over an hour. Yeah. I think it's back to how it was before. I don't have any leftover screws or anything. It should be fine, probably. I call up the whole lean to the second floor. Uncle Daru! Uncle Daru! Immediately hear footsteps and Dara's face appears.
What's up?
I finished the repairs.
Ah, so, does it work?
I'm about to test it.
Alright, go for it.
Okay. What should I do? I'm getting nervous. If it doesn't work, everything I've done until now will be meaningless. Uncle Daru won't be able to send any email. My heart's racing. I can take a deep breath. I give Daru the signal with my eyes. Then I plug the power cord into the socket. I press the power button on the 42-inch CTV.
Yeah.
The screen lights up. The whole of it shows a static. In that moment, I felt so happy I could jump for joy. Can't help but look over at Daru.
Gee, Nai-chan-chi. I expect nothing less from Sister Braun.
Yeah, it turned on. It worked, Daddy. I'm glad. I've done everything that I can to help. I may have to see it through to the end. For about 2 hours afterwards, with nothing else to do, I watched Daru type on his computer keyboard with over his shoulder. I have no idea what the programming language on the screen means. It's like a secret code or a magic spell. But Daru's hands haven't stopped moving for a long time. He told me earlier that once he finishes the program, the time machine will be complete. I'm only watching, but my heart's been beating fast the whole time.
Hey, Alice, if you see a fat white rabbit, please tell him this. Let's face off and run at AB again. I'll be waiting for you. Also say hi to Kyoma, thanks. I'll let him know.
I thought time machines only existed in manga and movies. Yeah, right here. Right now I'm about to see one complete with my own eyes. There's no way I can ever tell my friends about this. With one big final tap on the keyboard, Daru stops. It's like he's a pianist.
Mission complete.
He faces me and grins. It's finished?
Yep, I dubbed it the Phone Wave version 3.0 Tenuji edition.
So this is a time machine. It looks just like a microwave oven with a computer cord connected to it. Kinda wish I had more of a wow factor. It looks pretty ordinary.
I tried making it as faithful a reproduction of the original foam wave as I could. But 1 or 2 years ago is pretty much sheer luck. It's not perfect reproduction, so there's a chance it won't send email even if it's activated.
I see. After all this hard work, I really want to work.
I didn't even see if it turns on yet. We've only got one shot to scam it, so there's a pretty big chance we'll fail. And even if it does work, we won't be able to see how the world's changed. It kinda sucks to be talk about thankless.
But we're still going to use it, right?
Well, yeah, I didn't seal myself up in here for over a week without a Rogue for nothing. It dragged on for so long, too long. Humans can only be so patient. On top of that, I had a cute middle school girl grab my butt over and over. How was I supposed to stay sane? Never underestimate Cherry Boy. I'm gonna kill you.
Scary. Why do you suddenly get so mad? If you shout too loud, the agents outside will notice.
My bad.
What's a Cherry Boy anyway? So where are we going to use it?
Today.
Huh? This is really sudden. Using it on the day it's finished? I suppose that's only natural. I was built solely to send email after all. And Dara's being pursued by bad people.
Are we about to end the chapter?
It's a miracle that the agents outside haven't found us yet. We don't have time to take this slowly. I wonder if he'll let me send email too. Can't really do much if he doesn't. Maybe I should just remain a simple collaborator. Besides, Dara probably doesn't want me getting too deeply involved. So...
We'll be sending 2 emails, mine and yours.
Huh?
The people outside will probably notice when we send the first one. It'll be pure luck whether we can send the second or not. Are you okay with that, Nai-chan-chi?
Oh, yeah.
Alright then, tell me who you want to send it to.
Dara looks at his PC monitor.
I'll type it in beforehand.
It's okay for me to send one.
If you're feeling all by refuse, that's okay too. It's your choice, whatever you want.
So it's okay to send one.
The message itself will be sent from your cell phone through the phone wave. Be careful, you can only send up to 18 full-width characters, twice as many half-width.
Who should I send my email to? Mayuri? Suha? Uncle Green? No. There are things I want to say to lab mems, of course. But more importantly, there's one person I want to reach more than anyone else. Daddy. I've decided. After telling Uncle Odara my dad's cell phone number, he types it into the computer. I take out my phone to write the message. What do I want to say to him? There's so many things. I can only send 36 characters. What do I want to tell Dad more than anything else right now?
Dear Dad, I'm doing well. Please don't worry.
It's the best thing I can do with the limited number of characters. I feel as though it's more than enough. I'm done, Uncle Daru. Hand my cell phone. Daru takes it and checks the screen. Is it okay?
Yeah, looks good to me. Alright then, I'll input the address to the phone where you can send your message.
Justin Daru's big belly growls loudly.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Is all the food I bought already gone?
I finished it off late last night.
You get fat if you eat late at night.
But that's the best time. Oh, I know. Sorry, could you go shopping again?
What? I have a feeling.
I guess it'll be my last dinner in Akiba. When the phone wave activates, the building shakes like crazy. The folks outside will notice faster than you burp after chugging a cola.
Uncle Daru.
There's no way I'll be able to run away from them on an empty stomach.
Daru grins and hands me 2 1,000 yen notes.
That should cover it.
Daru, I
wish we could order pizza, but the delivery guy would make it way too obvious.
That's not what I get this feeling. When are you activating the time machine?
After you come back, once we've eaten. Why?
Daru answers with his usual casual attitude. I see. That's a pretty poor lie. I'm sorry, man. And yet, I feel like we have to follow it. I couldn't bring myself to ask any more questions. But somehow I knew. I knew what Uncle Daru was planning to do.
What is it?
Nothing. I stand up and extend my hand to Daru. Daru, would you shake my hand?
Of course.
Daru wipes sweat from his hand onto his shirt, and then grasps my hand. It's still sweaty, and way bigger than mine.
Oh, real life handshake with a middle school girl. I'm a real winner now.
He's got this creepy look on his face. I let go of Daru's hand and head to the bathroom. We have to go into the rear building through a small bathroom window if we want to get through outside without the agents noticing. But Daru can't get through that tiny window by himself. There are only two methods for Daru to get out on his own. He can break the second floor window facing the street and jump. Or he can open the front door and brazenly walk out. I'll go shopping now.
Okie dokie. Be careful.
Hey, Daru. Hmm? You're a bad liar.
Huh? What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget it. I smile and wave my hand. And close the bathroom door. Goodbye, Uncle Daru. As always, I exit the rear building with a nonchalant look on my face. Then I walk around the front of Dad's building. I slowly look around and confirm that the agents are watching today, too. They really are here every day. It's possible that they already knew Daru and I were inside the whole time. Just thinking about it gives me chills. I decide to head to the train station. Ever since I started holding up in that lab with Daru, I've been eating unhealthy stuff like snacks and convenience store meals. I consider getting us something healthy for a change. But I decided to just go with the usual. By the time I decide on that, I've walked up to the park. Behind me I hear men shouting. I turn around as fast as I can. The agents from 4 are running into the street. They seem to be in a huge rush. I saw it too. In the lab that I just left, the lab that Daru should still be in. The window facing the street was shining with a bluish-white light. Huge flashes of light are coming out from inside. The time machine. I had a feeling. As I thought I'm just a helper. As I thought I'm just an observer. I'm not truly involved. Daru never wanted that. I understood that when Daru asked me to go shopping for him, he was trying to be gentle about it. I didn't stand up to his lie. I don't know if the time machine worked. Or if the demon was sent to the past. I'm not allowed to see for myself. The lab window breaks and there's a small explosion. White smoke billows out from inside. What's happening? Did Daru do that, or did the time machine explode in an accident? Of course, this is Daru. So he might have set something up like that without me knowing. I tell myself that must be it. Agents are rushing into Dad's building. Hey, Uncle Daru. I watch everything unfold from the little ways over. If I refused to go shopping, what would you have done? I clenched my hand into a fist, crumpling the 2 1,000 yen notes. Then I realized these 2 bills are the only connection I have to Daru. In other words, I don't even have proof that Daru was here. He really was like Alice's white rabbit, but a really fat one. I start tearing up, but I try to leave the area before the agents notice me. I'll return these 2 1,000 yen notes next time we meet, Daru. It's been 2 weeks since Daru disappeared. After the raid, a small fire broke out in Dad's building and fire trucks raced the scene. But Daru had vanished from the building without a trace. Not just him. The time machine we slaved away for more than a week was nowhere to be found. It's not like it burned up in the fire. There wasn't so much of a trace of it left. It was as though it was never there. The agents may have taken it away. Or, Daru told me if I recall. If the email was sent successfully, the world may change, and it would be as though the message was never even sent. But I still remember the week I spent with that fat white rabbit. It Which must mean that the D-mail transmission failed. Or even if the D-mail was sent, it didn't make it to my time within the with Uncle Daru never happened. Several days later, my cell phone was mailed back to me by an unknown sender, but there's no record that it ever sent the D-mail. Looking back now, I started to wonder if those 9 days were actually a dream or some kind of hallucination. Once summer vacation started, my team activities were so intense I wasn't able to come here at all. Today marks exactly 2 weeks, so I decided to stop by. Up close like this, it looks pretty terrible. The second floor window is broken. I'm sure the inside of the lab is even worse. But for now, I don't have any plans to repair it. Uncle Yukitake offered to pay for it, but I declined, saying that I don't have anything to do there anyway. Of course, I do want to fix it up someday. That way the lab members can come back whenever they want. But right now, I actually want to leave it like this. If the building was repaired, it would feel like the days I spent with Daru never actually happened. I really couldn't stand him, even at the end, but it's kind of lonely with him gone. That made it a lot harder to really get into my club activities. I look around. The agents aren't here today. I don't know if today's just a fluke or if they disappeared with Daru 2 weeks ago. They might have left because they captured him, or maybe because he's on the run and they're still after him. There are all sorts of possibilities spinning in my head. But this Daru we're talking about, I bet he's running around coughing and wheezing out breath. I can't but laugh just imagining it. Just then a small scrap of paper blowing in the wind gets caught in my foot. I casually pick it up. It's a crumpled up and handwritten note. It's crumpled up and handwritten letters are on it, barely readable, probably because it got wet. I can tell it says Future Graduate Laboratory on it. This is stuck to the mailbox next to the stairs. It was only attached using tape or something, so it must have finally fallen off. I don't really want to take this down. Maybe I should write up another one and put it there. Thinking it over, I walked over to the mailbox. There I noticed something. The mailbox for the first floor, the Bronto workshop, has a letter inside. When did it arrive? Today? Yesterday? A week ago? Or even... I've been here tons of times over the past 2 years, but when was the last time I actually checked inside the mailbox? I don't remember. Since I ran into Uncle Daru, I haven't used these stairs once. Naturally, I would never have checked the mailbox. It could even be a bill from an electric company or water company. These thoughts enter my head as I open the mailbox and take out the letter. I look at the addressee. My breath catches in my throat. This is addressed to me. It doesn't have a post office stamp on it. So someone put it in here directly. I look at the back of the envelope, but the sender hasn't written their name. Looking at the lettering, I know instantly who it belongs to. There's no way I could forget. This is Daddy's handwriting. My fingers tremble as I hold the letter. Could this letter be here because Daru sent my email? Did Daru read my email and write a reply? I managed to stay my trembling hands long enough to unseal the letter. Inside is a single piece of paper. Written as a short and blunt message. I can't stop my tears from overflowing. But these aren't my usual crybaby tears. Daddy, these are tears of joy. So I don't need to hold back. Thank you.
My dear Nae, have you been well? I don't know how old you'll be when you read this. Nothing would make me happier as a father than knowing you're living a good life. Dad.
I look up at the sky. The blue skies peeking between buildings is blurred by my tears. It's well into the summer. 2 years have passed since then. I'm living a good life. So please, watch over me. Right. I should call Rumiho. I need to tell her what she said wasn't a lie. I was able to meet Dai again. So I'm sure I'll see the other lab mems again somewhere too. I just have a feeling. I'll come back soon. I whisper to Daddy's building. And I walk off towards the station as the midsummer sun shines down onto Akihabara.
I know I didn't give my own commentary a whole lot during that. Mostly because, whew, there's a lot to go through, but I think that's for real at the end this time. That is really, really, really the end, I think. Well, I say hopefully. Well, there's another one. Wow. I wasn't expecting another. Also, this one is most definitely probably copyright claimed, isn't it? Let's mute that real quick. Well, I didn't expect to go on for that much longer. I said that I wanted to make this to the final episode, and, well, I didn't end up lying. Again, sorry if I didn't give too much dialogue. First of all, it was part because I was getting too invested. So I was kind of just in a trance in a way, it felt like. That was a very, very nice final chapter. It was sad, but at the end, it also felt nice in a way at the end. Ooh, but I am exceedingly tired right now. Ooh. I will say this. I might put a slight pause on streaming just for a little bit. Since, well, you know, a lot. Another thing that's probably going to end up happening, now this will not affect the streaming side of things. However, I'm probably going to end up doing something similar. So not that long ago, I did something where the Persona 3 Reload episode I guess DLC came out. So what I did is, whilst the Trails in the Sky playthrough was uploading, I also at the same time uploaded the episode I guess playthrough. Well, I'm probably going to end up doing that again very soon because there is a game that's coming out I think tomorrow, potentially, either tomorrow or after tomorrow, that I really want to play through, but I also want to upload now. And that game is, of course, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. The game looks really cool, and I would love to play through it, so, for the recording stuff, so I'll definitely probably, again, I'll probably have that kind of style go on, where it's like, not only is the Trails series going to be uploaded. Funny thing about the Trails series, I've currently, I've already beaten 0 at this point. I'm currently playing through Azure. And yes, that means I've also beaten Trails in Sky the Third. All the Sky Trilogy I've already beat 0, and I'm probably about a little over halfway done with Azure. And I have episodes prepared all the way till the end of October, so I'm fine for taking a little break from Trails to enjoy the Zelda stuff. Not that I'm getting tired of the Trails stuff, because it is endlessly good quality, no matter how I play it, how long I play it for, or how much I play it. Still, though, it is kind of sad now that we're really done with this. I swear to God, if I go back to the menu and I see that there's another story, I'm just gonna have to end it here and just have it as another one. But I feel like this one's got to be for real the end. There's not really anything else they could do, surely. I doubt it. But man, I was not expecting to be streaming for 6 hours. 6.5 hours, I should say. But again, I promised it would be the last episode today, and well, I didn't want to make myself a liar, so I will say this though. I thought it was going to be a lot shorter because I tried to quickly like look up to see like, oh hey, how long is the Nai episode? And I saw like other people's videos were like at like 40 minutes. This is like, oh yeah, I can crank this out 2 hours later. It was not 40 minutes. No, that's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It was really good. I really liked the chapter. But man, I did not get the right information, is what I'm saying. Ooh, I know I'm incredibly tired, which is kind of funny considering it's only the afternoon. But yeah, I might not stream for a little bit, because first off, I also have to, again, I have to figure out what game I'm streaming next. It's probably gonna, it's more than likely, again, there's the poll on YouTube, so check that out. If you want to help contribute to one of those options or suggest your own. Or, but more than likely, at the moment, it seems it's going to either be the Famicom detective games or Chaos Head. It's going to be one of those two. And if the vote ends up being, there ends up being no change in the vote, then I'm probably just going to do, I don't know, I'll just probably do flip a coin or something, or I don't know. I mean, it's 50-50 each. But I think for real now, I think we're done with Steins Gate. Now let's see if I go into the chapter select. Hey, you've got 5 more chapters. It's like, what info have I been fed? I was told there was 10 chapters, then there's 11. If there's another 5. Lunar Bifrost. New item. Game. Okay, I was genuinely kind of scared for a second. That's it though. We are finally done with Steins Gate. And what a journey it was. I feel like I'm making it sound as if it was a bad thing. Absolutely not. This was a phenomenal adventure. But now, on to new ones. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I hope to see you all next time whenever I figure out what to do next. Peace.